Chapter 351. Tai Fong Mountain was a mountain ridge that stretched from north to south. In this vast land, it wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. Originally, this mountain ridge could be considered a beautiful place. The trees on the mountain swayed in the wind, verdant and lush, and the birds chirped and the flowers were fragrant. But at this moment, this entire mountain range had become a battlefield. The south side of the mountain was where the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's forces gathered, while the north side was where the forces surrounding the ash-gray cloud Evil Land gathered. The two forces looked at each other from across the mountain range, using the entire mountain ridge as a battlefield. Over the past few months, Tai Fong Mountain had been severely damaged, and there were traces of blood and corpses everywhere. It was unknown how many cultivator had fallen here. This kind of confrontation between the two sides was not uncommon in other places. Tai Fong Mountain was just a small part of the entire front line. Since leaving the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, the Hu sisters had rushed here because their blood battle gang members had been sent here to fight. It was here that they had been chased down by a master and unable to return, forcing them to take refuge in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land. Along the way, Yang Kai had also learned a lot of useful information from them. The battle at the Tai Fong Mountain wasn't that important, so there weren't many experts gathered here. In addition to the blood group, there were also people from the Storm House, as well as several elites from other second-class forces. All of them were under the command of a first-class family. Xiang family was the surname of this family. Because the people here had come from all over the world, most of them were from second or third-class forces, so the Xiang family had absolute leadership. Even if some people disagreed, they had no choice but to obey the orders of the Xiang family. After all, the Xiang family's heritage was truly rich. At the foot of Tai Fong Mountain was a place that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. There were many simple residences built here, and this was where the cultivator encircling the ash-gray cloud Evil Land rested. On this day, a man and two women had just arrived from outside, looking travel-worn. Before the three of them had even approached, they were stopped by a few people in bright clothes who asked them about their identities. These people saw that Yang Kai and the Hu sisters weren't very strong, so they didn't take them seriously. Therefore, he did not take them to heart. Stopping them for questioning was just a matter of routine. However, those few pairs of eyes were constantly looking at the beautiful figures of the Hu sisters. But when they saw their honor, they immediately lost their appetite, and their eyes revealed disgust. Yang Kai looked indifferent. He didn't say a word. On the other hand, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air hurriedly wiped off the disguise on their faces, revealing their original appearances. After wiping her face, although it was still dark, she finally had the grace of a beauty. The few people who were blocking the way stared blankly for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are you the young ladies of the blood group's Hu clan?" Hu Jiao Air replied indifferently. "So it's you." The leader of the group revealed a joyful expression and said excitedly, "It's great that the two ladies are fine. Please come in." As he spoke, he stepped aside and said humbly, "We are just doing our job. Please don't take it to heart." Hu Jiao Air furrowed her brows. With a lukewarm expression, he was about to pass through with his sister and Yang Kai. The group of people looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and the leader of the group asked cautiously, "Dare I ask these two young ladies, this is my friend?" "Oh, since he is the young lady's friend, then it's fine," the leader said with a smile. He didn't question them and let them pass. When the three people entered and disappeared, the leader said with a dignified expression, "Go and tell the young master that the Hu sisters have returned safely. Go quickly." One of the people immediately flew out. Yang Kai followed behind the Hu sisters, shuttling through the area and soon arrived at the depths. "Over there," Hu Mei Air suddenly shouted in surprise and pointed in a direction. Looking in the direction she pointed, Yang Kai saw a group of people gathered there, but he didn't know what they were talking about. "It's Uncle Lu." Hu Jiao Air also smiled and hurriedly walked over. The group of people on the other side sensed that someone was coming and all of them glanced over. The next moment, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s stood up shakily and stared at the Hu sisters in a daze, his old eyes full of joy. Guan Lu was an immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master and a master of Blood Battle Gang. During the battle with Meng Wuya, he had participated in it. However, unlike Long Zai Tian, Guan Lu was extremely loyal to the Blood Battle Gang, as well as a member of the Hu family. He had watched the Hu sisters grow up, so in the Blood Battle Gang, his relationship with the Hu sisters was quite good. "Is it the two young ladies?" Guan Lu asked hesitantly. "This, Uncle." Hu Jiao smiled. "You really came back safe and sound." Guan Li's old eyes suddenly burst into tears. The group of people around him also looked at the Hu sisters in pleasant surprise. The two sisters had disappeared for 2 to 3 months, and the last time anyone saw them was when they were being chased on Tai Fong Mountain. Everyone thought that it would be impossible for them to escape, but who would have thought that after 2 months, they would return to this place in perfect condition? Since the people here had gathered together, they must have a good relationship with each other. Seeing the Hu sisters return, of course they would be happy. There weren't many people in this group, only a dozen or so, but when Yang Kai swept his eyes over them, he recognized all of them. They were either from Blood Battle Gang or from Storm Hall. What's more, Yang Kai even saw Fang Ziki among them. This extremely patriarchal guy had actually been dragged here to fight. The disciples of the two sects came from the same place and had been forced to participate in this war, so it wasn't surprising that they would gather together. "It's good that you're back, Sect Master can rest assured." Guan Lu quickly adjusted his expression and nodded with relief, but after his eyes fell on Yang Kai, he couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, "Where have I seen this little brother before?" The Hu sisters suddenly didn't know how to explain. If it was just this group of people who knew Yang Kai's identity, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key point was that there were other cultivator forces nearby. If they were to learn that Yang Kai was from High Heaven Pavilion, things wouldn't end well for them. Fang Ziki gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before quickly stepping forward and lightly coughing, wearing a strange smile, cupping his fists and saying, "Storm Hall's Fang Ziki, this friend looks very much like an old friend of mine. May I ask this friend's name?" "Yang Kai." Yang Kai laughed in his heart, but his face remained serious. "So it's Brother Yang, nice to meet you. Not only does this friend look like an old friend of mine, but his name is also very similar." "Ha, don't you think so?" Fang Ziki patted the shoulder of the junior brother next to him. The junior brother nodded helplessly. "Is there a need to be so secretive?" The others also instantly understood the meaning of Fang Ziki's words, each of them wearing strange expressions. Guan Lu was an old and experienced man, so after hearing Yang Kai's name, he suddenly realized why this young man looked so familiar. It was him. The group of people had a tacit understanding, but none of them pointed it out. The scene was joyous and harmonious, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that under the smiles and comforts of this immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Blood Battle Gang, there was a trace of worry and anxiety. Just as they were talking, Fang Ziki's expression suddenly became cold, his eyes flashing, his mouth curling into a casual grin as he said, "Xiang Chu is here." As he spoke, he stared at the Hu sisters with a burning gaze. The group of people suddenly fell silent. Guan Li's face sank, his expression suddenly becoming unpleasant. Looking back, Yang Kai saw that not far away, a handsome young man in bright robes was accompanied by 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. This young man strode towards them. His clothes were neat and tidy, and on his face was a refreshing smile. On top of that, his appearance was quite good. One could say he was handsome and elegant. Looking at his appearance, he was probably only 26 or 27 years old. Xiang Chu, the Xiang family's young lord. The Xiang family was a first-class family, so Xiang Chu's identity and status were naturally not low. Just like Bai Yunfeng and Dong Qinghan, they were both leaders of the younger generation. During this past month, Yang Kai had also heard Xiang Chu's name from the Hu sisters several times, but every time he was mentioned, the 2 sisters would quickly change the subject, not wanting to say too much. Now that he saw him in person and the look in his eyes, Yang Kai finally understood why the Hu sisters didn't like to talk about him. Not only the Hu sisters, but everyone from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall also didn't seem to have a good impression of this young man. Only Xiang Chu still wore a gentle smile as he strode over. Standing in front of them, his eyes flashed a gratified light as he called out softly, "Jiao, you've come a long way, you must have worked hard." Guan Qili's old eyes narrowed, immediately causing the two immortal ascension boundary masters behind Xiang Chu to stare at him. Hu Jiao Air's brow furrowed as she calmly said, "Young Lord Xiang, Jiao, and Mei are not names you can call. Do you need me to remind you again?" Xiang Chu's expression froze for a moment before he seemed to remember something, letting out a dry laugh and cupping his fists. "Two young ladies, please forgive me." Reuniting after such a long time, this one was a bit emotional and spoke without thinking. "I hope there won't be a next time." Hu Jiao Air snorted. Sure, I promise there won't be a next time." Xiang Chu nodded repeatedly before letting out a long sigh, his brow furrowed as he said, "But this one must first apologize to the two young ladies." "Oh." Hu Jiao Air's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at him faintly. Xiang Chu smiled wryly. "During that battle, the two young ladies fell into deep trouble. This one should have gone to rescue you, but unfortunately, my skills were lacking and my strength was too low, so I could only watch as the two young ladies were chased and captured. The two young ladies were gone for 2 to 3 months. Every time this one thought about it, it felt as if a knife had been twisted in his heart, making him unable to sleep at night. I wished I could sprout a pair of wings and fly to your side to ensure your safety." Suddenly, Xiang Chu smiled brilliantly. "Fortunately, the two young ladies have returned today, this one can rest assured." His smile was extremely sincere, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the light of the moon. However, the Hu sisters remained indifferent. Xiang Chu didn't seem to care, cupping his fists and saying, "Two young ladies have just returned from such a long journey, you must be tired. You should rest early and we'll talk some other time. If the two young ladies have any needs, please don't hesitate to tell this one. As long as it is within this one's ability, this one will definitely help." Finished speaking, Xiang Chu smiled and left. Chapter 352. Looking at Xiang Chu's back, Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Originally, when he saw that this group of people didn't like him, Kai Yang thought that this person was some kind of playboy. The Xiang family was a first-class family, so it was normal for a young lord from such a big family to be somewhat domineering. But now, seeing him behaving appropriately and generously, Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at his gentlemanly temperament and his free and easy demeanor. Yang Kai could clearly see this young man's love for the Hu sisters, and he had no intention of concealing it. However, even though Hu Jiao Air treated him so coldly, he didn't show any annoyance, nor did he continue to harass her. He could be considered a true man. Yang Kai didn't know why the Hu sisters and everyone else here didn't like him very much. However, there was always a cause for everything. Yang Kai also knew that people's hearts were unpredictable, so he intuitively felt that this Xiang Chu must have a side to him that others didn't know. After Xiang Chu's back disappeared, Fang Ziji leaned over to Yang Kai and chuckled, "Yang Kai, don't be fooled by that guy. He may look kind, but in fact his mouth is filled with honey and his heart is filled with swords. He is a shrewd schemer, otherwise he wouldn't have been the one to command this place." "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't mean to underestimate Xiang Chu. Bai Yunfeng, for example, was domineering and arrogant, treating people with kindness and evil written all over his face. He didn't have the slightest bit of scheming, so he wouldn't pose any threat to Yang Kai. Instead, it was people like Xiang Chu who needed to be wary. He's in charge of this place? Hu Jiao Air, on the other hand, heard something unusual and looked at Fang Ziji in surprise. What's going on? He's just a member of the younger generation, how can he be in charge of this place? Isn't there an elder of the Xiang family in charge? Fang Ziki was stunned for a moment before letting out a hollow laugh and turning his eyes to Guan Qilu. "The two young ladies must be tired from the long journey, you should rest first. I'll tell you later tonight." Guan Qilu hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right." Hu Jiao Air didn't press him. First of all, she had already noticed that something was not quite right. Second of all, she and her sister really did need to clean themselves up. After all, she had been hiding with Yang Kai for a whole month. She couldn't bear the filth on her body anymore. Women always preferred cleanliness. Yang Kai, come with me. Fong Ziki greeted him warmly. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang followed him. At night, a bonfire was lit outside. The people from Blood Group and Storm House were all gathered here. The bonfire flickered as Yang Kai and Fong Ziki roasted the game over the fire. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard, followed by complete silence. After a long time, Hu Jiao Air asked, "Uncle Lo, what's going on here?" The number of experts had suddenly decreased by a lot. Where are the high-level members of my Blood Group and Storm House? Before they left 2 or 3 months ago, there were still many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters here, but now that they had returned, there were less than 10 of them. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that there were less than 10 people left. Besides the 2 who were guarding Xiang Chu, the rest of the Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators weren't very strong. Although this location wasn't very important on the entire front line, it was still a small matter. But with so few masters here, it was simply too trivial. If the people on the other side of the mountain attacked, everyone here would likely be wiped out. Guan Qilu sighed and said faintly, "It's like this. A month ago, we received an order from the central capital's 8 great families to mobilize all the masters who participated in the encirclement of the ash-gray cloud evil land. It seems that the 8 great families and the demon lord are preparing for a final battle." "A final battle?" Hu Jiao Air exclaimed. Guan Qilu nodded slightly. "After all, this isn't a military battle. We're all just people who want to settle our grudges. After fighting for so long, everyone wants to end it quickly. It's probably because the 2 sides have reached some kind of consensus that most of the masters here have been transferred away, including your father." "Father also went," Hu Mei Air murmured. Although Hu Man was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master and was one of the strongest masters in the world, when compared to the rest of the world, he was nothing. Being pulled away to participate in the final battle, the slightest carelessness could result in his death. How could the Hu sisters not be worried? Our Storm Hall is also the same. Our master and elders have all left, and most of the masters on the other side of the mountain have also left. Fong Ziki smiled bitterly. His master was the Storm Hall's sect master, Xiao Ruahan. If it weren't for sect master's request, this old master wouldn't have been able to stay. Guan Qili's expression suddenly became gloomy. Sect master said that the 2 young ladies would definitely come back to find him one day, so he asked me to stay. First, to take care of these young people, and second, to wait for the 2 young ladies to return. Now it seems that sect master's decision was extremely wise. Speaking of this, Fong Ziki became extremely resentful and bitterly said, "If it weren't for Senior Guan's repeated protection, your blood battle gang and my Storm Hall would have already died." "What happened?" Hu Jiao Air's face sank. "It's just like that." Fong Ziki sneered. "Because our 2 sects are next to High Heaven Pavilion, everyone here doesn't like us very much. When the 2 of you were here, Xiang Chu still had to show off in front of you to gain more points, but when you disappeared, Xiang Chu simply no longer paid attention to you. Whenever there was any danger, our 2 sects' disciples would always be the ones to face it." With a cold expression, Fong Ziki said, "When we came here, there were more than 100 people, but now? There are only a dozen left." Having witnessed the tragic deaths of so many of his junior brothers and sisters, the pain in Fong Ziki's heart could be imagined. After a pause, Fong Ziki suddenly remembered something and looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. "Don't mind me, I didn't mean anything else." "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although Fong Ziki said this because he didn't want him to misunderstand, Yang Kai also knew that because of his relationship with High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were now in deep water. In this regard, it was indeed High Heaven Pavilion that had implicated their 2 sects. However, it was also those outside forces that were looking for trouble. Just because the Demon Lord was from a sect, High Heaven Pavilion was burned down, and even Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't escape. This was a bit too unreasonable. After listening to Guan Qili's explanation, Hu Jiao Air thoughtfully said, "If that's the case, then the battle here is even less important, right?" Guan Qilu nodded slightly. "Indeed. At the earliest, 3 to 5 days, and at the latest, half a month, the decisive battle will begin. The battle on the other side will determine the outcome of the battle. Therefore, whether it is us or the forces on the other side of the mountain, we don't care much about each other. All we need to do now is wait for the result, and we probably won't fight with the other side. Oh. Hu Jiao nodded slightly. So that's why the Xiang family is relieved to hand over the power here to Xiang Chu. Fang Ziki chuckled. They probably want to take advantage of this rare opportunity to temper him. Such an opportunity was rare. There were at least 5 or 6 forces gathered here, and with so many people gathered together, there was bound to be disputes. If Xiang Chu could handle the matters here, then he would definitely be able to handle the matters of the Xiang family and become the Xiang family's patriarch in the future. The Xiang clan was nurturing him as their future successor. After understanding these things, the Hu sisters immediately relaxed, but they were still worried about Hu Man's safety. The roasted game exuded a meaty aroma, and Yang Kai chewed without any scruples. The Hu sisters also couldn't resist the temptation and ate in a refined manner. This past month of following Yang Kai had been very difficult. As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere became harmonious and cheerful, especially when the remaining people thought that they would soon be able to return to the sect. Fang Ziki somehow managed to get some wine and started drinking with Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't fear him and started to fight with him on the spot. While they were enjoying themselves, a group of people casually approached them from the darkness. Leading the group was a man and a woman. Both of them didn't look very old. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. This was especially so for that woman. Her figure was enchanting, and her tight clothes outlined her exquisite waist. Her top had no sleeves, and her 2 snow-white jade arms were exposed. Even in the dark of the night, one could clearly see the tender whiteness of her snow-white skin. The 2 people walked towards them with a strange smile on their face, followed by many people. When they were about 10 feet away, the man suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground. Along with his movement, a large amount of sand flew out, covering the faces of the people from Blood Group and Stormhouse. Ouch! The man cried out in an exaggerated manner, as if he was in a hurry to stabilize his pace. The people from Blood Group and Stormhouse were laughing and eating, but who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Realizing that something was wrong, Guan Qi casually waved his hand, but was unable to block all the sand. Surprisingly, there was some true essence hidden in the sand. Poo poo poo. Everyone was hit by the sand, many of them felt a burning pain on their faces, even the wine and barbecued meat on the bonfire became dirty. Suddenly, most of the people from Blood Group and Stormhouse stood up, looking at the newcomer with unkind eyes. The man pretended to twist his waist, and with a frightened expression, he said, "I almost fell." The woman giggled and said, "Brother Xie Rong, how could you be so careless?" Xie Rong said, "Junior sister Li Fu doesn't know, but brother was watching the monkey play, and was careless and distracted." Li Fu covered her mouth and chuckled, looking around with an innocent face. She said, "Brother really knows how to joke, this late at night. Where did this monkey come from? How come junior sister didn't see it?" Xie Rong laughed. "Junior sister, your eyes are not good. This monkey not only knows how to play, but also knows how to eat meat and drink wine. Don't you think it strange?" Li Fu was surprised. "Really, there is such a clever monkey under the heavens. Junior sister really wants to see it? Where is it? Where is it?" As she said this, her beautiful eyes looked towards the bonfire, a trace of contempt and disdain on her charming face. The 2 people were pointing at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree. How could the people from Blood Group and Stormhouse not understand? Their faces immediately became gloomy. Chapter 353. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had not been doing well these days. Not only were they often assigned to the most dangerous positions in the battle against the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, but even when they rested in this camp, they were often ridiculed. There were 5 or 6 forces gathered here, and with the exception of the Xiang family, which was a first-class family, the others were all second- or third-class sects. These forces, in terms of combat strength and manpower, were almost the same as Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. Some were even slightly inferior, but they still dared to throw stones at them. When they were in a good mood, they would mock them, but when they were in a bad mood, they would curse them. It was as if the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall owed them something. When Hu Man and Xiao Ruahan were still here, there were still some people who acted as deterrents, but now that they were gone, only the younger generation of disciples remained. Among them, the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were the worst. These days, the people from Wind and Rain Road and Blood Battle Gang had been provoked and cursed at more than 2 or 3 times, but because many of their disciples had died, only a dozen or so had survived, they could only endure. Fong Ziki and his group were in the eye of the storm, so naturally they weren't willing to provoke any trouble. Enduring and retreating time and time again made the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court think they were easy to bully. Today, seeing them lighting a bonfire, drinking and eating meat, how could they be willing to let go of such an opportunity? In any case, there was no war here, so if they didn't have some fun, how could they pass the long night? The dozen or so people from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang didn't affect Xie Rong and Li Fu in the slightest, both of them still wearing calm and disdainful smiles. It was as if they didn't put these people in their eyes at all, but the look in their eyes was also intriguing. "Sit down." Guan Qi Li's old face was gloomy as he rolled his eyes and ordered everyone. The dozen or so younger generation disciples gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, but they had no choice but to swallow their anger and slowly sit down. Although they were young and full of vigor, they also knew that if they really had a conflict with the other side, the ones who would suffer in the end would still be their group. Not to mention whether or not they could win in a real fight. Even if they won, they would be pursued by the Xiang family afterwards. At that time, the situation of the two sects would be even worse. The dozen or so people sat down one by one. Fong Ziki was the last to sit down. The smile on his face was rather sinister, and the flesh on his face was trembling. Even if his heart was filled with unhappiness, he had to endure it. Yang Kai's expression was calm. He shook off a few grains of dust from the barbecued meat on his hand and looked at the newcomer calmly. Some of these people were at the Yuan Qi realm, but many of them were at the separation and reunion realm. Their strength was not very high. However, Yang Kai's sharp senses told him that several strands of divine sense were currently covering the entire area. 2 of them were vigilant and hostile. It should be Xie Rong and Li Fu's elders who were monitoring the situation here to prevent Guan Qi Lu from harming them. In addition, there were 2 other divine senses that were much more powerful. They were the divine senses of the 2 masters around Xiangchu. Noticing this, Yang Kai grinned and laughed silently. In the past, the members of Storm House and Blood Group had endured. Xie Rong and the others would not continue to provoke them, but today they were obviously not willing to give up. After the group of people sat back down, Xie Rong and Li Fu not only didn't leave but instead took 2 steps forward. Li Fu covered her mouth and smiled towards the Hu sisters. Opening her mouth, she asked, "2 little sisters, I trust you have been well since we last met. I heard that the 2 of you managed to escape from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Elder sister is very curious. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land is filled with evil demons, and the 2 of you are so beautiful, attracting so much attention. How did you manage to escape?" Hu Jiao'er's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Li Fu with some displeasure, asking lightly, "What do you want to say?" Li Fu giggled and said in a tender voice, "Elder sister is very curious about how 2 little sisters came back safely. If it is convenient, can you tell elder sister about it? For example, what kind of people did you meet along the way, what did you encounter, and how many times did you have to sell your bodies to be able to survive in the hands of those demons?" When Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei-er heard this, their faces suddenly became gloomy. "Sorry, elder sister said the wrong thing," Li Fu chuckled. Although she apologized, her expression did not show the slightest hint of regret. The men behind her were now looking at the Hu sisters with strange gazes. It was as if they were looking at 2 pairs of broken shoes. Their gazes were filled with disdain, as well as unconcealable greed. "I'm also very curious." Xie Rong grinned. "Not only are we curious, everyone here is curious about what kind of method the 2 of you used to come back alive from that place." Hu Jiao'er's face was gloomy, her chest heaving up and down, but suddenly she smiled and said, "What does this have to do with you?" Naturally, it has to do with us. Li Fu chuckled. If the two of you didn't rely on selling your body to escape safely from that place, then you must have colluded with the evil demons there, otherwise why would they let you go? Perhaps you are the eyes of those evil demons here. If you are spies of the ash-gray cloud evil land, then there must be someone monitoring you. That's right. Xie Rong's expression suddenly became cold, his eyes suddenly turning to Yang Kai, staring at him fiercely. This friend looks unfamiliar, where did you come from? Yang Kai, who was eating, couldn't help but furrow his brow when he heard this question. Only then did he realize that this group of people had come for him. The previous provocation was all just a setup. It's not convenient to say. Shaking his head, Yang Kai said indifferently. Is it because you don't dare, or is it not convenient to say? Li Fu also asked with a sneer. Xie Rong calmly stared at the Hu sisters. He was brought here by the two of you. You should be clear about his origins, right? I don't know, we met on the road. Hu Jiao shook her head. How could they casually talk about Yang Kai's origin? Storm Hall's Blood Battle Gang had suffered a great disaster just because they were next door to High Heaven Pavilion. If they told them about Yang Kai's master, there was no telling what kind of chaos would ensue. Casually fabricating a background would be even more unreliable, and they would likely be exposed on the spot. Sure enough, there's a problem. Xie Rong shouted, waving his hand. Capture them. Who dares? Fang Ziki shouted, standing up as a majestic yuan qi erupted from his body. As soon as he moved, the others immediately moved, all of them staring vigilantly at the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. The latter naturally wouldn't back down, drawing their weapons and secretly urging their yuan qi. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense. Heh. Xie Rong grinned. You dare to shelter someone from the ash-gray cloud evil land? You're all dead. Xie Rong's smile was quite strange, as if his plan had succeeded, but his smile soon faded and he quickly shouted, Begin! As soon as his voice fell, the two divine senses entrenched in the ground suddenly transformed into sharp attacks filled with killing intent that rushed straight towards Yang Kai's mind. Realizing the situation was bad, Guan Qi Li's complexion changed greatly as he shouted, Be careful! The two silent attacks broke into Yang Kai's mind, but before they could penetrate, they lost their bearings. Yang Kai's expression sank as his eyes became cold. He had thought that this group of people was just trying to provoke him, but now it seemed that was obviously not the case. Following the direction of the two attacking divine senses, a purple light flashed across the night sky. A bone-piercing chill suddenly spread out before disappearing without a trace, causing everyone present to wonder if they had experienced some kind of illusion. Two muffled sounds rang out not far away, and the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court both paled, their eyes instantly becoming bloodshot as they nearly fell to the ground. At that moment, both of them were simultaneously attacked by a strange soul skill. This strange soul skill was mixed with a large amount of evil and frigid coldness, almost freezing their knowledge seas. Fortunately, they sensed something was wrong and immediately counterattacked, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Quickly recovering, the two of them glanced at each other and saw the horror and panic in each other's eyes. Outside, Yang Kai had already moved. After using his soul skill to counterattack the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Yang Kai's figure flashed like a gust of wind, instantly arriving in front of Xie Rong. Xie Rong's expression hadn't yet disappeared when a big hand grabbed his neck and sent out a wave of hot true yang yuan qi, causing Xie Rong's neck to burn painfully. Just as Xie Rong let out a pitiful cry, a fist smashed into his eyes, instantly causing him to become dizzy and unable to see anything. Li Fu's pretty face paled, never having expected that Yang Kai would actually be able to survive the attack of two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Before she had time to react, Yang Kai's other hand also grabbed her slender neck. Both hands simultaneously pushed towards the middle, Xie Rong and Li Fu slammed into each other, and under the tremendous force and speed, both of them felt half of their bodies go numb. The yuan qi they had hurriedly circulated was also forced back by this collision. Both of them were elites from their respective sects, but at this moment, in front of Yang Kai, they were as fragile as two children, unable to resist at all. Asterisk prng prng. Asterisk both of them were thrown to the ground like meteors, leaving two human-shaped craters in the ground as the sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by a series of pitiful screams. It wasn't until this moment that everyone present finally recovered. Shwa shwa shwa. The disciples of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court all stared vigilantly at Yang Kai, each of them preparing their own moves. Who dares move? Yang Kai stomped his foot on Li Fu's beautiful face, pressing half of her face into the dirt, this violent and barbaric action causing everyone's eyelids to twitch. In his other hand, Yuan Qi condensed into a solid Yuan Qi, like a dagger, and pressed against Xie Rong's chest. Under the darkness of the night, the flickering bonfire illuminated Yang Kai's gloomy face, making him look extremely terrifying. The people from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang were all dumbfounded, standing in place, their faces filled with disbelief. Who dares move? Fong Ziki was the first to recover, angrily shouting as he threw a jug of wine onto the bonfire. With a loud crash, under the influence of alcohol, the bonfire was like a fire dragon, soaring several meters into the sky, making the scene even more intense. Chapter 354. As the bonfire flickered and crackled, countless pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. Worry, surprise, shock, horror, humiliation, anger, all kinds of emotions were revealed. Among the Thunderlight Sect's people, a young man stepped forward and stared at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. "This friend, if you have something to say, can we talk it out? Can you release her first?" The people from Soaring Rainbow Court also immediately responded, someone shouting, "Release senior sister Li Fu." She was a proud daughter of the heavens within her own sect, a figure that was looked up to and admired by countless fellow disciples. At this moment, her face that was like a flower was actually being stepped on by someone with a smelly foot. How could those young people from the Soaring Rainbow Court be able to endure this? This was blasphemy. This was an insult. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he grinned. "What do you say? We didn't do anything to you, friend. Don't you think you've gone too far?" The young man from Thunderlight Sect replied humbly. "Interesting." Yang Kai grinned, tilting his head and looking towards Guanqi Lu. "Senior, what do you think?" Of all the people present, except for Guanqi Lu, who was an immortal ascension boundary master, none of them had reached the immortal ascension boundary, so naturally they weren't aware of the danger just now. The two soul skill attacks from the Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court's masters had been silent. If it weren't for Yang Kai having cultivated his divine sense and also having a defensive soul skill, he would likely have died by now. In the eyes of others, just because Xie Rong had shouted, Yang Kai had taken the initiative to attack, and his approach was quite barbaric and overbearing. But the actual situation was only clear to Yang Kai and Guanqi Lu. Guanqi Lu was also slightly stunned, not understanding how Yang Kai was able to remain unscathed. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Guanqi Lu quickly stood up, his expression no longer as casual as before as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. Narrowing his eyes and pondering for a moment, Guanqi Lu sneered, "This is intolerable." "How what senior said is right." Yang Kai laughed. The foot that was stepping on Li Fu's face increased in strength. "How dare you treat me like this?" Li Fu screamed. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately ate a mouthful of sand. Her pretty face was devoid of color, and her eyes were filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Her strength was not very high, and her aptitude was also not very good. However, in a second-class sect like Soaring Rainbow Court, her status was already considered quite good. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, naturally she could get wind and rain whenever she wanted. She was also quite proud and arrogant. Except for Xiang Chu, she had never put any other man in her eyes. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Feeling the sand in her mouth and imagining herself being stepped on, Li Fu almost fainted. "Shut up." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. F***CKU? Xie Rong was obviously unwilling to be controlled by others. The moment he opened his mouth, he started cursing. Before he could even utter a single word, He opened his mouth wide and welcomed Yang Kai's fist. With a bang, the second half of Xie Rong's sentence was swallowed back into his stomach. 5 or 6 teeth fell out of his mouth, and in an instant his mouth was full of blood. A look of panic filled his face. He no longer dared to speak. Stop! It wasn't until this moment that the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court rushed over. After the two of them were attacked by Yang Kai's soul skill, they immediately realized that the situation was not good and quickly rushed over, but still failed to arrive in time. Asterisk schwa schwa asterisk the two of them appeared 10 meters in front of Yang Kai at the same time, staring at him coldly and vigilantly. Guan Qi Le quietly moved his body, placing himself in the middle of the room. Yang Kai raised his eyes and calmly stared at the two newcomers. The strength of these two wasn't very high, even lower than Guan Qi Le, only Immortal Ascension Boundary Second Stage Masters. After all, the real masters had already been transferred away. The ones who remained were only there to look after the younger generation. There was no need for them to be too strong. The three of them stared at each other, the atmosphere heavy and awkward. After a long time, the two of them glanced over at Xie Rong, whose mouth was covered in blood, and Li Fu, whose face was half buried in the dirt. Their old faces couldn't help blushing slightly. Their juniors being bullied like this was a loss of face for them. What's more, this was a situation where the two of them had launched a sneak attack first, making them seem even more incompetent. Thank you for your advice. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunderlight Sect said. Same here. Yang Kai replied in a lukewarm manner. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Soaring Rainbow Court coughed dryly and hesitantly said, Young man, let them go first. It's not good to see them like this. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. The man's face sank slightly. Why do you have to be like this? The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunderlight Sect also wore a disgruntled expression, coldly saying, Young man, for what happened just now, these two old masters will apologize to you. How about you let them go first? You need to know when to leave a line for others in the future. His words were ambiguous, so the others thought he was apologizing because of Xie Rong and Li Fu's rudeness, but Yang Kai knew he was referring to the sneak attack on him. Grinning widely, Yang Kai replied, There are some things that can't be solved by apologizing. What do you want? The Thunderlight Sect Master's face suddenly sank. Although he knew Yang Kai wasn't simple, there was no need for him to fear him. Right now, because Xie Rong and Li Fu's lives were in the hands of this young man, he had no choice but to lower his pride. For him, this was already his limit. I don't want to do anything. Yang Kai sneered, the Yuan Qi in his hand pulsing like a poisonous snake, extremely dangerous. What he wanted to figure out the most right now was why these two people wanted to kill him. He had just returned here with the Hu sisters today, so there was no reason for him to suddenly attract such murderous intent. Directly asking them would definitely not give him an answer, but Yang Kai vaguely felt that this matter was a bit strange. Perhaps it was because someone was competing with him for his affection. This old master advises you to release them quickly, otherwise you will regret it for the rest of your life. The Thunderlight Sect Master was too proud to continue arguing with Yang Kai. As he spoke, his Yuan Qi began to fluctuate, as if it would immediately attack Yang Kai if he didn't release them. Are you threatening me? Yang Kai frowned, a trace of hostility appearing on his face. You can think of it that way. The Thunderlight Sect Master replied coldly. What about you? Yang Kai turned his gaze to the Soaring Rainbow Court Master, his eyes flashing dangerously. The man simply snorted. He didn't say anything, obviously he had the same intention. Good. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his expression suddenly becoming ferocious, the Yuan Qi in his hands instantly pulsing as he attacked Xie Rong and Li Fu's shoulders. Accompanied by two crisp sounds, Xie Rong and Li Fu's faces suddenly paled and then screams came from their mouths. Both of them had their arms broken. The faces of the Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court's masters changed greatly as they stared at Yang Kai in horror and disbelief, never having expected him to be so crazy. Guan Qilu also looked at him like he was a madman. His expression was strange. All the young men were the same. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he glanced at the two men, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Coldly snorting, he said, "Next time, I will hit them in the chest." "You dare." The Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court masters were furious. If they really were hit in the chest, how could Xie Rong and Li Fu survive? "You can try." Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. The two couldn't help feeling slightly stunned. They didn't see the slightest hesitation or fear on Yang Kai's face, nor did they hear any threat or joke in his tone. What he said was the truth. Only now did the two understand that this young man in front of them was not afraid of them at all, otherwise he wouldn't have acted so decisively. Moreover, with his personality, he was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force, so the threats of the two had obviously angered him. "Tell us, what will it take for you to give up?" The Soaring Rainbow Court's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master took a deep breath and asked. "You can't give me the answer I want." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes shifting slightly as he stared towards a certain spot in the darkness. In that direction, Xiang Chu couldn't help pinching his nose. His elegant face suddenly showed an interesting grin. "Young Master?" The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master behind him couldn't help frowning. "Is he looking at you?" Xiang Chu nodded gently. "He knows I'm here. How did he know?" "This young man's intuition is too sharp." "Perhaps." Xiang Chu also had a strange feeling in his heart, but he didn't have a better explanation, so he thought about it for a moment. Smiling freely, he took the lead and walked out. A moment later, he arrived at the scene of the incident and called out to Chu Yang, "What happened? Why did I hear the sound of fighting?" It seemed that the person in charge had appeared, so the tense atmosphere between the two sides suddenly eased a lot. However, the disciples from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't help feeling worried, while the disciples from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were gloating. They all felt that Yang Kai's blatant attack on Xie Rong and Li Fu would definitely result in him being held accountable and punished. "Young Master Xiang." The three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters present quickly saluted Xiang Chu. Xiang Chu just nodded faintly and smiled gently towards the Hu sisters. Xie Rong and Li Fu also scrambled to shout, "Young Master Xiang, help us. This person wants to kill us." Before they could finish their words, Yang Kai swung his hand and sent out 2 slaps. The 2 slaps were loud and harsh in the dark night. Xiang Chu couldn't help but frown slightly as he stared at Yang Kai from a distance of more than a dozen meters. There was a faint displeasure in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "Young Master Xiang, the situation is like this." The Thunderlight Sect's master quickly stepped forward and reported what had just happened. Xiang Chu, on the other hand, raised his hand and swept his eyes over the crowd before finally settling on Hu Mei Er. "Mei Er, tell me what happened?" Hu Mei Er was so concerned about Yang Kai that she didn't care about the way Xiang Chu called her and immediately explained what had just happened. "Is that so?" After listening to her, Xiang Chu turned to the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court and asked. These people hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to answer, only able to turn their eyes to their respective elders. Xiang Chu sneered, "What's wrong? This young lord's question, is no one going to answer?" Everyone quickly lowered their heads and replied in unison, "Yes." Xiang Chu smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then Xie Rong and Li Fu were in the wrong. Although we are all from different sects, since we are all here, we are all part of the resistance against the ash-gray cloud evil land, so we should help each other. You provoked others first, so it is only natural for this friend to teach you a lesson. You can't blame anyone for being inferior, so why don't you hurry up and apologize to Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang?" Chapter 355. Apologize? When the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. The other juniors were also stunned and stared at Xiang Chu in confusion. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. "Young Master Xiang." Xie Rong had lost several of his teeth, so when he spoke, he couldn't help but shout out in humiliation. He had hoped that Xiang Chu would stand up for him and uphold justice, but as soon as he saw the fierce look in Xiang Chu's eyes, He quickly swallowed his words back down. Smiling warmly, Xiang Chu turned to Yang Kai and cupped his fists. This Xiang Chu has failed in his management, causing Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall to suffer such grievances. Now that you've vented your anger, this Xiang Chu will act as a mediator. Friends, where possible, let's be lenient. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, but Xiang Chu can guarantee that something like this will never happen again. While smiling, Xiang Chu cupped his fists and apologized, his words sincere, expression sincere, and attitude friendly, as if he really was the one who had made a mistake. Xiang Chu's sudden humility surprised everyone present. The younger generation of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall suddenly felt proud and elated, their hearts filled with joy. They didn't know that Yang Kai had just encountered a moment ago and only thought that this was just an ordinary fight. Xie Rong and Li Fu, who had always ridiculed them, had now suffered a big loss, and now Xiang Chu was siding with them. How could they not be satisfied? Only Fang Ziki and the Hu sisters stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Separated by a few dozen meters, Yang Kai stared at Xiang Chu with a scorching gaze. It wasn't until this moment that he truly understood what it meant to be extremely shrewd. What happened just now had been monitored by the two masters behind Xiang Chu with their divine senses. Xiang Chu himself had also seen everything clearly from a short distance away, but he still pretended not to know anything and walked over to ask. This person really was a hypocrite with a silver tongue. Is there anything this friend is not satisfied with? If you have any requests, don't hesitate to apologize. Xiang Chu said with a smile. Young Lord Xiang upholding justice. Naturally I am satisfied. Yang Kai grinned. That's good. That's good. Xiang Chu said with a relieved expression as he laughed happily. Let's turn big things into small ones. We're all fellow Taoists, so there's no need to keep targeting each other. You should know that our enemy is the ash-gray cloud evil land. Friend, please release these people first. They really are an eyesore. But Yang Kai nodded and threw out his feet. With two bangs, Xie Rong and Li Fu flew back to their respective camps like ragged sacks. Their respective elders caught them and threw them out. He broke a few more of their ribs. Xiang Chu's eyes couldn't help narrowing, but Yang Kai simply smiled back at him, not showing any signs of fear. Little brat. Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters angrily shouted. Apologize. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at them. His eyes were as cold as the cold wind, and his tone was unquestionable. Their faces were filled with anger. Glaring furiously, Yang Kai turned his gaze towards Xiang Chu, causing the latter's face to twitch slightly before he nodded. Seeing Xiang Chu's gesture, even if the two were unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. In a muffled voice, Xiang Chu said, For what happened just now, I apologize to the Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall brothers. This old master will strictly discipline his disciples and won't allow them to provoke us again. Scram. Yang Kai sneered. Let's go. The Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court masters each carried Xie Rong and Li Fu, leading a group of extremely sullen young disciples away. After they left, Xiang Chu turned to the Hu sisters and smiled gently before politely withdrawing. Around the bonfire, after a long silence, the disciples of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall burst into laughter and stared at Yang Kai in awe, all of them regarding him as a hero. Although the people here belonged to the three great sects, since they had come here, there was no difference between sects. Everyone had worked together and had long since been twisted into a rope. Yang Kai's strong display of strength had caused all of them to feel excited. Only Guan Qi had a frown on his face, looking somewhat worried. The Hu sisters quietly stepped forward and Hu Jiao Air whispered, What happened just now? It's nothing. Yang Kai shook his head gently. What happened just now, those who knew would have a tacit understanding, there was no need to expose it. Fang Ziki also came up and although he had some doubts in his heart, he didn't ask much and just said, Shall we continue drinking? Come. Yang Kai smiled. Inside Xiang Chu's house. The masters of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court had already settled the injured Xie Rong and Li Fu and arrived. The door opened, and Xiang Chufeng walked in with great haste. He sat down on a chair, and the two guardians behind him stood silently on either side of him. "Greetings, young Master Xiang." The masters of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court hurriedly saluted, their expressions filled with anger. Xiang Chu glanced at them faintly and asked with a chuckle, "Tell me, what happened just now? Why is that little brat still alive and kicking?" The masters of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court glanced at each other and explained what had just happened. After listening to their explanation, Xiang Chu narrowed his eyes and asked, "You mean to say that not only was your soul skill blocked by him, but you were also injured by his soul skill?" The two men's faces turned red as they braced themselves and nodded. The master of Thunderlight Sect quickly added, "I know this reason is a bit far-fetched, but this is the truth. Please understand, young Master Xiang." "I know, I don't doubt you." Xiang Chu nodded lightly before suddenly turning to the two masters behind him and asking, "What do you think?" One of them said, "If that's the case, that young man must have a high-grade soul-type artifact on him." The other said, "It's also possible that he has two. One for defense and one for attack, otherwise, with his current realm, it would have been impossible for him to use his soul skill." Xiang Chu nodded slightly, "I think so too." Suddenly, he smiled brilliantly. "Interesting, he actually has a soul-type artifact on him. That's not something an ordinary person can possess." The eyes of the Thunderlight Sect's master became cold, quietly asking, "Young Master Xiang, do you have the ability?" Xiang Chu coldly snorted, "As long as we can entangle Guanqi Lu, we have full confidence we can take that little brat's head." "No need, we've already alerted the enemy." Xiang Chu slowly shook his head, his expression somewhat unpleasant. "Right, how are Xie Rong and Li Fu's injuries?" Xiang Chu asked with concern. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court gratefully replied, "That little brat's attack was very heavy. But at least he left them some leeway and didn't take their lives. They should be able to recover after a few days of rest." Xiang Chu nodded. Then he motioned to the guardians behind him. One of them casually tossed a bottle to the two masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Xiang Chu said, "This is a special healing pill from my Xiang family. After you return, give it to them with warm water. They should be able to recover in 10 days or so." "Many thanks, young Lord Xiang." The two masters were overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. "Go back." Xiang Chu waved his hand and the two quickly withdrew. "Young Master." After the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court left, one of the old men behind Xiang Chu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why were you so polite to that young man? That little brat really isn't simple, but he's not worth you swallowing such humiliation." Xiang Chu smiled lightly and slowly got up. "The first time I saw him, I knew he was very strong. Didn't you notice that he was completely fearless today? Even when the two of you appeared, his momentum was still fierce. With such an indifferent expression, that little brat is obviously not an ordinary person. I can't see through him, so for the time being, I don't want to make a move on him. But in a few days, once the decisive battle is over, we should return. We should go back now. Young Master, aren't you determined to get the Hu sisters?" Xiang Chu smiled and nodded. So before we return, we must resolve this matter, otherwise, it will be difficult for us to meet again in the future." Today's matter. It was also because the Hu sisters were quite close to Yang Kai that Xiang Chu wanted to get rid of Yang Kai, so he had sent Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court to provoke him. After killing Yang Kai, he would punish Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court so the Hu sisters would naturally feel grateful. Unexpectedly, things didn't go as planned and Yang Kai turned out to be so tyrannical. Stretching his waist, Xiang Chu said, "That's all for now, this young lord is going to rest first." The two guardians glanced at each other, neither of them understanding what their young master was thinking. Tonight's action had been so urgent, but now he seemed indifferent. They really didn't know what he was planning to do. For the next 10 days, everything was peaceful. Although the confrontation with the ash-gray cloud evil land continued, whether it was on one side or the other, everyone's mind was focused on the final battle, so it was impossible to fight. After Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suffered a big loss that night, they didn't dare to provoke anyone again. Even the people from the other forces, when they saw Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall at this moment, would take a detour. Yang Kai had been in retreat all this time. It was rare for him to have such a quiet cultivation environment where he wouldn't be disturbed by external affairs, so naturally he wouldn't slack off. After half a month of cultivation, his Yuan Qi 6th stage cultivation had been consolidated again and again, and he wasn't far from breaking through to the Yuan Qi 7th stage. Half a month later, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air rushed into Kai Yang's secluded retreat. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at the two sisters and asked. "We have to go out for a while." Hu Jiao Air smiled sweetly. "Xiang Chu said that this is our last mission and that after we complete it, we can go home." When it came to going home, the two sisters were quite excited. "I'll go with you," Yang Kai said and stood up. Hu Jiao Air's expression darkened as she quickly said, "You can't go." Hu Mei Air said, "Your identity is unknown. If you go with us, it will only make others suspicious." Hu Jiao Air nodded slightly. "Thanks to Xie Rong, many people now suspect that you are a spy from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he looked at them thoughtfully. "How many people will go out this time?" "All of them will go. Only a few people will stay behind to guard this place. You will also stay here and wait for us to come back. If it's short, it will be half a day. If it's long, it will be 2 to 3 days." Hu Jiao Air laughed. "When this mission is completed, elder sister will take you home." Chapter 356. Tai Fong Mountain, atop a ridge. More than 100 cultivators were scattered around, vigilantly and carefully lying in ambush. According to Xiang Chu, the spies on the other side of Tai Fong Mountain had sent back accurate information that a group of Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land cultivator would arrive today to launch a final sneak attack. Therefore, he had ordered his people to lie in ambush here and prepare to intercept the enemy forces. Originally, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were skeptical about this news. After all, both sides had been at peace for so long, so why would the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land suddenly attack at the last moment? However, as time passed, and a group of cultivators really sneaked in, their doubts were dispelled. There weren't many people, only about 60 to 70 of them. Among them, the number of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was quite small. Under Xiang Chu's effective arrangement and command, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land invaders were forced to throw away their helmets and flee in panic, suffering heavy casualties. This battle didn't last long, only about half a day's worth of time. When the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall returned victorious and gathered, they found that many cultivators were missing from the crowd. Taking a closer look, they found that the missing people were all from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Everyone realized that something was wrong. Xiang Chu. Hu Jiao Air went straight to the Xiang family's young lord and calmly asked, "Where are Xie Rong and Li Fu?" Xiang Chu was slightly startled and suspiciously asked, "Didn't they go with you to hunt down the enemy?" Hu Jiao Air's face went cold. "I haven't seen them since the beginning of the battle." Xiang Chu's expression also changed, frowning for a moment. Staring at Hu Jiao Air in horror, he said, "That means we're in trouble. Quickly return." As he spoke, he hastily led a group of people back. Hu Jiao Air stared at his back and grit her teeth, but there was nothing she could do, so she and her sister could only increase their speed to the limit. They madly retreated. The people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suddenly disappeared. Their whereabouts were obvious. It wasn't that Hu Jiao Air wasn't worried that these two families would find trouble with Yang Kai, but because this time, everyone had participated in this operation. Moreover, the two families' forces were under her nose and she could monitor their movements at any time, so Hu Jiao Air wasn't too worried. Hu knew that they would disappear after the battle started. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Now it seems, today's mission was most likely a premeditated trap. Anxious, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air both activated their twin Qi shared spirit divine art, and their speed suddenly doubled. Two beautiful figures flew past Xiang Chu like two meteors. Xiang Chu's eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly as he stared at the Hu sisters with some surprise. seemingly not having expected them to be so strong. In the camp, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his bed, circulating his true Yang secret art, as if he was silently waiting for something. He did not have to wait long. After the Hu sisters left, in less than a day and night, the divine sense that was spread out detected an abnormal movement. She opened her eyes, which were shining brightly. A cold smile appeared on her face as she softly muttered to herself, "Have they come?" Ever since he found out that Hu Jiao Air and the others were going out to carry out a mission, he had been extremely worried. Yang Kai realized that someone had come to deal with him. Among the people here, except for the two masters from the Xiong family, Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone. It was impossible for the two masters from the Xiong family to make a move. They had to follow Xiong Chu at all times to prevent any accidents, so even if Yang Kai understood the current situation, he had no intention of leaving. Shwa shwa shwa. The sound of clothes fluttering could be heard all around. The people who had come had no intention of hiding, so they openly surrounded the place where Yang Kai was. After a while, everything returned to calm, and only a faint murderous intent and hostility could be felt. "Since you've come, there's no need to hide." Yang Kai shouted loudly, standing up and waving his fists in all directions. Fist shadows filled the sky, and the house he was in collapsed with a loud boom. Dust flew everywhere, and smoke filled the air. After the dust had settled, the figures of the people around him entered his eyes. Xie Rong from Thunderlight Sect and Li Fu from Soaring Rainbow Court stared at Yang Kai with eyes filled with deep hatred. That night, both of them had suffered a big loss at Yang Kai's hands and had been severely humiliated. Even now, Xie Rong didn't dare to open his mouth, lest others see his ugly appearance with broken teeth. There were a total of 30 to 40 people from the two factions, and except for the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters he had met that night, the rest were all disciples of the younger generation. A triumphant laugh sounded as Xie Rong shouted, "Little brat, let's see if you die this time." Li Fu also sneered, "I'll make you pay the price. No one has ever treated me like this before." The two of them had been seriously injured, but with the help of the pills given by their elders and Xiong Chu, they had basically fully recovered after half a month. Knowing that this time they could come to Yang Kai without any worries, the two of them naturally couldn't wait to take revenge. "You're not good, too weak." Yang Kai sneered contemptuously, the disdain on his face obvious. Xie Rong and Li Fu both blushed at the same time, unable to help recalling the scene when they were completely powerless against Yang Kai that night, their self-confidence suddenly taking a hit. "Young man, you're too arrogant." The Thunderlight Sect's master coldly snorted and stepped forward, staring at Yang Kai indifferently. "With these two old masters here, do you think you can still get away scot-free today?" Yang Kai chuckled, tilting his head as he looked at these two and asked casually, "All of this was instigated by Xiong Chu, right? Including that night's events." The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters both sneered but didn't answer. Yang Kai already had a plan in mind, nodding casually. "What benefits did he give you that you want to offend me like this?" The Thunderlight Sect's master sneered, "Who do you think you are? After today, you'll be nothing but a pile of bones, so what if we offend you?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he grinned, "The price of offending me, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it." As soon as his voice fell, a purple light suddenly rushed out from his mind. "Soul skill. Scatter!" The Soaring Rainbow Court's master roared. At the same time, he released his divine sense in an attempt to intercept Yang Kai's attack. That night, he had suffered a small loss, so he naturally knew the strangeness of this move, so he had used his full strength in this attack. However, this time, his soul skill seemed to be somewhat different from last time. After the purple light rushed to the side, it suddenly exploded. A ripple visible to the naked eye swept out, and all the young disciples who were swept by it painfully clutched their heads. Miserable howls rang out one after another. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' eyes bulged. Not having expected Yang Kai's soul skill to have such a change, they were caught off guard. They simply couldn't stop it. While he was in a daze, the purple lights rushed out one after another. It was like a calm lake that had a stone thrown into it, causing ripples to appear one after another. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 ripples spread out. All the young disciples who were swept by these ripples suddenly went silent, all of their eyes bloodshot, blood flowing from their ears and nostrils as they collapsed to the ground. In an instant, 7 or 8 people died at the same time. These people's strength wasn't high, and they didn't have artifacts to defend against soul skills. How could they withstand such destruction? Junior, you court death. The 2 masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court flew into a rage, simultaneously attacking Yang Kai from left and right. Laughing loudly, Yang Kai once again displayed his soul skill, attacking the 2 masters at the same time. Pushing out his palms, Yang Kai activated his White Tiger and Divine Ox seals as he stepped into the void, his figure flickering as he flew towards the Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court disciples, using the Burning Sun's 3-layer bursts one after another. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, the group of young disciples were simply unable to cope with Kai Yang's onslaught. The weaker ones were instantly killed, their chests caved in, while the stronger ones were unable to withstand Kai Yang's one strike. As soon as they came into contact with Kai Yang's attack, they were severely injured and unable to get up. Only Xie Rong and Li Fu, desperately working together, managed to block Yang Kai, but they were still sent flying several dozen meters before falling to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had just torn apart the White Tiger and Divine Ox Beast souls when they saw Yang Kai slaughtering their way through the crowd of disciples. In just a short time, another 5 or 6 people had been killed, causing them to bristle with anger as they roared, "Little brat, you dare. Whether I dare or not, I've already done it." Yang Kai grinned, wringing the neck of a Thunderlight Sect disciple with one hand before tossing him aside, his body tumbling 5 or 6 times before coming to a stop, a miserable death. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' hearts were practically dripping blood. Today, the 2 of them had led a team to find trouble with Yang Kai, fully confident that they would be able to capture him easily, but they hadn't expected that after only a few moments of fighting, more than a dozen of their own people would die while the other side would remain unscathed. Hurriedly chasing after Yang Kai, they managed to stop him from continuing his slaughter. "Everyone get away!" The Soaring Rainbow Court Master roared. Hearing this shout, the remaining survivors all fled several dozen meters away with ugly expressions, their eyes trembling as they stared towards the center of the field. Not needing to worry about the casualties of their young disciples, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters gradually let loose, attacking from the left and right. Their attacks were fierce, their Yuan Qi dispersed like a fog, enveloping Yang Kai, each of them ruthlessly attacking, not leaving him any room to maneuver. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also quite sullen. When an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master faced an Yuan Qi Master, their greatest advantage was their soul skills, but in front of Yang Kai, not only did they not dare to use them, they also had to guard against his soul attacks, so the depression in their hearts could be imagined. The battle between the 3 was exceptionally fierce. Although Kai Yang was at an absolute disadvantage, being completely suppressed by the 2 masters, a single true element boundary cultivator being able to withstand the attacks of 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, just this point alone was shocking enough. Xie Rong and Li Fu watched on with pale faces, suddenly realizing that they had been captured by Yang Kai that night not because they had been careless or negligent, but because the other party really did have the ability to do so. Even if they were vigilant now, they would never be able to escape Yang Kai's attacks. What kind of freak is this? How could he be so powerful? Xie Rong's mouth was filled with bitterness, his face filled with disbelief. Li Fu's face was pale and she had completely lost the ability to speak, her beautiful eyes trembling violently as she regretted provoking such a person. His strength and terror had already exceeded Li Fu's imagination. Even her original desire for revenge had been diluted by quite a bit in an instant. Now, Li Fu could only hope that the 2 elders could severely injure or even kill Yang Kai on the spot, otherwise, she would never be able to live in peace. Chapter 357. With a wave of heat rolling around him, Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi had been pushed to the extreme, and he had also displayed his full strength, but he was still unable to fight against two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters at the same time. With a bang, his chest was struck by the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters at the same time. Yang Kai's face paled slightly as he was sent flying backwards, his back slamming into a nearby tree, breaking it in half before he finally landed. Good. Xie Rong was extremely nervous and couldn't help shouting, as if he had contributed to Yang Kai's injury. The masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court flew down and stood a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai, their expressions gloomy as they stared at him. Although Yang Kai had been injured by them, both of them knew that this kind of injury was nothing to him. The Yuan Qi in this young man's body was incredibly pure and strong, enough to resist and resolve at least 80% of their attacks. But in any case, both of them were satisfied with this result. Two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters joining forces to bully a single Yuan Qi master. If they couldn't win, then they would really lose face. Little brat, show this old master your arrogance. The Thunderlight Sect master shouted with a gloomy expression. The Soaring Rainbow Court master also glared at Yang Kai coldly and shouted, "You killed so many of our two sect's disciples, today we'll make you pay this debt in blood." Yang Kai slowly stood up, and although his appearance was a bit miserable and isolated, he still grinned as he reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth, raising his eyes to stare at the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in front of him, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Immortal Ascension Boundary. Really extraordinary. Yang Kai's voice was slightly low, but his tone was calm and steady. The two people opposite him frowned slightly. They didn't understand why he still looked so calm and unafraid at this time. With a cold expression, the Thunderlight Sect master said, "Little brat, even though you've killed so many of our two sect's disciples. But this old master doesn't want to take your life. If you cripple your own cultivation, we can spare your life." Yang Kai grinned, "If you kill me, Xiang Chu won't have any bargaining chips to use, right?" The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters narrowed their eyes at the same time. They were secretly surprised that Yang Kai's perception was so keen. Yang Kai had killed so many of their disciples. If they could decide, how could they spare Yang Kai's life? But Xiang Chu's order was to cripple Kai Yang. Of course, Yang Kai. Of course, he had a use for Yang's life. Yang Kai, Yang, and Yang Kai of Yang of the Great of Rainbow Court? Yang of Yang's, Yang Kai's sect, and Soaring Rainbow Court's, Yang of Heaven's. Soaring Rainbow Court's expert also shouted coldly, "Why aren't you making a move yet?" Good. Yang Kai nodded firmly, his white fangs flashing as he glared at the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. "You're willing to be Xiang Chu's dogs. You can only blame yourselves for that. Little beast, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The Thunderlight Sect master roared. "Do you really think two immortal Ascension Boundary Second Stage Masters can eat me?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as he slowly raised his hand. Accompanied by this action, the Yuan Qi which had been surrounding him suddenly disappeared. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't know what he was doing, but they faintly felt that something was wrong. Hurriedly glancing at each other, they didn't want to waste any more time and quickly rushed forward. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently tapped his forehead with his middle finger and whispered in a dreamy voice. This light voice seemed to contain a kind of magical power, like the clear sound of a drum that rang out between the heavens and earth. "Become the demon race." The entire world seemed to tremble. The earth trembled and the sky began to spin as an incomparable demonic chi suddenly spread out in all directions. This demonic aura was so pure and tyrannical that wherever it swept, a chill rose from the bottom of everyone's heart. The ruthlessness hidden in everyone's heart seemed to be drawn by this aura, and all kinds of evil surged into their hearts. The wind and clouds changed, and the heavens and earth trembled. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to have undergone some kind of change. Before the two masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court had even reached him, their faces suddenly changed dramatically as they let out a strange cry and simultaneously flew backwards. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk after retreating a dozen steps, the two immortal ascension boundary masters hurriedly regained their footing and stared at Yang Kai in horror, their expressions extremely dignified. The young man in front of them looked no different from before, almost exactly the same, but his temperament and aura were completely different, and the degree of vitality he exuded was also very different. If the previous Yang Kai had made them feel troubled, then the current Yang Kai made them feel a sense of danger. Fatal danger. Both of them were immortal ascension boundary masters and had keen senses. Although they didn't know how a person could undergo such a big change in an instant, their subconscious kept warning them that if they fought with this young man at this time, they would most likely die. Wild beasts had their own instincts and intuition. There were also masters who were more accurate than wild beasts. As soon as this thought popped up in their minds, both of them were startled. Why would a trivial Yuan Qi 6th-stage cultivator give them such an uneasy feeling? Moreover, this demonic Qi was something that even the 6 great evil kings of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land did not possess. Before the two immortal ascension boundary masters could calm down, a series of crackling sounds rang out. Looking around, they saw that with Yang Kai as the center, a layer of ice Qi visible to the naked eye was rapidly spreading outwards. Wherever this ice Qi passed, the earth was instantly frozen. In just a few breaths of time, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters had been completely frozen. The two immortal ascension boundary masters retreated again and again, their faces filled with panic. This kind of ice Qi was not ordinary, it seemed to be able to freeze even their Yuan Qi, so how could they dare to touch it? The eyes of the younger generation disciples trembled violently as they watched all this happen in horror. The second time he had become the demon race, the feeling was still as wonderful as ever. Yang Kai shook his neck and arms. A series of popping sounds rang out. In addition to his face, Yang Kai's entire body was covered in black lines. These lines were complex and mysterious, showing a mysterious pattern that was invisible to others. Little brat, you really are from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Lei Guang's immortal ascension boundary master seemed to have discovered some kind of secret. He shouted in horror and excitement. Whatever you say. Yang Kai was in high spirits as he slowly raised his hand and pointed it towards the two immortal ascension boundary masters. Suddenly, he pressed his hand down. Obviously nothing had happened, but when the two immortal ascension boundary masters were pressed down, they felt a mountain-like pressure descend from the sky. Under this pressure, the two immortal ascension boundary masters' strength seemed to be shrouded and their Yuan Qi circulation was no longer as fast as before, their movements also becoming much slower. Xiu xiu xiu. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The two immortal ascension boundary masters looked forward and were immediately shocked to the core. They saw Yang Kai shoot out a series of jet black Qi towards them. Those attacks were like serpents of flesh and blood that suddenly opened their ferocious mouths in midair. Shaking their heads and tails, baring their fangs, they moved at an extremely fast speed. Wherever these attacks passed, the strong winds brought about by them plowed out one clearly visible gully after another on the ground, causing dirt and debris to fly everywhere. The scene was chaotic. The incomparably ferocious attack contained an ice-cold and sharp energy. It was invincible, and it almost destroyed everything in its path as it attacked the two people in front of it. The two immortal ascension boundary masters were shocked and panicked, their expressions becoming extremely ugly as they desperately tried to dodge. Do you think you can escape? Yang Kai laughed towards the sky. Waving his hands, all the demonic Qi that flew out scattered to the sides and chased after the two immortal ascension boundary masters. Not only that, the white tiger and divine ox seals were also pushed out again. Two jet black beast phantoms appeared, but instead of attacking the two immortal ascension boundary masters, they attacked the scattered young disciples. These two beast phantoms seemed to be much stronger than the previous two. The two beast phantoms leapt forward and almost instantly arrived in front of a stunned soaring rainbow court disciple. This young disciple was only a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, so before he could recover from his shock, he was directly dismembered by the two beast phantoms, not even having time to scream. Run, run. If this father can't kill you, then I'll kill all your disciples. Yang Kai shouted ruthlessly. Hearing his shout, the young disciples were suddenly dumbfounded, a chill running down their spines. Despicable! The faces of the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court changed dramatically as they cursed. Seeing the two beast phantoms rush towards another young disciple, the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters no longer dared to escape and simultaneously attacked the two beast phantoms, finally saving the young disciple. Not running anymore? Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment for a long time and sneered. A cluster of black light flew out from his body and once again transformed into a series of sharp attacks that shot towards the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were unable to escape. With attacks coming from all directions, they hurriedly pushed their Yuan Qi and each took out an artifact to protect themselves, but in the next moment they were wrapped in darkness. A series of rumbling sounds came from the darkness. Everyone's eyes stared nervously towards the direction of the darkness, not knowing what the fate of the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters would be. Qua. The darkness suddenly collapsed and two figures fell from midair, one after the other. Both of them looked distressed and were on the verge of collapse, seemingly having suffered heavy injuries. Not only that, but at this moment, both of their eyes were red and flashed with all kinds of evil light, their bodies wrapped in a faint black qi. This black light was the purest form of demonic qi, which contained the power condensed by Yang Kai, killing any ordinary person who came into contact with it. Yang Kai could ignore this demonic qi, but others could not. At this moment, the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been affected by the demonic qi, leading to the dark side of their hearts. If they could not resolve this demonic qi in time, sooner or later they would become the demon race and lose their minds. But how could it be so simple to get rid of this demonic qi? Even a master like Ling Tai Su was affected by this demonic qi and was unable to resolve it, let alone these two from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. To some extent, the demonic qi possessed by Yang Kai was even purer than the demon lords. "You're ruthless." The master from Thunderlight Sect glared at Yang Kai with resentment and muttered curses. "I told you, the price of offending me is not something you can afford." Yang Kai coldly snorted, his expression cold. Chapter 358. This was Yang Kai's first battle after becoming the demon race. Although he had long known that in this state he was much stronger than in his normal state, the final result still surprised Yang Kai. Without using the power of the unyielding golden skeleton with his current strength, at best he could fight an immortal Ascension Boundary second stage master to a draw. Now, however, he was completely suppressing them without even using his full strength. This kind of feeling of power was very pleasurable, but even though Yang Kai was enjoying it, he didn't lose himself. Xiu. From the ground, a series of attacks drilled through the earth like earthworms towards the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. The two masters were frightened, their faces pale, and without even thinking about it, they hurriedly tried to escape. Yang Kai sneered, his mind moving at will, controlling the dark demonic qi around him and sending it into the sky, causing the two masters to become more and more distressed. Having learned their lesson, the two masters no longer dared to run away recklessly, stopping from time to time to jointly resist these attacks so as not to provoke Yang Kai into killing these young disciples who had no power to resist. However, these attacks were simply too numerous, and the two masters had been affected by the demonic qi before, so at this moment they couldn't exert their full strength, so in a moment of carelessness, they were both wrapped up by these serpent-like black qi. At the same time, a rich black demonic qi suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. A loud dragon roar resounded throughout the world. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of this sound and was immediately dumbstruck. What they saw was a huge dragon head appear above Yang Kai's head, one that was almost tangible. The two dragon horns on this head were extremely sharp, exuding a dark and cold light as its large eyes stared ruthlessly towards the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in the sky. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court immediately smelled the aura of death. Who Asterisk, the dragon head swayed back and forth, drawing out a large amount of demonic chi from Yang Kai's body, condensing it into a body that flew up into the sky. This was a black flood dragon. Full of evil and violence, its 200 or 300-meter long body gave off an inexplicable pressure. The flood dragon was the dragon-shaped tattoo on Yang Kai's back. It was formed by absorbing demonic energy. Yang Kai had a dragon tattoo, while Su Yen had an ice phoenix tattoo. This was supposed to be the tattoo of the art of yin-yang union of joy, but for some reason, it was able to manifest itself. Yang Kai only felt that his back was a little itchy, so he tried it casually. He didn't expect to succeed. Wherever the flood dragon passed, the snake-like black demon Chi followed closely behind, setting it off in the middle like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The experts of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were tied up in the air and were currently struggling to break free. Before they could escape, the huge dragon's mouth had already opened, and a mouthful of fangs could be faintly seen. With a crunch, the immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator from Thunderlight Sect was instantly bitten in half. Blood spurted out. The flood dragon calmly soared to a height of more than 300 meters. It then turned around and swooped down. Its 2 eyes were fixed on the experts of Soaring Rainbow Court. Seeing one of their companions die in front of them, and being bitten in half in a single bite at that, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Soaring Rainbow Court was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Under the huge pressure, he almost didn't have the strength to move a finger. Suddenly, this man seemed to have found his saviors and shouted in a certain direction, "Old Man Fong, Old Man Su." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he turned his head and saw 2 streaks of light rapidly approaching. They were Xiang Chu's 2 guardians. Both of them were immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage masters, far stronger than the masters from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. As they flew forward, they immediately launched attacks towards the flood dragon, causing Old Man Fong to angrily shout, "Who are you? How dare you hurt us?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and flew in front of the Soaring Rainbow Court master, waving his hand and summoning the Azura sword. King. Countless sword cries rang out, accompanied by a wave of the Shura sword, and an earth-shattering amount of sword chi flew towards Fong Lao and Su Lao to welcome their attacks. Hong! A series of violent shockwaves burst out midair and Yang Kai was pushed back a few steps, but he managed to block the other party's attack. The flood dragon swooped down from the sky, and when Old Man Fong and Old Man Su were less than 500 meters away, it bit down on the head of the Soaring Rainbow Court master. The expert from Soaring Rainbow Court immediately turned into a headless corpse. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, a spectacular sight. Fong Lao and Su Lao could only watch all of this happen helplessly, but they were powerless to help. Suddenly, their eyes went bloodshot as they attacked without mercy. One of them transformed into a cloud of smoke while the other emitted a golden light, using all kinds of martial skills to attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became cold, no longer as calm as before. These 2 were both immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage masters, not something the 2 pieces of trash from before could compare to. Not bothering to hide his attacks, thousands of blood-red petals suddenly flew out, accompanied by a refreshing floral fragrance, each of these sharp petals transforming into a sharp attack. Sword waves raged as sword chi flew out. The White Tiger and Divine Ox Seals struck out one after another. The 3 of them had only fought for 10 breaths of time, but Yang Kai was already in a difficult situation. Even if he used 2 heaven-grade artifacts, he was unable to compete with them. Just as he was considering whether or not to retreat, 2 beautiful figures had already rushed over anxiously. Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air. Both of their beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety, but after seeing that Yang Kai was unscathed, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But when they saw Old Man Fong and Old Man Su attacking Yang Kai, their faces filled with anger. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them joined forces and attacked one of them. The twin Chi shared spirit divine art shone brilliantly at this moment. Both of them were only Yuan Chi 4th stage cultivators, but after pushing their secret art to its limit, their Yuan Chi was incomparably vigorous, not much worse than a peak Yuan Chi cultivator. Their dual swords were enough to compete with an ordinary immortal ascension boundary master. If Old Man Fong and Old Man Su didn't care about the consequences, they could have easily taken them down, but these two were women that Xiang Chu liked, so they didn't dare act too presumptuously. For a moment, their hands and feet were tied, and their moves were sluggish, not daring to use too much strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai, with the help of the Hu sisters and the Flood Dragon, was more than enough to protect himself. Two young ladies. Old Man Fong's expression became serious as he shouted, "This man is a demon." Hu Jiao Er shouted, "I don't know what a demon is, I only know that he is my friend." Two young ladies, quickly retreat, don't misunderstand others and end up harming yourself. Old Man Su also tried to persuade them. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill us as well. Hu Mei Er seemed to be more delicate than her elder sister, but at this moment, her voice was resolute and decisive. He has killed so many people from Soaring Rainbow Court and Thunderlight Sect, so he has fallen into the demonic path. He is no longer the person you know. Now, he has no consciousness, so he doesn't recognize you at all. Quickly get away from him, Old Man Fong said anxiously. Yang Kai grinned at him, and with a loud dragon roar, the black flood dragon viciously bit towards him. You overestimate yourself. Fong Lao roared angrily. The profound light in his hand turned and hit the flood dragon's head. The giant flood dragon was knocked back, but it didn't hurt him at all. However, Old Man Fong was also forced back a step as he stared in horror at the 200 to 300 meter long flood dragon, his heart filled with a bitter taste. Everyone stop! An angry shout came from afar. Hearing this shout, Old Man Fong and Old Man Su hesitated for a moment before glaring hatefully at Yang Kai before hurriedly jumping out of the battle. Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er also hurried over to Yang Kai's side and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head as he continued to stare forward. After killing so many people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court, his purpose had been achieved. Now that Yang Kai was protected by the Flood Dragon, even Old Man Fong and Old Man Su couldn't stop him. The current Yang Kai was truly fearless. As far as the eye could see, Xiang Chu walked over with a heavy expression on his face. Even in such a situation, he still displayed the self-restraint and calmness that a young master from a great family should have. Looking at the blood and broken corpses on the ground, Xiang Chu's eyes showed a clear trace of pain. Shua shua shua. A large group of people appeared behind Xiang Chu. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all looked around in amazement and quickly rushed over to Yang Kai's side. Guan Qi Li's pair of old eyes narrowed as his heart trembled. When he saw the two corpses from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court, his eyes couldn't help trembling. In the field, the two sides were clearly divided. Except for the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who stood on Yang Kai's side, everyone else stood on Xiang Chu's side. Old Man Fong and Old Man Su also wore their Yuan Qi, vigilantly guarding against Yang Kai. Xiang Chu glanced at Yang Kai faintly and felt the murderous aura coming from his body. He couldn't help raising his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Seeing the black flood dragon floating mid-air, his expression couldn't help but change. He could feel the powerful combat strength of this flood dragon, so naturally he had some greedy and possessive thoughts. However, this flood dragon was obviously formed from pure Yuan Qi, so Xiang Chu had no choice but to dispel these thoughts. Looking around, Xiang Chu's face filled with grief as he asked, "What happened?" Old Man Fong quickly explained, "Young master, when Old Man Su and I rushed back, we saw this little brat become the demon race and kill Soaring Rainbow Court's Qing Ming. These two old masters were incompetent and were unable to save Qing Ming from his grasp. Qing Ming is dead." Xiang Chu showed a trace of genuine surprise. Old Man Fong nodded, pointing to a nearby corpse. "His head has been severed." "What about the immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Thunderlight Sect?" Xiang Chu asked anxiously. "Before we arrived, he was already dead." Xiang Chu couldn't help feeling shocked. He had overestimated Yang Kai's combat strength as much as possible, but he had never imagined that his overestimation of Yang Kai's strength would prove to be far too low. 2 immortal ascension boundary second stage masters had actually been killed by him. Just how strong was he? Young master, that young man has become the demon race and doesn't even recognize his own family. Young master, please allow these 2 old masters to kill him and avenge Qingming. Old man Fong grit his teeth and said. Xiang Chu's brow furrowed, seemingly hesitating. Hu Jiao Air quickly interjected, old man, who said he became the demon race. Chapter 359. Today, I'm going out to buy some New Year goods. It's almost the new year, so everyone at home is quite busy, so I have to help. Hu Jiao Air had always been more domineering than her younger sister. Normally, when she met Fong Lao, she would respectfully address him as senior, but at this moment, seeing him actually want to kill Yang Kai, she couldn't help but curse him. Fong Lao's face was livid with anger, but due to the identity of this woman he couldn't act on the spot, so he just calmly said, with his current appearance, don't tell me he hasn't become the demon race? Hu Jiao Air sneered. If he had become the demon race, would we still be able to stand safely by his side? Are you blind? Fong Lao and Su Lao both froze at the same time, thinking about it for a moment and also feeling a little confused. Yang Kai's current state was completely beyond their scope of understanding. Under the influence of that kind of murderous aura, it was impossible for him to have any semblance of sanity. But looking at his eyes, they were clearly calm and steady, without the slightest trace of malevolence that should have become the demon race. Besides, you only saw him kill Qingming. Have you ever thought about what that old man did to him? Hu Jiao Air asked. Fong Lao's mouth twitched for a moment before he finally said, this old man only believes what he sees. Hu Jiao Air sneered again and again. Half a month ago, Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court suffered a big loss at his hands, and today, they left the front line ahead of time and returned here. I think you can guess what their purpose is. Even if Yang Kai really killed them, it was out of self-defense. These people who died can only blame themselves. What does it have to do with him? Is it possible that when someone comes to kill you, you have to stretch out your neck for them to cut off? You're not allowed to resist? Guan Qilu also nodded. Young lady is right. Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court not only disobeyed orders, but also returned here ahead of time and attempted to kill fellow Taoists. I ask young Lord Xiang to uphold justice. I ask young Lord Xiang to uphold justice. Fong Ziqi's mouth curled into a smile. He also raised his voice and shouted. Xiang Chu smiled lightly and said, if this is really the case, then this Xiang will naturally not shirk his responsibility and will severely punish the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court as a warning to others. Pausing for a moment, Xiang Chu continued, but this is only your guess. You came back with me, so this Xiang didn't see how things developed. Naturally, you didn't see it. How about this? Let the 2 parties involved in the conflict tell us what happened. What do you think? I have no objection. Yang Kai chuckled. It's good that this friend understands, Xiang Chu nodded, turning his head and saying, old man Fong, old man Su, bring those who are still alive here. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters flew out. Not long after, all the survivors were brought back. Many of these people were seriously injured. Falling to the ground, Xie Rong and Li Fu were not in such a sorry state, but their bodies could not help but sway. She stole a glance at Yang Kai. The 2 of them retracted their gazes in panic. The other young disciples didn't even dare to look at Yang Kai. The battle just now had scared them out of their wits. Even their own elders had been killed by Yang Kai in a single blow. How could these young people have the ability to resist? Xie Rong. Li Fu. Xiang Chu called out softly. Xie Rong was trembling like a sieve, replying quite stutteringly while Li Fu could only mutter a soft N. Xiang Chu's brow furrowed slightly before he suddenly asked, you 2 should have seen everything just now, right? Yes, yes. Then tell the truth, no matter how big or small. If there is even the slightest bit of falsehood or concealment, you know the consequences. Xiang Chu chuckled. Xie Rong and Li Fu glanced at each other, neither of them daring to speak. Hu Jiao Air sneered, a guilty conscience. Xiang Chu rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. Jiao Air, before the matter is settled, Don't say such things. Hu Jiao Air coldly snorted, Young Lord Xiang, I don't want to remind you again, please don't call me that, okay? My apologies, my tongue slipped. Xiang Chu didn't show the slightest embarrassment and cupped his fists repeatedly before turning to Xie Rong and Li Fu and saying, If you don't dare speak, then this young lord will consider you guilty and kill you right now. Xie Rong and Li Fu couldn't help trembling as they stared at Xiang Chu in horror. Xiang Chu then continued, But if you have any grievances, this young lord can also uphold justice for you. Hearing this sentence, everyone from Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang couldn't help but frown. Xiang Chu's words didn't sound like there was anything wrong with them, but after carefully pondering over them, they actually had a profound meaning. Sure enough, Xie Rong and Li Fu glanced at each other and their panicked emotions gradually stabilized, as if they had found a backer. Li Fu nodded, Xie Rong, you speak. Xie Rong swallowed hard, grit his teeth, and nodded, Good. Taking a deep breath, not daring to look at Yang Kai, Xie Rong said in a low and sorrowful voice, Today, our two sects were fighting on Taifang Mountain and chased down a group of ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator. After killing them, we discovered that we were not far from the camp, so instead of meeting up with young Lord Xiang, we simply returned directly. Nonsense. Hu Jiao Air couldn't help but shout, Since the beginning of the battle, I haven't seen any of you. How could you have chased down a group of ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator? It was clearly premeditated and you simply returned directly. We didn't. Young Lord Xiang, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can go to the western foot of the mountain and investigate. There should still be some corpses left there. Xiang Chu nodded slightly, I'll investigate. For now, I'll just assume you chased after the enemy, but not being able to return in time is also the fault of your two sects. I'll punish you severely for this. Do you have any complaints? Xie Rong and Li Fu shook their heads at the same time. The Hu sisters were so angry that their chests heaved up and down. Xiang Chu seemed to have handled this matter well, but for him to so casually dismiss it, it was obvious he was siding with the people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court. Continue. Xiang Chu motioned. After we returned here with our respective elders, we were preparing to wait for young Lord Xiang's return before reporting, but while we were resting, we suddenly felt a towering evil aura. A towering evil aura? Xiang Chu raised his brow. And we have never felt this kind of evil aura before. The elders of our two sects thought it was some kind of powerful demon and led us to meet it. However, when we followed this aura to its source, we were shocked to discover that this demon was actually what? It was actually that person. Which person? Xiang Chu asked. The person the Hu sisters brought back a few days ago. Xie Rong grit his teeth and replied in a deep voice. Xiang Chu glanced over at Yang Kai, only to see the latter smile back at him. Yang Kai's smile was flat and his expression was calm, causing Xiang Chu to be stunned. And then? Xiang Chu turned his eyes and asked. Then, that person attacked us like a madman. The elders of our two sects were unable to stop him and countless disciples were killed or injured. In the end, two elders sacrificed their lives. Only then were we able to save our lives. Xie Rong paused for a moment before pounding his chest and stamping his feet in grief. I ask young Lord Xiang to seek justice for our two sects and avenge our dead brothers, sisters, and elders. Li Fu also burst into tears, wiping the corners of her eyes. Choking with sobs, she said, I ask young Lord Xiang to seek justice. If I do not avenge this grievance, I am not a man. Listening to their pleas, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall gnashed their teeth in anger. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Xiang Chu was silent for a moment before saying, Get up. If young Lord Xiang cannot seek justice for us and kill that demon, we will never kneel again. We will kneel and never get up. Xie Rong and Li Fu kowtowed. Xiang Chu showed a displeased expression and said, The situation is not clear yet, these are only your side's words. If you wish to kneel, then kneel here. Xiang Chu raised his eyes. Looking at Yang Kai with a smile, he said, This friend, what do you want to say? This Xiang is not the kind of person who cannot distinguish between black and white. If you have something to say, this Xiang is willing to listen. The Hu sisters immediately turned to look at Yang Kai nervously. Yang Kai shrugged and said indifferently, "No." Yang Kai. Hu Jiao-er's beautiful face suddenly paled as she nervously grabbed his arm. Xiang Chu was also quite surprised and stared at him in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to not defend himself. Looking at his calm expression, Xiang Chu faintly felt a bad premonition. Daring to not defend himself, and not showing any signs of nervousness, obviously he was not afraid of anything happening to him. Was this person arrogant or confident? Yang Kai, say a few words, they are slandering you, how can you not say anything? Hu Mei-er also became anxious. Yang Kai smiled faintly, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The Hu sisters' expression froze for a moment before they suddenly remembered that even if Yang Kai tried to defend himself, it would be useless. His current state was enough for everyone here to classify him as an evil demon. Now that everyone was at war with the ash-gray cloud evil land, what did the appearance of an evil demon here mean? Anyone could kill him, so even if it was Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court who attacked first, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to justify himself. Defending himself would only be a waste of saliva. His face gradually sinking, Yang Kai sneered, "Whether I am a human or a demon, it is not up to outsiders to judge." Xiang Chu's eyes couldn't help narrowing as he stared at Yang Kai. After a long time, he finally said, "Does this friend mean that this Xiang is not qualified to judge you? Are you worthy?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "Impudence!" Fang Lao angrily shouted, "The Xiang family is a first-class family, and the young lord is the one in charge of this place. Who do you think you are to dare speak to the young lord in such a manner? A first-class family, what great prestige!" Yang Kai laughed. "Today, this young lord will let you see the prestige of a first-class family." Xiang Chu was also angered by Yang Kai's words and coldly snorted, "Fang Lao, Su Lao, capture this evil demon." The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters immediately responded. "You dare." The Hu sisters immediately stepped forward, their delicate bodies blocking in front of Yang Kai. Xiang Chu's expression sank as his eyes flashed a gloomy light, taking a deep breath and saying, "Two young ladies, if you don't want to be hurt, stand back. If you insist on remaining stubborn, this young lord will be able to accuse your two families of colluding with evil demons and arrest you as well." "What a big hat!" Guan Qi stepped forward and sneered, "Young Lord Xiang, is this how your Xiang family handles matters?" Xiang Chu's expression became gloomy. "This is how I, Xiang Chu, handle things. If evil demons are not dealt with, people will not be at ease." Chapter 360. The people from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court were originally in a miserable state, but when they heard this, they immediately cheered up. Xie Rong and Li Fu also stared at Yang Kai with a smug and hateful expression, as if they could already see him at the end of his road. "Well said." A burst of laughter came from not far away. Everyone was shocked and quickly turned their heads to look in that direction. 100 zhang away, a few cloud-treading foals were galloping towards them like the wind, their feet not touching the ground. Cloud-treading colts, third-order monster beast. Although they weren't very strong, they had great endurance and speed. On top of that, their temperament was docile, making them the most suitable mounts. Each cloud-treading colt could travel a few thousand kilometers in a day, and a good one could easily travel 10,000 kilometers in a day. This kind of speed was even faster than some immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and didn't require Yuan Qi to fly. Therefore, the great families would generally domesticate cloud-treading colts as a means of transportation. However, this kind of monster beast was very rare and each one was worth hundreds of thousands of silvers. Apart from first-class forces, no other force could afford to raise one. To some extent, cloud-treading colts represented strength and identity. 3 cloud-treading colts had arrived. The leader of this group looked about the same age as Xiang Chu and was also quite handsome. Behind him were 2 immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in an instant. "After not seeing you for a few months, Brother Xiang's temper seems to have grown. The leading young man laughed. Arriving in front of everyone, this young man didn't dismount and instead just sat atop his cloud-treading colt, looking down at everyone. However, when that pair of eyes looked towards Yang Kai, there was a slightly dignified and surprised look in them. This kind of demonic aura was something he naturally couldn't ignore. The two immortal ascension boundary masters behind him also frequently glanced at Yang Kai. Secretly circulating their yuan qi, they prepared themselves for the unexpected. This guy is called Nanxing. Fang Ziki knew that Yang Kai was somewhat ignorant and quickly explained. He is the young lord of the first-class Nan family. His status is equal to Xiang Chu. The Nan family and the Xiang family had been married for several generations, so the relationship between the two families had always been very good. Be careful of him, he's much more overbearing than Xiang Chu, and he's also very difficult to deal with. Yes. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Xiang Chu should be the kind of insidious person who would say one thing on the surface and another behind his back, while this Nanxing should be a straightforward person. Xiang Chu's livid expression finally eased a lot when he saw this person, smiling as he cupped his fists and said, "Big brother Nan, why you here? Weren't you on the battlefront a few hundred miles away?" The Xiang clan was in charge of Tai Fang Mountain's battlefront, while the Nan clan was in charge of another battlefront a few hundred li away. They were both first-class families, so they both had the qualifications to do so. Nanxing grinned. He jumped off the cloud-treading mare and said, "Didn't the final battle end 2 days ago? The central capital's 8 great families said that we can go back now. When we passed by here, we felt an unusual aura, so we came over to take a look. I didn't expect there to be such a good show. Why haven't you left yet?" While speaking, Nanxing swept his eyes over Yang Kai. Xiang Chu's expression became slightly awkward as he said, "Today was the last day of our mission. I wanted to tell everyone the good news after returning, but something unexpected happened here, so I didn't have time to tell everyone." The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were all startled. The final battle had ended 2 days ago. If they hadn't inadvertently overheard this from Nanxing, they would likely still be in the dark. How could the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Lands cultivator attack their camp 2 days after the final battle? What kind of commander would do such a thing? However, at this critical moment, Yang Kai's camp had encountered a problem. There was clearly something fishy going on here. In an instant, everyone understood many key points. An accident? Nanxing nodded slightly, frowning as he stared towards Yang Kai, casually pointing towards him. "Is it him?" Xiang Chu nodded. "Demon Lord, heh, interesting." Nanxing pinched his chin with one hand as he stared at Yang Kai like he was sizing up a commodity. Such a young demon actually has such a rich evil qi. It seems the secret art he cultivates is not simple. "It's not simple," Xiang Chu said solemnly. Nanxing was slightly stunned. He had rarely seen Xiang Chu so dignified, so he couldn't help asking curiously, "What's wrong?" 2 immortal ascension boundary second stage masters were killed by him. What? Nanxing paled. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters behind him were also shocked. "Brother Xiang, you're not joking, right?" Nanxing froze for a moment before shaking his head and smiling bitterly, his face filled with disbelief. He seems to only be a Yuan Qi boundary 6th stage cultivator. How could he possibly kill 2 immortal ascension boundary masters? "The corpses are right here. How could I be joking with you? All the corpses here were his handiwork." Xiang Chu smiled bitterly. One of the immortal ascension boundary masters behind Nanxing also stepped forward and whispered, "Young master, this person cannot be underestimated. His vitality is extremely strong, and that black dragon beside him is also very strange." Seeing his family's immortal ascension boundary master act so solemnly, Nanxing quickly put away his frivolous expression and asked softly, "If I were to face him, what are my chances of winning?" The immortal ascension boundary master pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. "Tell me the truth." "No chance of winning." The immortal ascension boundary master braced himself and said. Nanxing sucked in a cold breath and finally re-examined Yang Kai. Even against the younger generation of the central capital's 8 great families, There were only a few people who could give him no chance of winning, but now there was a young demon lord with such attainments. Didn't that mean his aptitude and strength were extraordinary? How could he compare to the central capital's 8 great masters? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Nenshin quickly said, "Such a dangerous person, we should just kill him. Leaving him alive will only cause us endless trouble in the future." Xiang Chu nodded, "I also think so." "Then what are you hesitating for?" Nanxing asked, puzzled. Xiang Chu smiled wryly. Nanxing glanced at his expression, then turned his head and asked, "Are these people trying to interfere?" I'm not doing my job properly." Xiang Chu nodded helplessly. "Who dares interfere? Kill them all." Nanxing coldly snorted, "Daring to ally with this demon lord at this time, even if we kill them all, no one will dare say anything." The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all paled. All of them stared vigilantly at Nansheng. Originally, the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters on Xiang Chu's side were more than enough to wipe them out, but now Nanxing had brought 2 more masters with him. If they really fought, no one here would survive. "Brother Xiang, are you still going to show mercy at this time?" Nanxing tilted his head towards Xiang Chu, a sneer forming on his face. Xiang Chu smiled wryly, "There are some people I can't bear to kill." As he spoke, he looked towards the Hu sisters with a burning gaze. His eyes were filled with undisguised affection. The Xiang and Nan families had been allied through marriage for several generations. Xiang Chu and Nanxing had played together since childhood and were as close as brothers. How could Nanxing not know what Xiang Chu was thinking? Nanxing also knew Xiang Chu's personality and methods. Thinking about it for a moment, Nanxing understood a lot of things. There were some things that were inconvenient for Xiang Chu to say, but Nanxing could. However, just passing by, he actually wanted to help this little brat. This little brat had several wives at home. Yet he still wasn't satisfied. Nanxing felt a burst of depression in his heart. However, this pair of twins was quite interesting, no wonder he was tempted. Thinking so, Nanxing didn't try to stay out of this matter, casually pointing to the Hu sisters and asking, "2 girls, do you want to die or live?" Hu Jiao Air sneered, "If you can live, who would want to die?" "Come out, this matter has nothing to do with you, Brother Xiang only wants to kill that little brat." Nanxing nodded slightly and immediately made the decision. The Hu sisters shook their heads and stood firmly beside Yang Kai. Nanxing was stunned and couldn't help cursing in his heart. The 2 women that bastard Xiang Chu liked already had sweethearts? No wonder it was so difficult to deal with. So that's how it is. At this moment, Nanxing understood everything. It turned out that the real deal was hidden here. Straightening his face, Nanxing asked, "Do you want to save his life?" The Hu sisters' faces were filled with displeasure, but after a long time, they nodded slightly. "That's even better." Nanxing laughed. "You too, marry my brother Xiang and I, Nanxing, will protect his life for you." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Xiang Chu waved his hand again and again, "Big brother Nan, this won't do. I am indeed interested in these 2 girls, but killing a demon is a big matter. How can we mix it up?" Nanxing's expression became serious as he said, "Why not? You can decide things here, and I can decide things for you. Let's do as you say." Turning his face, he looked at the Hu sisters and asked, "What do the 2 girls think?" "Wishful thinking." Hu Jiao Air quickly and decisively refused. Nanxing's face sank, a trace of arrogance and disdain flashing across his eyes as he said, "You 2 seem to be just disciples of second-class sex, right? My brother Xiang comes from a first-class family, he has both power and influence, and he is also handsome. Do you think marrying him would be wrong for you 2? You're just 2 trivial women. What's the point of pretending to be virtuous? Sooner or later you'll have to marry. If you don't want to marry a first-class family's young lord, who do you want to marry? My brother Xiang taking a fancy to you is your luck." Hearing Nanxing's harsh words, the Hu sisters were immediately enraged. "So be it, either he dies, or you 2 marry my brother Xiang and I will protect his life. As for which choice to make, you decide for yourself." Nanxing was extremely overbearing and did not give the Hu sisters any room to maneuver, sneering as he said, You only have a stick of incense worth of time. When the time is up, even if you beg me, it will be useless. If anyone else dares to interfere and cause trouble, they will all be killed without mercy." Finished speaking, Nansheng lowered his head and stood aside, watching coldly. From the beginning to the end, Xiang Chu had only said one sentence, and after that, there was no further movement. Now that things had developed to this point, even if the Hu sisters were stupid, they would still be able to understand. "So, your purpose was this?" Hu Jiao looked at Xiang Chu contemptuously. "Everything you did was to target Yang Kai, and then wait for an opportunity to blackmail us, right?" Xiang Chu's expression remained indifferent as he said, "Jiao, if you think so, then you've misunderstood me." Nansheng couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that this bastard was still so pretentious. If it were him, he would have already forced himself on her. A woman from a second-class sect, so what if he did? What could he do? Misunderstanding or not, you know clearly in your heart. Hu Jiao sneered. Chapter 361. Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had gone through thick and thin together for the past few months, so of the original 100 or so disciples, only a dozen or so remained. The remaining dozen or so were of one mind. Seeing Nansheng and Xiang Chu oppressing the Hu sisters like this, how could they not be angry? Fang Ziki sneered as he stared at Nansheng. "Young Lord Nan, young Lord Xiang, can a first-class family decide the life and death of a second-class sect's disciple at will? What do you have to say?" Nansheng snorted as he stared at Fang Ziki with a smile, not putting him in his eyes at all. "If that's the case, then I have nothing to say." "Then shut your mouth." Nansheng flicked the dust off his sleeves, his expression indifferent. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having a good background. Why do you think this world's sects are divided into 3 grades and 9 grades? It's because people like you clearly recognize the difference between your status and mine. If you were from a first-class force, this young lord wouldn't be able to bully you, right?" Nansheng chuckled as he spoke, as if he didn't feel there was anything wrong with his words, a sense of superiority arising from his noble background. Continuing, he continued, "If you were from a super force, this young lord wouldn't even have time to curry favor with you. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the truth. It's funny you can't see it clearly. Wait until one day you have the strength and status to bully me. If you dare to bully me, I promise I won't complain. Such a day will come." Fang Ziki said with a gloomy expression. Nansheng curled his lips disdainfully. Yang Kai, who had been watching from the sidelines, didn't speak. He didn't take any action, just quietly watching the two sides quarrel. Even now, he didn't express any opinion, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. However, the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan and Xiang families were constantly on guard against him. Of all the young men, only Yang Kai was unfathomable. Although he was only a Yuan Qi Boundary 6th stage cultivator, his vitality and Yuan Qi were extremely strange, so they couldn't really fight him. It was impossible for them to figure out his true strength. Yang Kai had been observing for so long because he wanted to see how many people here he could make friends with and how many of them were true to themselves. As the saying goes, a long road tests a horse's strength. Time doesn't necessarily reveal one's true feelings, but one's heart and mind. It was difficult to see a person's true character and temperament unless it was the most difficult time. If at this time Blood Battle Gang and Storm House chose to remain silent and not meddle in his affairs, Yang Kai wouldn't be surprised at all. Playing it safe, this was the way to deal with things. At present, the Xiang clan and the Nan clan held the absolute advantage. The Blood Group and the Storm House were simply no match for them. If they continued to act tough, they were afraid that only destruction awaited them. What made Kai Yang feel gratified was that there were 3 people he cared about. The Hu sisters and Fang Ziji didn't have the slightest intention of retreating because of the other party's strength. They still firmly stood in front of him. Feeling warmth in his heart, Yang Kai's face bloomed into a smile as he slowly walked forward and placed his hand on the Hu sisters' shoulders. His eyes swept over the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in front of him. Looking at Xiang Chu and Nansheng, Yang Kai grinned and whispered to the Hu sisters, "Don't worry about me. If I want to leave, no one can stop me." Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air's pretty faces lit up slightly, although they didn't know where Yang Kai's confidence came from. But hearing him speak so firmly, they didn't have the slightest doubt. On the other hand, Nanxing and Xiang Chu's expressions couldn't help sinking. Fong Lao sneered, "Little brat, with the four of us here, you dare say such big words? Do you want to try?" Yang Kai looked at him provocatively. Fong Lao's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, but to his disappointment, he didn't see the slightest panic in Yang Kai's eyes. It seemed that this young man really did have the strength to escape safely. "Surround him!" Nanxing shouted. Yang Kai's impudence and arrogance had completely angered him. Never before had a disciple from a second-class sect dared to look at him with such disdainful eyes. This kind of gaze was like a needle that pierced into his heart. As the young lord of a first-class family, he naturally had his own pride and self-satisfaction. As soon as Nanxing's words fell, the two immortal ascension boundary masters behind him flew out and surrounded Yang Kai, forming a triangle with the two Xiang family masters. Even though he was surrounded by four immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, Yang Kai still wore a calm expression, but his eyes were slightly more dignified than before. In his current state, he could safely escape from two immortal ascension boundary masters, but if there were four of them, he would have to pay a heavy price. This was just Yang Kai's estimation. If he actually did it, there would be some discrepancies. However, as long as he wasn't killed in a single blow, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. "You want to run? Father wants to see how you run." Nanxing stared at Yang Kai fiercely and shouted, "For old men, if any of these second-class sect disciples don't know what's good for them, just kill them, there's no need to worry." The four immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang family and Nan family responded in unison. A loud and clear dragon roar rang out as the black flood dragon that had been hovering above Yang Kai's head slowly began to move, its gong-sized eyes exuding a cold light. Nanxing glanced over at the Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall masters and sneered, "I'll give you 10 breaths to leave this demon's side. Otherwise, when we start fighting, Xiang Chu frowned and quickly said, "Two young ladies, don't be so obstinate. It's you who have gone too far." Hu Jiao Air shouted. Xiang Chu's expression couldn't help becoming cold. He really did have feelings for the Hu sisters, but it wasn't the kind of love that would last until death. As the young lord of a first-class family, what kind of stunning beauty had he not seen? Beautiful women were just a kind of entertainment for him. What he enjoyed was the process of pursuing and conquering them. But at this moment, Xiang Chu suddenly realized that he would never be able to conquer this pair of beautiful sisters, and couldn't help feeling annoyed. His anger quickly turned into resentment, and after coldly snorting, he no longer said anything. 10 breaths have passed. Nanxing calmly shouted, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. Casually saying, "Begin." The four immortal ascension boundary masters gathered nearby suddenly felt their yuan qi surge as they glared at the crowd. At that moment, suddenly, an extremely loud and clear cry of an eagle came from the sky. This eagle cry was extremely sharp and seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power. Even the immortal ascension boundary masters who heard it couldn't help but frown and hurriedly look up. High up in the sky, they couldn't tell how many thousands of meters high. A golden light was shining brightly. This golden light was incomparably pure, and the reflection was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. This golden light hovered in the sky above. Above everyone's heads, it continued to hover while emitting an eagle cry. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Staring at this golden light, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed. The battle that was on the verge of breaking out had suddenly been disrupted by the sudden appearance of this golden eagle. What a handsome eagle! Nanxing's eyes flashed brilliantly as he couldn't help but praise. Although this golden eagle was several thousand meters in the sky, none of the people present had ordinary eyesight, so naturally they could see it clearly. A golden eagle? Su Lao of the Xiang family suddenly frowned, vaguely thinking of something. This young lord has decided to capture it and raise it. Nanxing laughed. Such a handsome eagle, if he could raise one, he would gain a lot of face. In the future, when he went out, he would take it with him and train it. Perhaps it would come in handy in the future. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling contemptuously and sarcastically said, "You can't raise it." Nanxing glanced over at him casually and sneered, not bothering to say anything, simply asking, "Have you ever seen such a strange beast?" Su Lao pondered for a moment. Su Lao frowned and said, "I seem to have heard of it." "Where did you hear it from?" Xiang Chu was also excited and quickly asked. Su Lao frowned and racked his brains, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. High up in the sky, the golden eagle's cries suddenly became more intense, as if it had found something. Immediately, it swooped down, leaving a trail of golden light behind it as it rushed straight towards the place where everyone was gathered. Nansheng, who had been wondering how to catch this eagle, was overjoyed upon seeing this and grinned. "Interesting, did this strange beast find this young lord familiar at first sight and deliberately come here to seek shelter?" Xiang Chu also smiled slightly and said, "Since Big Brother Nan is so refined, this little brother won't compete with you." Nansheng smiled and glanced over at Yang Kai. "Boy, I'll let you live a little longer, wait for this young lord to catch this eagle." "As you wish." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and assumed a posture of watching from the sidelines. "Yang Kai, take this opportunity to run," Hu Mei Er quietly whispered. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "What are you still doing here?" Hu Jiao Er looked at him anxiously and worriedly said, "Once they catch that eagle, they'll immediately come to deal with you. They won't have a chance." Yang Kai chuckled, his expression relaxed. The Hu sisters were suspicious, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. A moment later, the golden eagle descended, and when it was only a few dozen meters above the crowd, Nansheng suddenly soared up into the sky, his face filled with relief and excitement as he stretched out his hand and sent a palm strike towards the eagle. Unexpectedly, not only was the eagle handsome and powerful, its strength was also not low. With a flap of its wings, a golden light shot towards Nansheng. Nansheng's expression changed and he hurriedly dodged, immediately shouting excitedly, "Fifth Order Monster Beast. Second Elder, help me." A Fifth Order flying monster beast, this was a real treasure. An ordinary Fifth Order monster beast probably wouldn't be of much use, but one that could fly was a different story. Whether it was used to investigate the enemy or to track them, it would be a great asset and could even be used in battle. If they could catch this monster beast, Nansheng's strength would also soar. After witnessing the eagle's ability, Xiang Chu couldn't help feeling a little moved, secretly regretting that he had been too generous just now. Such an eagle was much more precious than many precious treasures, but what was said couldn't be undone. Even if Xiang Chu regretted it, he couldn't snatch it away, so he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 362. The golden eagle's wings were more than 10 meters long and its claws were as hard as steel. Compared to ordinary artifacts, these claws were not inferior at all. On top of that, it seemed to be innately capable of using some kind of beast skill. The golden light it shot out was also quite extraordinary. Although Nansheng was also one of the best masters in the Yuan-Chi realm, facing such a flying monster beast, he wasn't completely confident he could capture it, so after witnessing its abilities, he immediately asked the two masters he had brought with him for help. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't hesitate and immediately acted. Two streaks of light shot towards the golden eagle. Although they weren't powerful, they were more than enough to prevent the golden eagle from spreading its wings. "You can't." The Xiang family immortal Ascension Boundary Master, Su Lao's expression suddenly changed as he finally remembered where this golden eagle had come from and hurriedly called out. Nansheng and the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan family couldn't help frowning, not knowing what had just happened. Although they were confused, their hands didn't stop moving. With two loud bangs, the golden eagle was struck by the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' attacks and its huge body was sent tumbling through the air several times before nearly falling to the ground. Although it was a fifth-order monster beast, it was still only equivalent to an Yuan-Chi realm cultivator, so how could it possibly block the attack of two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters? After being delayed like this, Nansheng couldn't help but see hope of capturing it alive. Letting out a hearty laugh, he shot towards the golden eagle like a bolt of lightning and stretched out his hand to grab it. The Xiang family's Su Lao hurriedly rushed in front of Nan Xing and shouted, "Young Lord Nan, you can't." As he shouted, he lightly patted Nan Xing's shoulder, pushing him back. The golden eagle's clear cry sounded again, but this time it seemed to be a bit angry and hurried. The golden eagle's figure shot straight up into the sky and in the blink of an eye flew a few thousand meters into the air. What the hell? Nan Xing could have easily captured the golden eagle alive, but at the last moment his plan had been foiled by Su Lao, causing him to fly into a rage as he gloomily glared at Su Lao. Turning to Xiang Chu, he asked, "Brother Xiang, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Xiang Chu also frowned, not understanding why this immortal ascension boundary master from his family had suddenly gone mad. He frowned and asked, "Elder Su, what happened?" Cold sweat dripped down Elder Su's forehead as he raised his head to look at the eagle in the sky. He cupped his fists and said, "Mr. Nan, I'm sorry to offend you." Pumph. Nan Xing coldly snorted. His face was filled with displeasure as he said, "Tell me, why did you stop me?" Su Lao wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "This eagle has an owner." "He's taken?" Nan Xing was startled for a moment before he suddenly sneered, "It's even better to have a master. My Nan family and brother Xiang's Xiang family are both first-class families. Could it be that he couldn't get an eagle that he had set his eyes on? Tell me, whose eagle is this? Why don't they just offer it to me?" Su Lao's face turned pale, and his expression became more and more frightened. Xiang Chu seemed to have noticed something and took a deep breath. "Old man Su, do you know something about this?" Su Lao's expression was as if he had just lost his parents. His eyes swept over the disciples of Blood Group and Stormhouse, but this time he didn't look at them with the same disdain as before. Instead, he looked at them with a serious and frightened expression. Turning his head, Su Lao stared at the other three immortal ascension boundary masters and said bitterly, "Fifth order monster beast. Golden profound eagle, don't you remember anything?" When the three immortal ascension boundary masters heard him say this, they couldn't help feeling a bit confused. Su Lao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Should I say you're all ignorant or have you forgotten? Nearly 20 years ago, within the territory of the Great Han Dynasty, there were also several such eagles. Nearly 20 years ago, in the minds of the three immortal ascension boundary masters, they couldn't help recalling what had happened in the past. Suddenly, their expressions changed. One of the immortal ascension boundary masters from the Nan family blurted out, "Silver blood golden feather eagle?" Silver blood golden feather eagle. As soon as this name came out, all the immortal ascension boundary masters present felt a chill run down their spines. Fang Lao was even more stunned as he muttered, "The Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle?" Su Lao nodded heavily, quickly replying, It should be the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle." But how could it appear now? Isn't there still a few years before it appears?" "I'm afraid something happened to the Yang family, so the silver blood golden feather eagle appeared ahead of time," Su Lao boldly speculated. The three immortal ascension boundary masters didn't conceal anything when they spoke of this, nor did they deliberately lower their voices, so no matter who it was, everyone present could clearly hear what they were saying. The young disciples of the second-class sects were confused, but Xiang Chu and Nan Xing understood, glancing at each other, both of them feeling their scalps go numb. "What are they talking about?" Fang Ziki frowned and asked softly, "Uncle Lu, do you know?" Hu Jiao looked at Guan Qi curiously. Guan Qi glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and couldn't help smiling bitterly, nodding. The older generation should be able to understand. "Tell us more about it." Hu Jiao didn't understand why a trivial fifth-order monster beast would cause the Xiang family and Nan family's people to treat it so seriously. Even if a peak immortal ascension boundary master appeared, they wouldn't be so surprised, right? Guan Qi knew that it was impossible for them to fight now. The appearance of this eagle meant that in the near future, the entire Great Han Dynasty would be in turmoil, so his expression relaxed a lot as he asked, "Do you know the central capital's Yang family?" Everyone nodded. The Yang family was the head of the 8 great families. Who hadn't heard of them? The Yang family has a rule, that is, when their younger generation is still young, they will all be sent out to experience the outside world for a period of 10 years. During this time, all the Yang family's disciples are not allowed to borrow any of the Yang family's strength, nor are they allowed to reveal their identities. The Yang family also allows them to temper themselves outside. After 10 years, these Yang family's disciples will all be summoned back to compete for the position of the next Yang family patriarch. In 10 years, a person's change is very great, especially for the younger generation. The Yang family's young lords have been out for 10 years without any news, so it is very troublesome to find them. So the Yang family came up with a very special method to find and recall these scattered Yang family's disciples. What method? That method is to use the monster beast. Guan Qi pointed his finger to the sky, the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. This flying monster beast has been raised with the Yang family's blood essence since childhood, so it is very sensitive to the Yang family's bloodline. As long as there is a Yang family disciple within a certain range, it can accurately find them. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help feeling slightly moved. The Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle had appeared here. Didn't this mean that one of the Yang family's disciples was here? Who could this person be? Guan Qi gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before continuing. There are only a dozen or so silver blood golden feather eagles in this world, and all of them belong to the Yang family. The Yang family regards these exotic beasts as precious treasures, and except for when they are searching for important members of their family, they never release them. However, once a silver blood golden feather eagle appears, it means that the Yang family is recalling its scattered disciples, which also means the Yang family's inheritance war is about to begin. The Yang family's inheritance war? Feng Ziki raised his brow, seemingly quite interested in this topic. The Yang family's young lords rely on their 10 years of experience outside to gather helpers and allies to compete for the position of the Yang family's next patriarch. The last Yang family inheritance war had taken place 18 years ago, and many of its members had died, but many more had become famous in that war. The Yang family's inheritance war is a great reshuffle of the world's great forces, so many people will participate. If you're interested and think you have the strength, you can also participate. When Guan Qi said this, the people from the Xiang family and Nan family didn't interrupt. The other disciples from the second-class forces who had gathered here also listened attentively. This kind of important secret wasn't something they could hear casually. After Guan Qi finished speaking, the large crowd fell silent for a long time, no one making a sound. Nan Sheng's face was even more ashen. Just now, he had shamelessly boasted that he wanted the owner of the golden feather eagle to hand it over, but after learning that this was a strange beast raised by the Yang family, how could he dare be greedy? No wonder Su Lao had been so anxious to stop him. It turned out that he had remembered something from the past. Nan Sheng secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he and his two elders hadn't injured the golden feather eagle just now, otherwise, if the Yang family had seen this, it was hard to say what would have happened. This strange beast was rare and precious, and the Yang family was domineering and overbearing. If they had really injured it, they wouldn't have been able to settle the matter with just compensation. After a moment, Su Lao turned to Guan Qi and cupped his fists. This friend's explanation is very detailed. There are many details that even this old master doesn't understand. Guan Qi sneered. What happened many years ago? Who doesn't know? With such an incident happening, Su Lao also intended to ease the tension between the two sides, so he had only offered a few words of praise. If Guan Qi knew about this matter, how could he not? However, Guan Qi didn't accept his kindness at all, coldly spitting back at him, causing Su Lao to roll his eyes. Xiang Chu asked suspiciously, "It's just that? I remember that the Yang family dismissed the current generation of direct descendants 5 or 6 years ago. Isn't it less than 10 years? It was precisely because it hadn't been 10 years that no one thought that this eagle was the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. If a few more years had passed, when the whole world was paying attention to the Yang family's movements, the appearance of this golden feather eagle would definitely have been recognized." Nanxing also nodded slightly. "I've also heard about this matter. Could this be some other monster beast that's just similar to the golden feather eagle? Su Lao sighed. That's why I said that the Yang family must have encountered some kind of accident that caused them to recall their direct descendants so early. There's no need to doubt, this is the Yang family's golden feather eagle. Then, Xiang Chu's eyes swept over the crowd, but when his gaze swept over Yang Kai, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly, quickly turning back, pinching his nose as he asked, "In other words, there is a young Master Yang here?" Countless people were immediately on tenterhooks as they scanned their surroundings. The two groups of people were in conflict and were about to fight to the death, but at such a tense and important juncture, they suddenly learned that among this group of friends and foes, there was a character that they couldn't afford to offend. If this young Master Yang was a friend, then it would naturally be fine, but if he was an enemy. Chapter 363. Thinking so, no one could remain calm. The young lord of the central capital's Yang family, what kind of noble identity was this? The so-called first-class families were nothing in front of the central capital's 8 great families. Not to mention, the Yang family was the leader of the 8 great families. Its status was even more respected. Perhaps the Yang family young lord here might become the future patriarch of the Yang family. Now that he was weak, if they tried to make friends with him, they would naturally gain many benefits in the future. Who would dare to offend him? Unconsciously, both Xiang Chu and Nansheng restrained their domineering auras and scanned the crowd with dignified eyes. It was as if they had suddenly become much smaller than they were before. On the other hand, the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall all stared at Yang Kai expectantly. They all knew Yang Kai's name, so at this moment, they naturally associated him with the identity of the Yang family young lord, but it was not convenient for them to ask directly, so all of them were looking forward to seeing some clues from his expression. Yang Kai's expression was calm, and there was nothing unusual about him, making them even more suspicious. Xiang Chu smiled wryly, cupped his fists and asked, "Who is young Lord Yang?" It wasn't that he didn't know Yang Kai's name, it was just that he subconsciously didn't dare to associate him with the Yang family young lord. Xiang Chu now only hoped that the hidden Yang family young lord was in his camp. No one answered his question. Yang Kai let out a strange laugh. Shwa shwa shwa, countless eyes gathered on him, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the black flood dragon that had been hovering above his head suddenly swooped down. In the blink of an eye, the 20 to 30 meter long flood dragon drilled into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. At the same time, the towering evil qi also receded, and what appeared before everyone's eyes was only an ordinary Yuan Qi 6th stage cultivator. The expressions of the Xiang and Nan family people became gloomy. Yang Kai having lost his last hope at this time, they couldn't help but think. Looking up at the sky, the silver blood golden feather eagle was still circling. It let out a sharp cry. Yang Kai put his fingers into his mouth and whistled loudly. As if it had received some kind of order, the circling silver blood golden feather eagle responded cheerfully. It spread its wings and swooped down from a height of several thousand feet. In an instant, it arrived above the crowd. That pair of bright eagle eyes stared vigilantly and hatefully at the 3 people of the Nan family, and slowly landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. Folding its wings, the silver blood golden feather eagle screeched at the 3 Nan family members in a threatening manner. The faces of the Nan family and Xiang family members suddenly paled, Xiang Chu's face twitching slightly as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. The unique silver blood golden feather eagle of the Yang family had now landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. There was no need to think too much about Yang Kai's true identity. The Hu sisters stared at Yang Kai without blinking, as if they had just met him. Their beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The bodies of Xie Rong and Li Fu of Soaring Rainbow Court went limp. He fell limply to the ground. Their 2 sects had racked their brains to curry favor with Xiang Chu, aiding him in his evil deeds and slandering Yang Kai. Never had they expected to pick up a sesame seed and throw away a watermelon, offending a person even Xiang Chu didn't dare to offend. This was the true definition of having eyes but failing to see, short-sighted. Both of their sects had suffered heavy casualties, and each of them had lost an immortal ascension boundary elder to Yang Kai, so they had hoped that Xiang Chu would avenge them. While they were at it, they could also hug the big tree that was the Xiang family, but now, everything had been in vain. Forget about revenge, now that they had offended the Yang family's young lord, whether they could survive was another matter altogether. No wonder he said the price of offending him was not something their sex could afford. They really couldn't afford it. Young Master Yang? Xiang Chu looked at Yang Kai awkwardly, his palms wet with sweat, but he had no choice but to brace himself and ask. Nansheng opened his mouth, his heart filled with regret. This time, he had really been caught in an unexpected disaster. He had just passed by this place on his way back to the Nan family and had not expected to cause such a big trouble. If he had known this would happen, why would he have come here to watch the fun? He could have just ridden his cloud-treading colt back to the Nan family. Faced with Xiang Chu's inquiry, Yang Kai just glanced at him faintly before concentrating on combing the feathers of the silver blood-golden feather eagle perched on his shoulder. This fifth-order flying monster beast was quite special. Its feathers seemed to be made of pure gold, and after being raised by the Yang family for so many years, it had been taken care of very well. Each of its feathers was as sharp as a knife, and its hardness and sharpness were not inferior to an ordinary Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. Coupled with its hook-like beak and sharp claws, an average Yuan Qi realm cultivator may not be its opponent. Only a cultivator at the 6th or 7th stage of Yuan Qi or above would be able to defeat it. Yang Kai did not speak, so even though Xiang Chu was full of grievances and resentment, he did not dare show the slightest bit of it. Cupping his fists, he stood there with a cautious expression on his face. Nansheng's face turned red as he thickened his face and said, "Young Master Yang, this Nan had eyes but failed to see. What happened just now was this Nan's fault. I hope young Master Yang will not take it to heart." Hu Jiao Air couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Just now, Nansheng had been so overbearing and arrogant, facing more than a dozen second-class sect disciples and not allowing them to resist. But now, in front of the young lord of a super force, his performance was so humble that he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Kai. It was as if he was a completely different person, and the difference in attitude was so great that it made people raise their eyebrows. When the laughter reached Nansheng's ears, it made him feel even more uncomfortable. His expression also changed as he forced a smile and said, "Young lady, please don't take offense. This Nan apologizes to you." Hu Jiao Air sneered and turned her face away, not wanting to look at this realistic face. The 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan and Xiang family also had no choice but to put down their faces and cup their fists. "Young Master Yang, please forgive us for our rudeness just now." Yang Kai let out a light breath and glanced over at them indifferently, chuckling lightly, "It's not your fault you didn't know." Hearing him say this, the Xiang clan and Nan clan members were all delighted. As long as Yang Kai didn't pursue today's matter, everything would be fine. On top of that, the Yang family's inheritance war was about to begin, so Yang Kai, as the Yang family's young lord, naturally needed to gather support and gather his supporters in order to win the position of the next patriarch. The Xiang and Nan families were both first-class families. With such powerful support, as long as Yang Kai wanted to win in the inheritance war, he would definitely try to win them over. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Yang Kai hadn't suffered any losses from today's events, so naturally he was willing to let it go. Perhaps today, he would even be able to form a good relationship with the Yang family young lord, creating a story of friendship without discord. Thinking about all kinds of possibilities, Xiang Chu and Nansheng both wore joyful and expectant expressions. Just as they were celebrating though, the silver blood-golden feather eagle on Yang Kai's shoulder suddenly let out a shrill cry, as if it had been injured, flapping its wings and flying high into the sky. "What happened?" Xiang Chu asked eagerly, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he stared blankly at Yang Kai, a look of confusion filling his face. The same was true for everyone else. What they saw was Yang Kai holding 2 golden feathers in his hand. These 2 feathers gleamed with a golden light, as if they were finely ground blades, the same length and shape. Obviously, they had been plucked from the silver blood-golden feather eagle. No wonder the eagle had suddenly flown up in fright. After plucking the feathers, Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at them and simply threw them to the ground. "Young Master Yang, what is the meaning of this?" Nanxing was confused as he frowned at Yang Kai. This silver blood golden feather eagle was extremely handsome and had an excellent appearance. On top of that, it was a rare and precious exotic beast and was the one who had found Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai didn't like it, he wouldn't suddenly attack it. What is he doing? Nanxing couldn't understand. Xiang Chu, on the other hand, was much more sensitive than Nanxing. Looking at the two golden feathers in Yang Kai's hand, he had a bad feeling about this. But before he could think clearly, two figures had already approached them. The speed of these two people was extremely fast and their bodies were shrouded in a brilliant light. At a glance, it was obvious that their strength wasn't low. The distance of a few thousand meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. The newcomers were a man and a woman. The man was tall and sturdy with a cold expression. There was a long scar on his face that ran from left to right like an earthworm. It was sinister on the bridge of his nose. His aura was as sharp as a blade, and his murderous aura was awe-inspiring. With one look, one could tell that he was a veteran. The woman was in her prime with a graceful figure. It was impossible to tell how old she was, but she was dignified and beautiful. Her pair of phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light, but her oval face was expressionless and indifferent. Both men and women were immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but the feeling they gave off was much stronger than the masters from the Xiang and Nan families. The moment they saw them, everyone couldn't help comparing them to the four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Nan and Xiang families, but all of them came to the same conclusion. In a one-on-one fight, none of the four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were a match for this man and woman. Each of the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagles was followed by a Yang family master so that once they found a Yang family young lord, they could be escorted home. The two people in front of them had obviously followed the silver blood golden feather eagles all the way here. Both of them had a jade token hanging from their waists with a blood-red Yang character written on it. Yang family blood warriors. Fong Lao couldn't help muttering. The Yang family blood warriors had served the Yang family for generations and were extremely loyal to it. Each one of them had outstanding talent and had been trained since childhood. A lot of manpower, material, and financial resources had been spent on their growth. Their origins may not be as noble as those of the young lords and young ladies, but the achievements they could achieve were definitely not lower. The Yang family had an above-immortal Ascension Boundary Grand Elder who was a blood warrior. But now, the Yang family treated him as an honored guest. Even if a direct descendant saw him, they would have to kowtow to him. Therefore, the Yang family blood warriors also represented a powerful combat strength. All of the blood warriors had the ability to fight above their realm and were basically invincible in the same realm. What was most valuable was their loyalty. For the sake of the Yang family, they were willing to sacrifice everything. After all, from a young age, the Yang family had instilled in them the ideology of family supremacy. In order to train them, the Yang family had paid a great price. Chapter 364. This was indeed the unique silver blood golden feather eagle of the Yang family. Yang Kai really was a Yang family young lord. Where is the young lord? The middle-aged man's hawk-like eyes scanned the crowd. His expression didn't change at all because of the presence of the Xiang and Nan families. He simply raised his voice and asked. When he asked this question, the woman also glanced around, trying to find her young lord in the crowd. Shwa shwa shwa, almost everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai. The next moment, the two blood warriors also cast their eyes over, and after seeing Yang Kai's face and judging his age and cultivation, their expressions suddenly became suspicious. As blood warriors, they had naturally seen many of the Yang family's young lords. Even if they had never interacted with them, they had at least seen them a few times. The two of them had already guessed before coming here that using the silver blood golden feather eagle, they could easily find their young lord's residence. If he looked familiar, they would be able to determine his identity. However, when they saw Yang Kai, the two of them couldn't help feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Among the Yang family's young lords who had gone out for life experience, How could they be so young? Moreover, this appearance. They hadn't seen him before. It was no wonder they were suspicious. When Yang Kai left home, he was only 12 or 13 years old and was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. Now that more than 5 years had passed, Yang Kai had naturally changed a lot. However, the woman's observation was more detailed, and after a long time, she suddenly exclaimed, "Little Lord." The middle-aged man's eyes couldn't help narrowing as he stared at Yang Kai. His heart couldn't help feeling a storm. Little Lord. When he was dismissed, he was the youngest young lord, the one under the command of Fourth Master Yang. But wasn't the little lord congenitally deficient and unable to cultivate? When they left the Yang family this time, the blood warriors had been discussing among themselves. If they were to see the little lord, they would have to strictly guard him because it was very likely that the little lord was just an ordinary person. The Yang family had many enemies, so perhaps this time someone would take advantage of this opportunity to assassinate these scattered young lords. Now that they looked at him again, how could this young man be an ordinary person? He was clearly a cultivator of Yuan Qi State Level 6. Although this level of cultivation could not be considered to be top-notch, it was still not weak. The middle-aged man and the woman looked at each other. Then, with a flash of their bodies, they suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, and an invisible force spread out in all directions. Everyone around Yang Kai was pushed a few dozen feet away. The domineering and overbearing nature of the Yang family was clear to see. The Hu sisters retreated again and couldn't help but pout in anger. "They're both my friends, go easy on them." Yang Kai looked at the two of them indifferently. The middle-aged man and the woman looked calm, as if they didn't care about him at all. Before confirming the true identity of Yang Kai, the blood warriors didn't treat anyone kindly. "Are you really the young master?" The middle-aged man frowned as he looked at Yang Kai and asked with uncertainty. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He flicked his finger and cut a small wound. He lifted his finger and a few drops of blood immediately dripped down. The woman reacted quickly. She quickly took out a jade pendant and respectfully held it with both hands, using it to receive the drops of blood. When the blood fell into the jade pendant, it seemed to be swallowed up and disappeared in an instant. The originally ordinary jade pendant, after absorbing the blood, suddenly exuded a brilliant light. Only a direct descendant of the Yang family could activate the mysterious light in this jade pendant. Confirmed. The middle-aged man and woman glanced at each other and quickly knelt on the ground. Blood warrior, Tu Feng. Blood warrior, Tang Yuxian, greets the little lord. Stand up. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, there was a great deal of respect and dignity in their eyes. No longer any of their previous carelessness. If it were any other young lord who had reached the Yuan Qi 6th stage at this moment, they wouldn't have shown such a change. But the little lord was different. Because the Fourth Master Yang had not yet recovered from his injuries, the little lord had been born with a congenital deficiency. For more than 10 years in the Yang family, he had always been an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, but now he had actually grown to such a level. In just 5 years, he had cultivated to the Yuan Qi 6th stage. This kind of speed, even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help but sigh, so how could they still underestimate him? Moreover, this little lord's position at this moment was quite dangerous. This was the front line of the war with the ash-gray cloud evil land. As a Yang family young lord, he actually dared to take such a risk and come here. This kind of mentality and courage was obviously not something an ordinary person could possess. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought they had taken on a boring job this time, but they hadn't expected to be shocked by the little lord's strength. The direct descendants of the Yang family were all crazy masters. They couldn't be looked at with normal eyes. For a moment, the two of them couldn't help admiring him. After looking at Yang Kai for a while, Tu Feng retracted his gaze and asked, "Who is in charge of this place?" Xiang Chu's scalp went numb as he quickly stepped forward, smiled bitterly, and cupped his fists, replying to Senior, "This place is managed by my Xiang family." Xiang family? Tu Feng frowned and nodded slightly. The decisive battle was finished 2 days ago, so there should be nothing left to do here, right? If there is nothing else, we'll take the little lord away. If there is something you need, just give us the order and we'll help you on behalf of the little lord." I wouldn't dare. Xiang Chu was now eager to send these Yang family people far away, so how could he dare to say anything else, quickly saying, "There is nothing left to do here, we're just about to go back, senior, please help yourself." Tu Feng gave him a look that said, "You're quite sensible, quite satisfied." Just as he was about to lead Yang Kai away, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a murderous aura burst out from his body. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also went cold as she stared towards the ground. The Xiang family and Nan family people didn't know what had happened, but all of them were frightened and frightened. Heh. Tu Feng suddenly chuckled, the scars on his face becoming more and more terrifying. Muttering in a cold tone, "I was wondering why the eagle was so frightened, hovering in the sky without landing, so that's what happened." The Xiang family and Nan family people were both shocked. Xiang Chu also raised his head. Staring at Yang Kai in horror, only now did he finally react. Yang Kai had just plucked 2 of the silver blood golden feather eagle's feathers and threw them on the ground. This was clearly an attempt to frame someone else. Who dared to hit my Yang family's eagle? Tang Yuxian's face was as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes flashing a murderous intent as she swept her eyes over the Nan family and Xiang family people, coldly shouting, "Stand up." Tu Feng also sneered, "The Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle, each one of them is extremely precious and has not been seen for a long time, yet someone actually dares to have ideas about it. Interesting, interesting." "Senior." Xiang Chu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, seemingly only now realizing the viciousness of Yang Kai's actions. "I had eyes but failed to recognize the silver blood golden feather eagle in time. It was indeed abrupt, but I didn't hurt it." "Didn't recognize it?" Tu Feng coldly snorted, "What's the point of having eyes?" Tang Yuxian also responded aggressively, "You didn't hurt it? Then what's the matter with these 2 feathers?" This. Xiang Chu was suddenly speechless. He couldn't just say that the Yang family's little lord had plucked these feathers himself and threw them on the ground, regardless of whether they believed him or not. It was a fact that they had attacked the silver blood golden feather eagle. There were so many pairs of eyes watching. The Yang family was famous for being domineering and arrogant. How could they be easily dealt with after their eagle was injured? Seeing the faces of the Xiang and Nan family masters all pale and filled with righteous indignation, they couldn't help feeling bitter. All of them looked like they had lost their parents, while the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't help feeling happy. Sure enough, retribution for retribution, what goes around comes around. Just now, they had joined forces with Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court to frame Yang Kai, but now the tables had completely turned. It was as if all the injustice and slander they had just inflicted on Yang Kai had been completely borne by them. Xiang Chu still wanted to defend himself, but Su Lao slowly shook his head at him. Defending himself in front of the Yang family was tantamount to playing a lute to a cow. It was completely useless. With a pale face, Su Lao said, "This matter is our fault, friend, please explain yourself. What's the rules of the martial world?" Tu Feng sneered. The 4 immortal ascension boundary masters all paled. After a moment, all of them sighed deeply, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate this time. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters behind Nansheng stepped forward and glanced at each other, their faces filled with sadness, immediately stretching out their fingers and condensing their chi into a blade. The 2 Nan family masters' eyes filled with sadness, their bodies couldn't help trembling slightly, hesitating. Tu Feng stared at them coldly, his yuan chi surging unscrupulously. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also wore a cold expression, as if she was dissatisfied, she would immediately begin a slaughter. Ta! A faint sigh came out from the mouths of the 2 masters, both of them closing their eyes, a trace of pain and despair filling their faces. The yuan chi blade slashed down, and with a flash of light, the 2 masters' arms flew off from their elbows, blood gushing out. With a muffled groan, the faces of the 2 masters instantly turned pale, quickly circulating their secret arts to stop the flow of blood, one of them trembling as he stared at Tu Feng and asked, "Is this enough?" All the disciples from the second-class sects were horrified. Although they had long heard that the Yang family was powerful and domineering, none of them had expected it to be so monstrous. Just a single question from this blood warrior had forced two masters to cripple their own arms. These were two immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage masters. If they were placed in their sects, they would definitely be elders or protectors, perhaps even comparable to the sect master. But now, they had been bullied like this without daring to resist. It wasn't until this moment that the second-class sects truly understood what the Yang family was, what the head of the 8 great families was. This kind of heritage and momentum was something their sects simply couldn't compare with. Tu Feng coldly said, "Only 2 people? From what I can see, there are 4 masters here." The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang family were suddenly stunned. Fang Lao and Su Lao of the Xiang family really hadn't attacked the silver blood golden feather eagle just now, and Su Lao had even stopped the actions of the 3 Nin family elders, but the Yang family blood warrior obviously wasn't willing to give up so easily. "We didn't attack that eagle." Su Lao's forehead oozed cold sweat as he hurriedly tried to defend himself. Severing one's own arm was not a minor injury. After losing an arm, a master's strength would drop by at least 20%, possibly even more, which was equivalent to becoming a half-cripple in the future. Tu Feng didn't seem to hear him at all, staring at him and Fang Lao coldly, "An arm or your life, choose." Fang Lao and Su Lao's expressions changed greatly. They hadn't expected Tu Feng to be so unreasonable. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time." Tu Feng continued to pressure them. Su Lao and Fang Lao's eyes suddenly dimmed as they glanced at each other, both shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. "2 elders, this Xiang Chu owes you this much?" Xiang Chu took a deep breath, filled with grief and indignation. What else could these 2 masters say? Their young lord was right next to them, and although they knew that it was impossible for a blood warrior to kill the heir of a first-class family for no reason, killing the 2 of them wasn't a big problem. "We admit defeat." Su Lao and Fang Lao's expressions became gloomy, no longer saying anything. Just like the other 2, they gathered their yuan qi, condensed it into a blade, and cut off one of their arms. "Is that okay?" Su Lao asked with a pale face. "Is there no one else?" Tu Feng asked, his eyes sweeping across the other side like a hawk. Nanxing felt uncomfortable being stared at and couldn't help shrinking his neck. Yang Kai grinned at him. Nanxing's face also went white. Nanxing was the first one to attack the silver blood golden feather eagle. The Xiang family's Su Lao and Fang Lao were only implicated. It looks like there's still someone else. Tu Feng saw Nanxing's guilty and panicked expression and knew that this matter was related to him, so he shouted, "Do you want me to do it myself?" The faces of the 4 masters from the Nan family and Xiang family changed again. The blood warrior had bullied them and ordered them to cut off one of their arms. They had nothing to say, nor did they have the ability to resist. But now that Tu Feng had actually set his sights on Nanxing, the situation was completely different. Nanxing was the young lord of a first-class family and the successor of the Nan family. If he really lost one of his arms here, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Therefore, even though the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters knew the strength of the blood warrior, they couldn't help glaring at Tu Feng with resentment and vigilance, secretly circulating their yuan qi. If they continued to be pressured, there was bound to be a great battle. Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. "Young Lord Nan's identity is honorable, there's no need to cut off one of his arms." Tu Feng's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Nanxing glanced towards Yang Kai with a look of surprise and gratitude, obviously not having expected this young man would actually let him go. "Just cut off 2 of your fingers." Yang Kai's smile faded as he said. The gratitude in Nanxing's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a look of extreme resentment. "Good, since the little lord says so, you can cut off 2 of your own fingers." Tu Feng nodded, seemingly giving Nanxing a great gift. "Good." Nanxing was also a decisive person. Hearing this, he didn't waste any more time, pulling out a dagger from his waist, and with a flash of light, 2 of his fingers fell to the ground. During this entire process, he didn't even bat an eyelid. "I'll remember you." Nanxing grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai coldly, muttering under his breath. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Young Lord Nan, this is just a punishment for injuring it. Have you forgotten that there is still a debt between us that has yet to be settled?" Nanxing's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly went silent. Chapter 365. Yang Kai really still had grievances with them. Just now, Xiang Chu and Nanxing had wanted to kill Yang Kai, and if it weren't for the timely arrival of the Golden Feather Eagle, they would have already started fighting. Yang Kai clearly didn't want to resolve his grievances so easily, so he had plucked the eagle's feathers and retaliated on the spot. Listening to him say this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore calm expressions, not showing the slightest surprise, as if they had already noticed the tense atmosphere here. However, both of them remained silent, staring curiously at Yang Kai, wondering what he was going to do. The Blood Warrior's mission this time was only to safely bring back the Yang family's direct descendants. There were no other instructions. Just now, they had forced the Nan and Xiang family masters to retreat only because the Golden Feather Eagle had been injured. Now, if Yang Kai wanted to find trouble with these people, that was Yang Kai's business. The two Blood Warriors wouldn't intervene. They were loyal to the Yang family, not Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai didn't have the qualifications or strength to order them to do anything. Only when his life was in danger would the two Blood Warriors act. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian suddenly felt that this time, they had received the Little Lord. Quite interesting. Both of them were members of the Yang family, so they were naturally arrogant and domineering. Yang Kai's aggressive and unrelenting attitude was clearly to their liking. For a moment, both of them were looking forward to it. Xiang Chu laughed dryly. "What does young Master Yang want us to do?" His fist wasn't as big as his opponent's, so Xiang Chu had no choice but to tuck his tail between his legs. Su Lao also endured the heart-wrenching pain and said with a frown, "We admit defeat this time. However, as the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Young Master Yang, you also want to participate in the inheritance war? Please reconsider." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he coldly snorted, "Reconsider? Ridiculous." As soon as his voice fell, two blood-red petals suddenly flew out from his body. A floral fragrance wafted out, lingering around the tip of everyone's nose. 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. The petals fluttered in the air, suddenly transforming into two red lights that flashed and disappeared. Two muffled groans rang out as Xia Rong and soaring rainbow quartz Li Fu fell to the ground, their vitality drained away. Everyone was in an uproar. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai in amazement while the faces of the Nan and Xiang family members all changed. No one seemed to have expected this. He actually dared to kill someone in front of so many people. As soon as Xia Rong and Li Fu died, the remaining members of Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court all collapsed to the ground, looking at Yang Kai in horror, a chill running down their spines. The two petals flickered one after another. A series of muffled sounds rang out, and all the disciples of the Thunderlight Court and Soaring Rainbow Court died in a short span of 10 breaths of time. The ground was littered with corpses. Xiang Chu and Nanxing's breathing suddenly stagnated as they involuntarily gulped. "Within 3 months. I want to see your sincerity in the central capital, otherwise, I don't mind destroying the prestige of a first-class family." Yang Kai's eyes were cold. He suddenly chuckled, "You can keep your lives for now." Xiang Chu's face suddenly became extremely ugly, a burst of bitter taste spreading in his mouth. Nanxing was even more furious, covering the wound on his hand as he glared at Yang Kai. After a long time, Xiang Chu finally managed to squeeze out a forced smile. "Many thanks. Let's go." With a wave of his hand, Xiang Chu led the group away. "Those 3 cloud-treading colts are mine." Yang Kai glanced over at the 3 monster beasts that the Nan family had just mounted and said faintly. Nanxing, who had already mounted his mount, couldn't help taking a deep breath when he heard this and quickly jumped back down, quickly being dragged away by the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters beside him. Tang Yuxian pursed her lips and stared at Yang Kai with a funny expression, thinking that this little lord of hers seemed to be a child who hadn't grown up yet, always acting like a bully. Opening her mouth, she was about to speak when Tu Feng slowly shook his head at her. "Little lord, Yu Xian and I will wait for you over there." Tu Feng's appearance was rough, but his mind was quite sharp. Knowing that Yang Kai still had something to say to his friends, he left with Tang Yuxian first. Yang Kai nodded. After everyone had left, leaving behind only the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall, Yang Kai discovered that these people were all looking at him strangely. Many of these people's eyes were filled with awe, but to Yang Kai's relief, the Hu sisters and Fang Ziki didn't look at him in such a way. Not only that, Hu Jiao Er's beautiful eyes also flashed a hint of hatred. "Do you have any questions?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose and looked towards the Hu sisters. Hu Mei Er pursed her lips and wanted to ask something but didn't. Hu Jiao Er, on the other hand, coldly said, "No." Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, "You really don't?" "No means no, I already know what I need to know, what else do you need to ask?" Hu Jiao Er glared at him fiercely before grabbing her sister's hand and saying, "Come on, let's go home." Hu Mei Er smiled apologetically to Yang Kai before quickly catching up with her sister's pace. Guan Qi cupped his fists towards Yang Kai and also let out a hollow laugh before leading the others away. Fang Ziki stayed behind and asked, "Brother Yang, is the inheritance war fun?" "I don't know, I've never tried it before." Yang Kai shook his head. "Do you want to participate?" Fang Ziki raised his brow and asked. "As long as one has a certain level of strength, they must participate, it's not up to me." Yang Kai nodded. "Interesting, I'll definitely visit you in the central capital some other day." Fang Ziki laughed. "I'll be waiting." Yang Kai also smiled. A gust of wind blew through Yang Kai's black hair. Standing in place, Yang Kai watched the dozen or so people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall gradually disappear into the distance. Among the crowd, there were two women who from time to time glanced back until they disappeared from sight. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian appeared beside Yang Kai like ghosts and waited quietly. "I'm going to retreat for a while. Wait for me for a while." Yang Kai ordered lightly before diving into the camp and finding a fairly spacious house. Entering it, Tang Yuxian responded in a daze. After a long time, Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed slightly. "Retreat? Is the little lord about to break through?" "There are some signs." Tu Feng nodded slightly. Agreeing with Tang Yuxian's opinion, his yuan qi is fluctuating a bit. It is indeed a sign of a breakthrough. It seems that before we came here, he experienced a great battle. If it weren't for this reason, how could he suddenly break through without warning? Tu Feng smiled faintly, looking up at the golden feather eagle in the sky. "Yu Xian, do you think the little lord is a bit soft-hearted?" Tang Yuxian tilted her head and looked at Tu Feng. "I just think he's still a child. It's inevitable that his methods would be softer." Tu Feng slowly shook his head and quickly said, "Yang family people. Even if he's a child, don't underestimate him. Yu Xian, you've been in the Yang family for so many years, how can you still be so naive? This little lord is not as simple as you think." "What do you mean?" Tang Yuxian suddenly became interested. "You can see that he has grievances with the Xiang and Nin families, right?" Tang Yuxian chuckled lightly. "I'm not blind, naturally I can see it. Moreover, their grievances don't seem to be shallow. What do you think the little lord should do?" "Kill him." Tang Yuxian said lightly. "He should try to win them over. The inheritance war needs such allies. By doing this, he has offended so many people while also releasing a tiger back to the mountain. I'm afraid the Xiang and Nin families will become his enemies in the future." "That's why I said you were too naive." Tu Feng grinned. "Those two young men can't be killed. Both of them are the next patriarchs of the Xiang and Nan families. If we really kill them, the little lord will also be in trouble. He doesn't have enough power right now to deal with such troubles. Not to mention he doesn't have the ability to kill their young masters under the noses of 4 immortal ascension boundary masters. Then we should win them over." Tang Yuxian spat disdainfully. "We've already offended them, what's the point of winning them over? Even if we win them over, I'm afraid the 2 young masters will still be disloyal, so it's better to go down this dark road and offend them as much as possible while scraping as many benefits from them as possible. Tu Feng narrowed his eyes. Some people need to be beaten until they're afraid, until they tremble at the sight of you, then they won't be able to resist. But the little lord obviously doesn't have the means or strength to do so. The little lord really can't do this, after all, he's still young, but he should have such intentions towards the Xiang and Nen families, otherwise he wouldn't have acted so domineering. I'd like to see how he performs in the inheritance war. Tang Yuxian suddenly became puzzled. Why are you so interested in him? Tu Feng chuckled, reaching out his hand and grabbing the 2 golden feathers on the ground. Handing one of them to Tang Yuxian, Tu Feng said, "These 2 feathers weren't knocked off at all." Tang Yuxian stared at them and couldn't help feeling surprised. They were plucked off? Who plucked them? Who else could it be? Tang Yuxian glanced towards the spot where Yang Kai was in seclusion and exclaimed, "So insidious? He's actually using us as bait." After saying so, she stared at Tu Feng and asked, "Since you already saw through it, why did you let him do as he pleased? Why would I expose him on the spot?" Tu Feng rolled his eyes. "No matter what, he's still a young lord of the Yang family. How could I do something that would cause him to lose face? Smelly brat, he's really insidious." Tang Yuxian grit her teeth. Being taken advantage of like this, Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling somewhat unconvinced. She was an immortal ascension boundary master, yet she couldn't even see through such a trick. It was really a bit shameful. Tu Feng frowned. "This time, we don't know if the blood warriors will be required to participate in the inheritance war. If they do, the 2 of us will need to find a trustworthy and powerful young lord to follow. You know, in the inheritance war, the consequences of standing on the wrong side are very serious. Do you want to follow him?" Tang Yuxian frowned. "I don't have such an idea for the time being. We've only just met him, so it's still not too bad. Let's see how he performs on the road." Heh, the Yang family's unwritten rules. On the way home, not only are the young lords trying to conquer us, we're also observing them to see if they're worth following. "I'll do as you say." Tang Yuxian nodded. After saying so, she smiled charmingly. "I'll have to carefully keep my eyes open. I can't be used by him again." Ha! Tu Feng laughed loudly. Chapter 366. Yang Kai walked out in high spirits. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly stepped forward and saluted, carefully examining him and discovering that he had indeed broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage. The 2 blood warriors nodded secretly, also feeling some admiration in their hearts. Being able to break through so quickly after the great battle, this little lord's aptitude should not be bad. What was strange though was that after more than a decade in the Yang family, why was he just an ordinary person? What had happened to him in the past few years that allowed him to achieve what he had now in one fell swoop? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai with different expressions on their faces, seemingly waiting for something. "What happened to the Yang family? Why did you call us back so early this time?" Yang Kai frowned and asked the 2. Tu Feng's face was a little gloomy as he replied, "The patriarch was injured. During the decisive battle with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Lands Masters, the patriarch was injured by the profound Een Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King. Poison Qi and Ghost Qi entered his body at the same time. Although he was treated in time and his life was saved, the elders of the family said that the situation was not optimistic, so we must determine the next patriarch as soon as possible." The patriarch was injured? Yang Kai was stunned. The current patriarch of the Yang family should be Yang Kai's great-uncle, Yang Yinghao. His strength was not low, but such a character had actually been injured during the Great Battle, and it seemed that his injuries were not light. Otherwise, the patriarch would not have been so anxious to call back the Yang family's direct descendants and start the inheritance war. "I understand." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Regarding the people and matters of the family, Yang Kai didn't know much about the Yang family, and even his uncles had only met a few times. Besides his own parents, Yang Kai didn't have much affection for the other members of the Yang family. This was also the case for the other direct descendants of the Yang family. The previous generation's direct descendants had only returned to the family after 10 years of experience outside, and during the inheritance war, they had not shown any mercy to their brothers, so the bond between the young family members was very thin. It wasn't as deep as the other families. Seeing his calm reaction, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also didn't show much surprise. The two of them had been in the Yang family for so long, so they naturally understood the temperament of the Yang family. Young master, Tu Feng asked, if there is nothing else, let's return to the Yang family first. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked, is there a deadline set by the family? Tu Feng slowly shook his head. Furthermore, I reckon that you are the first young master to be found. 2 days ago, the golden feather eagle was released. Yu Xian and I chased you all the way here, and we were very lucky to run into you. The others are probably still searching with the golden feather eagles. That's good. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Young master, do you still have something to do? Yes. I want to go back to the sect. Yang Kai nodded. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other and couldn't help marveling. The cuckoo bird Yang family's direct disciples were all raised in the wild. They hid their identities and lived in other sections. After 10 years, these young lords would secretly leave the sect, not wanting to let their sect elders or brothers and sisters know about it. After all, after living there for so many years, even if they were made of wood, they would still have some feelings. Deceiving the sect like this would cause them to feel guilty. But this young man in front of them not only didn't sneak away, he actually wanted to go back. This was quite interesting. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain this to his sect elders. Tang Yuxian suddenly became curious and asked, what is the name of young master's sect? Yang Kai chuckled and glanced over at her, only to see her grinning and looking expectantly at him, seemingly wanting to inquire about the situation. It's better if I don't say. Tang Yuxian was startled, not quite understanding what he meant. However, as a blood warrior, she didn't ask any more questions, only faintly feeling that this young lord wasn't easy to deal with. Let's go! Yang Kai had already jumped onto the cloud-treading colt and shouted towards her and Tu Feng. The two blood warriors glanced at each other before leaping onto the cloud-treading colts as well. Although they were both immortal ascension boundary masters and their flying speed was quite fast, since they had cloud-treading colts, they were naturally happy to save some energy and yuan qi. The 3 cloud-treading colts flew as fast as lightning. Above their heads, the silver blood golden feather eagle followed, letting out a clear cry from time to time. From here to High Heaven Pavilion was at least 10,000 kilometers away. Even riding a cloud-treading colt would take 2 to 3 days to reach it. However, Yang Kai didn't go at full speed, instead maintaining a moderate speed. The Yang family's unwritten rule was one that Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian knew, but how could Yang Kai not know? Along the way, his performance would affect the choices of these 2 blood warriors in the future. Participating in the inheritance war wasn't just about the strength of the Yang family young lords. It could even be said that one's own strength was the least important aspect. What mattered in the inheritance war was how much support a young lord could gather and how many forces would bow their heads. The more support a young lord could gather and the more forces would bow their heads, the more it would show the young lord's connections and means, allowing him to sit in the Yang family patriarch's position. The Yang family was the head of the 8 great families, so what it needed was connections and means. Yang Kai could be said to be poor right now, so naturally he was very interested in these 2 blood warriors who had come to escort him home. If he could convince them on the road, it would be equivalent to having 2 powerful immortal ascension boundary helpers on his way home. Therefore, on this road he couldn't go too fast. If he went too fast, even if Yang Kai had all kinds of means, he wouldn't have enough time to use them, but he also couldn't go too slow, otherwise he would appear lazy. Yang Kai led the way while Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian followed without complaint. In one day they traveled 2,000 kilometers, leisurely. After 3 days, they had only covered half of the distance. At night, the 3 stopped to rest. Tu Feng went out to hunt while Tang Yuxian searched for drywood nearby. A bonfire was lit. After the bonfire was lit, Tu Feng also returned with a full harvest. The 2 of them worked together to clean the meat in a nearby stream before returning and roasting it over the fire. While the two of them were busy, Yang Kai was a few dozen meters away, constantly whistling as he teased the silver blood golden feather eagle that had landed on a treetop to rest. Over the past few days, once they stopped to rest, Yang Kai would tease the golden feather eagle like this. But after 3 days, the harvest was minimal. The golden feather eagle seemed to hold a grudge. That day, in order to frame Nanxing and Xiangchu, Yang Kai had plucked 2 of its golden feathers. Even now, the eagle still regarded Yang Kai as its greatest enemy. When Yang Kai approached it slightly, it would cry out and flap its wings fiercely. Even if Yang Kai was a direct descendant of the Yang family, he still couldn't control it. Tang Yuxian spun the roasted meat in her hand. Glancing over at Yang Kai, she couldn't help smiling when she saw that he still hadn't made any progress. Serves him right, Tang Yuxian said softly. Although the silver blood golden feather eagle is only a 5th-order monster beast, its sentience is very high. Don't even think about getting close to it for the rest of your life. Tu Feng also nodded heavily, apparently agreeing with Tang Yuxian's opinion. The little lord should also know this. Why is he still doing such a thankless thing? Tang Yuxian frowned. Tu Feng grinned meaningfully. An ulterior motive isn't in the wine. What do you mean? Tang Yuxian asked curiously. Tu Feng smacked his lips. The little lord is trying to find a way to impress us. You don't understand? Haven't you noticed that our speed these past few days hasn't been very fast? He's just stalling for time. Tang Yuxian was surprised. After thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly felt that what Tu Feng said made sense, glancing over at him with her beautiful eyes. How can you be so meticulous? You've grown so big in vain. Tu Feng chuckled. It's not that I'm meticulous, it's just that the little lord's intentions are too obvious. Even a fool can understand, huh? It seems I said something wrong. What do you think? Tang Yuxian looked at him with a smile, causing Tu Feng to suddenly feel embarrassed. Not bothering to pursue the matter, Tang Yuxian turned to look at Yang Kai and smiled. If he thinks so, he's destined to be disappointed. And don't worry about him, we just need to ensure his safety. Tu Feng grinned, then called out to Yang Kai, Little Lord, it's time to eat. Yang Kai nodded and walked back with a calm expression. While eating, Tang Yuxian smiled and turned to Yang Kai and asked, Little Lord, how is your progress? Hearing her ask this, Tu Feng quickly winked at her, indicating that she shouldn't meddle in Yang Kai's affairs. Yang Kai hadn't made any progress. If she asked, wouldn't that be embarrassing the young lord? In fact, Tang Yuxian was also being kind and wanted to remind Yang Kai not to waste his efforts, lest the greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment. Young people like to show off was understandable. Unexpectedly, after hearing her question, Yang Kai actually smiled faintly and replied casually while eating, Almost, I should be able to eliminate its hostility by tomorrow. Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng suddenly froze and stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, not knowing what to say. How is it almost? Isn't it obvious he's still far from it? Moreover, how could he be so sure he could eliminate the golden feather eagle's hostility by tomorrow? That monster beast was born to hold grudges. After plucking 2 of its feathers, it would never pay you any mind for the rest of its life. What's wrong? Yang Kai saw their silence and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Tu Feng quickly shook his head and smiled. Then I wish the little lord success. Tu Feng's words were quite insincere, but Yang Kai didn't seem to notice and just nodded lightly. Tang Yuxian pursed her lips and suddenly felt a headache coming on. The little lord in front of her was so confident and had made such bold claims. If the golden feather eagle still ignored him tomorrow, wouldn't he lose face? The little lord would lose face, and if he became angry, at this moment, Tang Yuxian even had thoughts of killing the golden feather eagle. As long as the golden feather eagle died tonight, the little lord wouldn't have to feel embarrassed tomorrow. Glancing at Tu Feng, both of them lowered their heads and remained silent, neither of them willing to say another word. Yang Kai carefully observed the situation, and while eating the barbecue, the corners of his mouth slowly rose, blooming into an imperceptible smile. Chapter 367. Early the next morning, Tang Yuxian woke up from her meditative state and looked around, slowly getting up and walking to the side. Not far away, Tu Feng was standing with his hands crossed behind his back, staring forward motionlessly. "What are you doing?" Tang Yuxian walked up to him and asked, a puzzled look on her face. "Shoo." Tu Feng quickly gestured to her and then motioned her to look forward. Acting all mysterious, Tang Yuxian rolled her eyes and looked towards the direction Yang Kai was pointing, instantly becoming stunned on the spot. Not far in front of him, the young master of his family was in an extremely strange posture. 1 foot on the ground, 2 arms stretched out, like the wings of a flying bird, slowly and rhythmically moving up and down. At first glance, it seemed that he was also like a bird flying through the sky, full of a natural charm. What made Tang Yuxian feel even more surprised, though, was that the silver blood golden feather eagle in front of the little lord was actually mimicking his movements. Spreading its 2 golden wings, the silver blood golden feather eagle let out a series of cries as it flapped its wings up and down, rolling up a gust of wind. However, at this moment, the golden feather eagle was not as hostile as it had been a few days ago, its cries instead seeming to contain a sense of intimacy. As time passed, when the rhythm of the man and eagle completely overlapped, the little lord and eagle slowly flew up from the ground at the same time. It seemed that at that moment, the man and eagle had perfectly overlapped, becoming one. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were dumbfounded, their faces filled with astonishment. The two of them were both powerful and had high cultivation. But if they asked themselves, they had no way to deal with this golden feather eagle. In the entire Yang family, besides the one who specifically raised and trained them, the golden feather eagle didn't care about anyone, but now it was actually playing with the little lord. And this was even after the little lord had plucked out 2 of its golden feathers. For a moment, the 2 blood warriors couldn't believe what they were seeing and couldn't help glancing at each other. Their eyes were filled with confusion and shock, wondering what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used to accomplish this. A moment later, the man and eagle were several dozen meters above the ground. This was accompanied by a burst of laughter. Yang Kai suddenly turned around and flew directly onto the back of the golden feather eagle, under the watchful eyes of the 2 blood warriors. The golden feather eagle let out a crisp cry and spread its wings. The back of the golden feather eagle was not wide, barely enough for a person to sit on. However, whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, both of them were clearly aware that Yang Kai wasn't using any of his strength or yuan qi at all. It was the golden feather eagle that was carrying him, and it was doing so voluntarily. "Didn't you say this beast was very vengeful?" Tang Yuxian suddenly felt like her brain wasn't working. Tu Feng opened his mouth and suddenly grinned meaningfully. "Good, he really made us look at him in a new light. But if that's all, it's not enough." Tang Yuxian nodded slightly. Wanting a blood warrior to willingly submit to him wasn't a simple matter. Especially Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, both of whom were powerful immortal ascension boundary masters, how could they easily submit to a mere eagle? After a long time, the golden feather eagle slowly descended. When it was about 100 feet above the ground, Yang Kai also jumped down from its back. The golden feathered eagle folded its wings and landed directly on Yang Kai's shoulder, looking extremely obedient. Its hook-like beak also affectionately combed Yang Kai's hair. "Little Lord is truly amazing," Tu Feng sincerely praised. Yang Kai patted the golden feather eagle's head and chuckled. "I offended it a few days ago. It took me a lot of effort to turn it into a friend." "How did you do that?" Tang Yuxian asked curiously. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he said solemnly, "I felt its heart and let it perceive my intentions." Tang Yuxian couldn't help but blink, suddenly feeling like this was quite profound. "Let's go." Yang Kai didn't have any intention of showing off and simply jumped onto the cloud-treading colt. Over the next few days, the group's speed was still neither fast nor slow, but the relationship between the golden feather eagle and Yang Kai was becoming more and more intimate. Even this fifth-order monster beast could clearly perceive Yang Kai's various commands, whether they were simple or complex. It was able to complete all of them without any flaws. The 2 blood warriors were suddenly amazed by Yang Kai. Even the Yang family member who raised and trained the golden feather eagle probably didn't have Yang Kai's ability. This time, if the little lord was defeated in the inheritance war, it wouldn't be a bad idea to become an eagle breeder in the Yang family. Yang Kai was also secretly amused. If it weren't for the two blood warriors, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. A trivial fifth-order monster beast, with just a single beast-slave seal, no matter how unruly it would have no choice but to obediently obey. Yang Kai still had to act for a few days, which was extremely exhausting. Another 3 days later, in front of High Heaven Pavilion, the entire sect was in tatters and ruins. The ground was scorched and there were collapsed buildings everywhere. The earth was groaning. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his mood was somewhat heavy. The sect that had existed for hundreds of years was now in ruins. If it was a few years ago, Yang Kai wouldn't have a sense of belonging to this place. But after experiencing so many things, Yang Kai had already regarded this place as his own. This is Little Lord's sect? Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai curiously, wondering why this place was so bleak and desolate, as if it had been completely destroyed. Yang Kai dismounted from his cloud-treading colt and nodded slightly. Tu Feng stepped forward and found a huge burnt plaque on the ground, picking it up and flipping it over. Tang Yuxian curiously leaned over to take a look. The last time she had asked Yang Kai which sect he belonged to, Yang Kai had avoided answering, making her very concerned. High Heaven, Tu Feng murmured softly. The plaque had been burned beyond recognition, and the last word was somewhat unclear, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were naturally not shallow, so they immediately thought of a possibility. High Heaven Pavilion? Tang Yuxian's pretty face was filled with surprise, exchanging a glance with Tu Feng before quickly turning to Yang Kai. Yes. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two blood warriors couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as they stared in shock. High Heaven Pavilion. It was just a second-class sect, but this sect was now world-famous. It was the sect where the demon lord had come from. It was also said that when the Chiu family masters had come here before, they had suffered a big loss. The Chiu family's first young lady, Chiu Yimeng, had disappeared here, along with Luo Xiaoman from Purple Fern Valley and by families by Yunfeng. Several immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been injured. After that incident, the Chiu family's masters sent out news that High Heaven Pavilion had an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. An above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, no second-class sect had ever produced such a character. With such a character in charge, High Heaven Pavilion could easily become a first-class force. Because Chiu Yimeng had disappeared, the Chiu family masters had burned down High Heaven Pavilion in a fit of anger. Until now, there was also no news of the Chiu family's first young lady. As members of the 8 great families, the 2 blood warriors of the Yang family were naturally clear about this information. Learning about Yang Kai's sect, the 2 blood warriors were truly shocked. Tu Feng stared blankly at the broken plaque. Throwing it away or holding it wasn't right, all he could do was roll his eyes. Yang Kai had already stepped inside. Little Lord, be careful, there are many people inside. Tang Yuxian quickly warned. There are people inside? Yang Kai was startled and quickly released his divine sense to investigate. A moment later, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Sure enough, there were people inside, and there were quite a few of them, at least a few hundred. Glancing inside suspiciously, Yang Kai hurriedly walked in. After walking for a short time, Yang Kai saw that High Heaven Pavilion was in full swing. The people who came and went were all familiar faces. These people were actually all former disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. Some were from the younger generation, some were from the previous generation, and everyone was busy cleaning up the ruins of the sect. It seemed that they wanted to rebuild High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai stared blankly. High Heaven Pavilion was because of its relationship with the Demon Lord. It had been designated as an evil sect, and before the sect's disaster, Ling Tai Su had dismissed 90% of its disciples, leaving only 100 or so people to leave the sect through the Void Corridor. How could so many people suddenly appear now? And they were even beginning to rebuild with such fanfare. Weren't they afraid the Chiu family would come looking for trouble again? While Yang Kai was confused, a High Heaven Pavilion disciple who was passing by suddenly stopped and stared at him in surprise. She cried out involuntarily, Kai Yang? Yang Kai turned his head and found that this person turned out to be Chao Zhengwen. Originally a disciple of the great elder, he was later recruited by the Bai families by Yun Feng, but after being severely injured by Yang Kai, Bai Yun Feng no longer paid attention to him. Chao Zhengwen had spent several months in the sect recovering from his injuries, so the matter of him joining the Bai family was left unsettled. Since then, the entire sect didn't like him very much. Brother Chao! Yang Kai called out casually. Chao Zhengwen panicked and stumbled back a few steps. Last time, Yang Kai had injured him in a flash, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Now that he saw Yang Kai again, he found that he was much stronger than before, so naturally he was frightened. Their conversation spread to the side and immediately attracted the attention of many people. After discovering Yang Kai, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples all felt a little embarrassed. Where's Yang Kai? A low voice called out from nearby. When this voice reached Yang Kai's ears, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Looking towards the source of this voice, Yang Kai saw a handsome young man striding over. Dressed in a black robe, this young man's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared coldly towards Yang Kai. Standing 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, this young man glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian indifferently, but when he saw Tang Yuxian, his eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Immediately, this young man converged his gaze and stared at Yang Kai, his mouth curling into a smile as he said, Junior brother Yang, you've returned. Yang Kai also grinned, Brother Xie. Xie Hongchen was one of the core disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, and Yang Kai had countless grievances with him. It's good that you're back. Brother Xie Hongchen's face was full of arrogance as he said with a faint arrogance on his face, Since you've returned, you should help us rebuild the sect. It just so happens that we are currently short of manpower. It seems that junior brother Yang has grown a lot these past few years. There are many places here for you to show off your skills. I hope you won't be disappointed. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling surprised, their expressions becoming extremely strange. Chapter 368. This boy was quite interesting. He actually wanted a young lord of the Yang family to help rebuild this ruin and even boasted about showing off his skills. The place where Yang Kai wanted to show off his skills was the central capital, the Yang family's inheritance war. But not here. Are these two your friends? Xie Hongchen turned his eyes to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian and asked lightly. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions changed slightly, but they didn't speak. They were Yang family blood warriors. Their status was lower than that of a Yang family young lord, so naturally they weren't qualified to be Yang Kai's friends. But Yang Kai simply admitted it, which made the two of them feel a little touched. Xie Hongchen smiled, somewhat unconcerned. Since you are junior brother Yang's friends, you are also my High Heaven Pavilion's friends. If you two don't mind, you can also help. Naturally, there will be many benefits for you. The two blood warriors' brow furrowed slightly, their expressions becoming playful. Glancing at each other, they could see the look in each other's eyes. Although they were Yang family blood warriors and their status was lower than that of a Yang family young lord, that was only within the Yang family. If they really left the Yang family, even the elders of first-class forces wouldn't dare treat them so casually, let alone order them to do anything. But this little brat in front of them actually wanted them to help rebuild High Heaven Pavilion and even wanted to give them benefits? Benefits that could satisfy the Yang family blood warriors were not something an average person could offer. Did this little brat really have such confidence? Xie Hongchen looked up at the sky and couldn't help frowning after a moment. Where did this eagle come from? It's so noisy it's annoying. Yang Kai couldn't help but pinch his nose while the looks on Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's faces became more and more strange. The golden feather eagle had followed Yang Kai back here and had already flown up into the sky. Its cries echoing out naturally attracted Xie Hongchen's attention. Xie Hongchen nodded slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes. But this eagle is quite handsome. Saying so, turning his head, he called out, Marshal Uncle Zhong. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s immediately walked over. This person was also a member of High Heaven Pavilion. Even though he was only a disciple from the previous generation, he had now reached the immortal ascension boundary first stage, which wasn't too bad. Is something the matter, martial nephew? Xie Hongchen pointed at the golden feather eagle in the sky and asked, with martial uncle's skills, can you shoot that eagle down? I don't want to disturb those two girls. The martial uncle raised his head and looked at him. After a moment, he shook his head and said, it's too high, and this eagle doesn't look weak. I'm afraid I can't do anything. Xie Hongchen frowned, his expression somewhat displeased as he waved his hand. Then it's fine, you can go back to work. After this person left, Xie Hongchen smiled faintly. It seems that I have to do it myself. Junior brother Yang waited for a moment. I'll talk to you after I've dealt with the eagle. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. In the next moment, Xie Hongchen shot up into the sky and flew straight towards the golden feather eagle. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him, just staring at Xie Hongchen's back as if they were watching a good show. The Yang family's golden feather eagle. If it was so easy to catch or shoot down, it wouldn't be a monster beast raised by the Yang family. Does this person have some kind of grudge with the little lord? Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Just now, Xie Hongchen's attitude towards Yang Kai was clearly seen by her, and now he intended to show off his skills in front of Yang Kai. Obviously, there was some kind of grudge between the two. It's all in the past. Yang Kai said indifferently, gently shaking his head. The battle with Xie Hongchen was just an internal struggle within the sect. Now that the sect was gone, Yang Kai didn't care about the past. Where did this eagle come from? Just as he was looking at Xie Hongchen, a voice suddenly called out from the side. Immediately, two beautiful figures quickly walked over from a short distance away. The one leading them was a tall woman in her 20s, with bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin, and a slender waist. She wore a long purple dress that set off her noble temperament. Beside her was a petite woman who seemed to be younger. This woman was quite petite, but her pair of jade peaks were huge, as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. As she walked, her jade peaks undulated up and down in an exaggerated manner. Her small face was an intoxicating blush, and her round buttocks seemed to ripple like waves, making anyone who saw them feel as if they would sink into them and be unable to extricate themselves. The two pairs of beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the golden feather eagle in the sky, both of their expressions extremely dignified. It was as if what they were looking at wasn't an eagle soaring through the sky, but a giant monster. When the two women walked out, the nearby High Heaven Pavilion disciples, whether male or female, old or young, all stopped what they were doing and respectfully saluted. Greetings, young lady Qiu. Greetings, young lady Luo. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman turned a deaf ear to these greetings and continued to stare straight up into the sky. Elder sister Qiu, is this really that eagle? Luo Xiaoman still gave off an innocent and naive feeling, asking softly as she observed. It should be. Qiu Yimeng nodded solemnly, but I've only heard about it, I've never seen it with my own eyes. That Xie Hongchen flew up. Luo Xiaoman pointed to the sky. What does that idiot want to do? Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed coldly, her pretty face extremely cold. Does he want to kill that eagle? How could that eagle be killed so casually? Even if it was wounded, it would likely cause a lot of trouble. Although she had long known that Xie Hongchen liked to show off, at this moment, Qiu Yimeng felt that he was simply an idiot. As long as one had a good eye, they would probably be able to see that this eagle's origin was extraordinary. Young lady Qiu? Tang Yuxian looked at Qiu Yimeng suspiciously and called out softly. When Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman walked over together, Yang Kai and the two blood warriors were stunned. No matter who it was, none of them had expected to meet these two here. Yang Kai knew that the two of them were under the control of Shanqing Luo, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't know that Qiu Yimeng had disappeared from High Heaven Pavilion without any news since. After carefully examining Qiu Yimeng for a moment, Tang Yuxian confirmed that this was the Qiu family's first young lady who had been missing for several months. Seeing this, she couldn't help calling out. Hearing this, Chiu Yimeng quickly turned her head, and after seeing Yang Kai, her expression also froze. Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face went pale with fright, and she quickly hid behind Chiu Yimeng while glaring at Yang Kai. Tu Feng suddenly wondered, his expression becoming strange, faintly feeling that this Chiu family first young lady seemed to know his little lord. After a long time, Chiu Yimeng smiled at Yang Kai before turning her eyes to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, sizing them up. Tang Yuxian recognized her, but she didn't know Tang Yuxian, but when she saw the jade tokens on the waists of the two blood warriors, her pretty face couldn't help changing. Young family blood warriors? Greetings, young lady Chiu. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both quickly saluted. Chiu Yimeng's status was equal to Yang Kai's, and it could even be said that Chiu Yimeng's status was higher than Yang Kai's. After all, this woman was a rare genius of the Chiu family and was one of the best of the younger generation in the central capital, while Yang Kai was just a disciple who had yet to return to his family. Facing such a character, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't be careless. The look on Chiu Yimeng's face changed several times as her eyes swept back and forth between the three people in front of her. After a long time, she stared at Yang Kai and couldn't help laughing. The Yang family blood warriors are here, and you also have the Yang family's unique silver blood golden feather eagle. Are you a direct descendant of the Yang family? Seeing this, if Chiu Yimeng still didn't know Yang Kai's true identity, she wouldn't be Chiu Yimeng. Yang Kai nodded. It seems I've been mistaken all this time. Chiu Yimeng muttered to herself. Although she knew that Yang Kai hadn't revealed his identity because of the Yang family's rules, now that she thought about it, she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. It was ridiculous that when she was in Shanqing Luo's palace, she had even offered generous conditions to win Yang Kai over to the Chiu family. He was already a young lord of the Yang family, so what was the point of trying to win him over? No wonder he wasn't tempted at all at that time. Chiu Yimeng had always thought that his eyes were higher than his head and his temperament was indifferent. Now that she thought about it, he had never even considered it, nor did he need to consider it. Grinding her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, Chiu Yimeng couldn't wait to skin him alive to relieve the shame and embarrassment in her heart. No one had ever forced her to eat such a bitter pill. You're a young lord of the Yang family? Luo Xiaoman also stared blankly at Yang Kai and asked. Naturally he is. Chiu Yimeng sneered softly. Luo Xiaoman suddenly became speechless and didn't know what to say. She still remembered that Chiu Yimeng had once evaluated Yang Kai, saying that fortunately he didn't have a strong background. If he did, the whole world would have been turned upside down by him. Now it seemed that his background was not only strong, but also deep. It was simply incomparable. Do you two know my young lord? Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed as she curiously stared at Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. As a woman, she smelled a hint of unusualness from the conversation between these people. It seemed that there was some kind of unusual relationship between her little lord and these two girls in front of her. I know, of course I know him. Chiu Yimeng smiled sweetly as she bit her lip. Tu Feng couldn't help shivering as he felt goosebumps appear all over his body. You don't need to look at me with such hostility, I don't owe you anything. Yang Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng with a wry smile. He could naturally feel the hostility from this woman. You don't owe us anything? Chiu Yimeng sneered. You owe us a lot. These words were quite ambiguous to the ears, causing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions to fill with anticipation. Do you want me to go through them one by one for you? Chiu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai intently. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he nodded. You speak, I'm listening. Chiu Yimeng smiled, her beautiful eyes flashing a sly light as she pursed her red lips. Then let's start with the fan, hey? Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly rushed up and covered her mouth. Chapter 369. He had gone out early in the morning to pay his New Year's greetings and only returned home after dark. Tomorrow he would continue to go out, but he wouldn't stop updating. The name Shanqing Luo couldn't be casually mentioned. Seeing their young lord acting so boldly, the two blood warriors couldn't help but stare at him in amazement. Chiu Yimeng, the Chiu family's first young lady, a prominent figure in the central capital, the target of all the young lords. No one had ever dared to treat her like this. However, even after being treated like this, she didn't attack and instead just struggled like an ordinary woman. Glancing at each other, the two blood warriors could see the excitement in each other's eyes. There's something strange here. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought to themselves. Let go. Qiu Yimeng couldn't break free and shouted vaguely. Yang Kai glanced at her threateningly before slowly letting go and retreating a few steps. Frowning, Yang Kai said indifferently, I don't owe you anything. What happened to you is your own fault. It has nothing to do with me. Heartless. Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth. Don't say such easily misunderstood words. We've only met by chance. There's no friendship between us. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt bitter. She found that all of her previous methods had no effect on Yang Kai. If these methods were used on any other young lord of the central capital, they would definitely be happy to oblige, so how could he treat her so coldly? I have a lot of things to ask you. Is there a convenient place to talk? Yang Kai looked around. Qiu Yimeng curled her lips. However, after thinking for a moment, she nodded, Come with me. The surrounding High Heaven Pavilion disciples all wore blank looks, feeling somewhat inexplicable. They hadn't heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng just now. All they had seen was an ambiguous scene. Qiu Yimeng, they all knew each other, so why did it seem that Yang Kai was an old acquaintance of hers, and their relationship wasn't shallow? What kind of ability did he have? He was actually able to befriend a master like the Qiu family's first young lady. Not long after the group of people left, Xie Hongqian descended from the sky with a face full of grime. After chasing for so long, he didn't even manage to catch a single hair of the golden feather eagle and was almost injured by it. After landing, he was surprised to find that Yang Kai had disappeared. Where is Yang Kai? Xie Hongqian asked the people around him coldly. He was invited by Miss Qiu. A junior brother beside him answered. Invited? Xie Hongqian raised his eyebrows. With a look of disbelief, he asked, Are you sure he was invited? The junior brother observed his expression and didn't dare to be so sure. He could only mumble, It seems that he was called over by Miss Qiu. Xie Hongqian nodded with satisfaction, but soon became suspicious. Why did Qiu Yimeng call him over? I should be the one in charge here. What right does he have to be called over? Confused, Yang Kai quickly walked over to the place where Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were temporarily resting. Inside one of the rooms, Qiu Yimeng, Luo Xiaoman, and Yang Kai sat at a table. The room was very simple and there weren't many furnishings inside. It was obvious that it was newly built, probably to provide accommodation for Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman outside the house. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stood like door gods, not moving at all, their expressions cold and solemn. The Qiu family's first young lady personally poured tea. Sitting back down, she brushed her hair behind her ear and turned to Yang Kai. If you have any questions, just ask. When did she let you go? Yang Kai picked up his teacup and asked casually. About a month ago. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, naturally knowing that Yang Kai was referring to the beguiling demon Queen Shanqing Luo. She really didn't embarrass us. She just took us around the battlefield and let us leave before the decisive battle began. What did you gain? I've changed a lot. Qiu Yimeng hesitated for a while before sincerely saying, I used to think that all the people in the ash-gray cloud evil land deserve to die, but now I don't dare think so. I've seen many innocent people being cruelly slaughtered by self-proclaimed righteous people. I've also seen many outside forces commit crimes in the ash-gray cloud evil land. She's right, this world is not just black and white. Everyone has an evil spirit in their heart, and everyone has the potential to become an evil spirit. It's just a matter of whether or not you can stick to your heart. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It was really rare for Qiu Yimeng to change so much. Shanqing Luo taking her to the battlefield was the right thing to do. Perhaps Shanqing Luo hoped that she could use the power of the Qiu family to change the world's perception of the ash-gray cloud evil land, so she had taken such great pains. After I came back, I came here. Qiu Yimeng smiled happily. Does your Qiu family know that you're safe? Yang Kai frowned. I've already sent a letter back. Chiao Yimeng nodded. Purple Fern Valley also sent a letter. As for the Bai family, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared straight at Chiao Yimeng. The latter chuckled lightly. Don't be nervous. Xiaoman and I told the Bai family that Bai Yunfeng was hunted down by the Thunderbolt Beast King's subordinates and unfortunately died. It has nothing to do with you and that woman. That would be for the best. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Although Bai Yunfeng's death really had nothing to do with him, if the truth of the matter were to spread, the Bai family would not let it go. Those great forces were notorious for being unreasonable. Otherwise, High Heaven Pavilion would not have suffered such a disaster. Chiao Yimeng slowly stretched her waist, revealing her graceful curves, but she didn't seem to care at all and simply said, I once told you that if one day I was able to escape, I would definitely help High Heaven Pavilion restore its name. Right now, I don't have that ability, so I can only rebuild this place first and then make other plans. Although Chiao Yimeng was the first young lady of the Chiao family, restoring High Heaven Pavilion's reputation was a matter of great importance and was not something she could decide alone. At the very least, she needed someone from one of the super forces to take the lead. Are you presiding over the reconstruction work here? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. What do you think? Chiao Yimeng smiled. High Heaven Pavilion has been designated as an evil sect. If I didn't show up, who would dare to build here? I was originally going to treat this place as one of the Chiao family's properties for the time being and then find an opportunity to restore High Heaven Pavilion in the future. This can be considered as returning a favor to you. This is not returning a favor, this is what your Chiao family should do. Yang Kai sneered. Chiao Yimeng was startled but didn't refute, nodding. That makes sense. After all, it was my Chiao family who set this place on fire, but no matter what, you're back now. Moreover, you're a person with a strong background, so just treat this place as your own property. I'm too lazy to get involved. This is the property of the Yang family's young lord, no one will say anything, right? Yang Kai was startled but didn't refuse. After pondering for a long time, he felt that this was indeed a good idea and nodded, thank you. Chiao Yimeng's eyes lit up as she smiled happily. But what happened to those people outside? Where did you find them? Yang Kai asked curiously. They were nearby. Chiao Yimeng smiled, resting her chin on the table as she said lazily, they were all people who had taken refuge with the two nearby sects. I talked to the higher-ups of the two factions and brought them back. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The people outside should be disciples who had taken refuge with Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang. Yang Kai hadn't expected that before the sect's disaster, Xia Hongchen, a core disciple, would also leave High Heaven Pavilion. On the contrary, people like Li Yuntian had firmly stayed behind and finally escaped through the void corridor thousands of kilometers away. It was true that a long road tests a horse's strength and a long time reveals a person's heart. However, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. At that time, they had chosen to leave the sect. It was also their freedom. Those people had been taken in by Storm Hall, and now Chiao Yimeng had come forward to bring them back. With her status as the Chiao family's first young lady, how could Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall dare say anything? One's own sect must be rebuilt by one's own people, don't you think so? Chiao Yimeng smiled, her eyes full of expectation, as if she was waiting for Yang Kai to praise her. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words and just glanced over at Luo Xiaoman, who was grinning at him like a little tiger. Chiao Yimeng suddenly rolled her eyes, knowing that this guy was just pretending to be confused, so she didn't force him. Right, when you came here, was there anything special around here? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Special places? Such as evil qi or demonic qi. Yang Kai's expression became serious. Oh, you're talking about that. Chiao Yimeng smiled faintly. When we came here, we didn't see it, but we heard from your fellow disciple, Xia Hongchen, that the coiling dragon stream was once filled with demonic qi. Originally, the two nearby sects were preparing to relocate, but after a few months, there seemed to be something down there that was swallowing the demonic qi. Has anyone gone down there to investigate? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The thing that swallowed the demonic qi, others didn't know what it was, but Yang Kai was clear. The old demon. When he returned here, Yang Kai had tried to probe his surroundings but couldn't find any trace of the old demon's aura. He should have succeeded, but Yang Kai didn't know where he had gone. Does this old demon want to take this opportunity to get rid of this young master's control? Yang Kai thought for a moment and thought of a possibility. It wasn't impossible. The old demon was a true demon. It was normal for him to be untrustworthy and unscrupulous. No one has gone down there to investigate. The nearby cultivator is extremely wary of the coiling dragon stream. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. This was understandable. Who knew if there was still any danger down there? Before, when the demonic qi filled the heavens, everyone could feel a fatal threat, but now, although it was safe, no one dared to play around with their lives. Do you know what's down there? Qiu Yimeng suddenly became vigilant as she stared at Yang Kai. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Qiu Yimeng curled her lips, knowing that he didn't trust her very much and still had a lot of reservations about himself. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the reconstruction of your sect. I've spent a lot of time here, and although I've already sent a message back to the central capital, I need to return home as soon as possible, otherwise, my family will send someone to find me again. Qiu Yimeng said bitterly, as if she was very reluctant to return to the central capital. So I think it's best to let your fellow sect members rebuild this place on their own. I won't interfere and will leave everything to Xie Hongchen. What do you think? Chapter 370. If you say so, then so be it, I believe you. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. So generous. Qiu Yimeng snorted. If anything happens, don't come looking for me. Your fellow disciple looks good, but in fact, compared to you, he's far worse. I can only let him manage the sect. To the side, Luo Xiaoman also nodded her head in agreement. Although she didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai, and was even afraid of him, it was undeniable that this young man was quite outstanding among his peers. Whether it was his temperament, willpower, perseverance, or strength, he was much stronger than anyone else. You should know your fellow disciple better than I do. If you think he's not good enough, just replace him. Qiu Yimeng said casually. No need to bother. Rebuilding the sect isn't a big deal, just let him manage it. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, glancing towards the door and chuckling. He's here. Qiu Yimeng was startled but soon heard Xie Hongchen's shout from outside. Why are you stopping me? I'm going to find young Lady Qiu. Young Lady Qiu is discussing an important matter with my young lord. You can't enter. Tu Feng blocked the door and said lightly, his expression cold. Xie Hongchen couldn't help laughing as he stared at Tu Feng. Your young lord? What young lord? You're not talking about Yang Kai, are you? Did you make a mistake? This is my High Heaven Pavilion's territory. Is there a place I can't enter? Saying so, he tried to rush inside. You can't enter. Tu Feng still firmly blocked the door. His expression was calm. Xie Hongchen's face sank as he whispered, since you were brought here by Yang Kai, I'll give you some face. Don't be so shameless, get out of my way, otherwise don't blame me for not giving you face. Tang Yuxian immediately showed a beautiful smile, one that was quite intriguing. Tu Feng stared at Xie Hongchen indifferently. His expression didn't change in the slightest. Inside the room, Qiu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly wanting to see some clues from his face. Let him in. Yang Kai frowned. Xie Hongchen was still a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. He was also an influential figure in the sect, but now he was behaving like an idiot. Yang Kai's face also darkened. When Tu Feng heard the order, he quickly turned around. Xie Hongchen coldly snorted, patted his clothes, and walked into the room with his head held high. When he saw the situation in the room, he couldn't help but be stunned. He found that Yang Kai was actually sitting at the table with Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. This kind of treatment was something Xie Hongchen had never enjoyed before. Every time he came to see Qiu Yimeng, he would respectfully stand at the door and be dismissed by Qiu Yimeng after a few words. Why could Yang Kai sit here? Although he was feeling doubtful and depressed, he still wore a smile on his face. Xie Hongchen was very polite. Greetings, Miss Qiu and Miss Luo. N. Chiu Yimeng smiled faintly and said, "You came at just the right time. Your junior brother and I are discussing the reconstruction of High Heaven Pavilion. It seems he has some ideas he wants to discuss with you." Xie Hongchen chuckled. Narrowing his eyes at Yang Kai, he asked, "What ideas does junior brother have?" His tone was casual, but also somewhat provocative. Chiu Yimeng quickly adjusted her posture and made an expression of watching a good play. Interesting. This idiot still hasn't figured out Yang Kai's true identity. Not only did he dare to speak arrogantly in front of two blood warriors, he even tried to target a young lord of the Yang family. Even if he was stupid, how could he possibly be so stupid? Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't have any opinions, but I do have a request." Xie Hongchen chuckled. "A request?" N. In front of Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, Xie Hongchen could only pretend to be magnanimous and nodded. "Let's hear it." Everything in the sect should be rebuilt according to the original layout and deployment. All the buildings should not deviate in the slightest. Senior brother has lived in the sect for so many years, so you should be quite familiar with every blade of grass and every tree here. If you supervise, you should be able to do this. Xie Hongchen's face twitched slightly. When Yang Kai said these words, he didn't use a negotiating tone, but rather a commanding one, which naturally made him feel very uncomfortable. This is really a request. Just as he was about to ridicule Xie Hongchen, Yang Kai continued, "If there is a shortage of manpower, you can transfer some from the nearby Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. In the name of the Chiu family's first young lady, you can compensate them afterwards." Chiu Yimeng couldn't help rolling her eyes but didn't say anything. Xie Hongchen was startled, not understanding why Chiu Yimeng didn't even try to refute. "If there is a shortage of money and materials, send a letter to the central capital and ask the Chiu family's first young lady to transfer them to you. The Chiu family's financial resources are strong, so you don't need to worry about these things, right?" Yang Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng with a smile. Shameless. Chiu Yimeng ground her teeth in hatred. Xie Hongchen finally felt the situation was inconceivable, his expression fluctuating. At this time, if he still couldn't see the problem, he would really be a fool. This junior brother Yang in front of him seemed to have a different relationship with Chiu Yimeng. Otherwise, how could Chiu Yimeng not have any reaction to his words? Rebuilding a second-class sect was not a big deal for the Chiu family, but it still required a lot of financial and material resources. Did Yang Kai decide on this with just 2 or 3 words? If he had no relationship with Chiu Yimeng, how could she have agreed? Xie Hongchen's heart suddenly set off stormy waves as he subconsciously realized that this junior brother of his was no longer the same as before. In addition, Yang Kai tapped his fingers on the table, a moment later saying in a low voice, "Send out a summons to all the scattered disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, go home." The last 2 words, Yang Kai said firmly, like a big drum beating on the hearts of everyone in the room, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Only those who had lost their sect and had no one to rely on knew how tempting the word, "go home," was. The room was silent, and Chiu Yimeng's expression also became solemn. "Brother, do you have anything to add?" Yang Kai raised his eyes. Looking at Xie Hongchen, he asked. Xie Hongchen shook his head subconsciously, "No." During this time, he had been so focused on showing off in front of Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman that he hadn't thought much about the rebuilding of the sect, so how could he have anything to say? "If that's the case, then let's do as you say," Yang Kai concluded. Xie Hongchen was stunned for a long time before he suddenly recovered and turned to Chiu Yimeng. "Young lady Chiu, this." Chiu Yimeng frowned. "Didn't you hear clearly?" "I heard clearly. But, can junior brother make the decision?" Xie Hongchen asked with a look of disbelief. Chiu Yimeng smiled. "He can't make the decision. Then no one will be able to call the shots." Xie Hongchen suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes trembling as he stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai had already stood up indifferently. Walking towards the door, when he passed by Xie Hongchen, he suddenly paused. In a low voice, he said, "Brother, if you dare do anything to betray the sect again, I will make you regret ever living in this world. Xie Hongchen only felt a chill run down his spine, from head to toe. Qiu Yimeng didn't even look at him and simply followed Yang Kai out. Just as Luo Xiaoman was about to leave, Xie Hongchen quickly called out to her. What's the matter? Luo Xiaoman looked at him suspiciously, feeling that this idiot was quite pitiful. Young lady Luo, my junior brother, what is his background? Xie Hongchen pursed his dry lips and asked softly. Luo Xiaoman bit her lip. Secretly glancing towards the door, she whispered, the central capital's Yang family's young lord, you'd best behave yourself. Saying so, she hurriedly chased after him. Xie Hongchen suddenly felt his body go soft and he fell to the ground. In an instant, sweat poured out of his forehead. Central capital's Yang family's young lord. Those few words were like a clap of thunder, but they exploded in Xie Hongchen's ears, causing his consciousness to blur. It turns out that his junior brother, whose strength isn't very high, is actually such a master. He couldn't help but laugh at how he had been targeting him these past few years, even secretly plotting against him. What qualifications did he have to fight with him? What qualifications did he have to compete with him? Yang Kai must be well aware of what had happened in the past, so why hadn't he killed him yet? Having his life spared so easily, Xie Hongchen not only didn't feel happy, but instead felt as if his heart had turned to ash. This kind of treatment and cold treatment was even more unbearable than killing him. Yang Kai must have let him go because he felt he was no longer qualified to fight with him. Would a tiger care about the provocation of an ant? Letting out a nervous laugh, Xie Hongchen suddenly felt that he was a complete loser in this life. Below the coiling dragon stream, 1,000 meters away. Inside Yang Kai's cave mansion, a group of people flew in. Looking at the familiar furnishings, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with the faces of Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. After the destruction of the sect, this was the only place that had been left intact. Inside the cave mansion, there seemed to be the scent of the two women's bodies, and the stone bed was stained with traces of Su Yanhuan. His little senior sister had also slept on it, and every time she fell asleep, no matter how he called her, she wouldn't wake up. Even if he tried to take advantage of her, she would turn a deaf ear. How could Yang Kai not know that she was pretending to be asleep, but because of her extremely shy personality, Xia Ningchang was too embarrassed to face Yang Kai's flirting. Regarding Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai wasn't worried. During this time, she must have been studying alchemy with Xiao Fu Sheng on Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak. With Meng Wuya's protection, she should be safe. But what about Su Yan? Since the last time they parted, there had been no news of her. Where did she go? Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's heavy mood and the nostalgia in his eyes, the two blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, just stood quietly at the entrance of the cave, not bothering him. Walking inside, Yang Kai sat on the stone bed and stroked its smooth surface, memories of the past flashing through his mind. After leaving this place, it would be difficult for him to return here in the future. The outcome of the central capital's inheritance war was difficult to predict. His mood fluctuating, Yang Kai found that he liked this place very much. Chapter 371. One day and one night later, Yang Kai strode out of the cave. The two blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, had been waiting outside. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions were meticulous, while Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had long since sat down in boredom. Seeing Yang Kai walk out with a calm expression, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling slightly surprised. Although they hadn't seen Yang Kai for a day and night, they could clearly feel the pain coming from him. But now, the little lord had completely adjusted himself, without the slightest clue. His calm expression exuded confidence, causing both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes to light up. "Help yourselves, I'm going to go down." Yang Kai called out to everyone and walked straight to the entrance of the cave. Qiu Yimeng suddenly perked up and stared at him eagerly. "What's down there?" She had been here for some time now and was quite curious about what lay beneath the coiling dragon stream, but the people from High Heaven Pavilion had always been wary of it. Even the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had advised her not to enter the coiling dragon stream. So until today, Chiu Yimeng had never thought of going down. But now that Yang Kai wanted to go down, she naturally became curious. Ha! Yang Kai smiled perfunctorily before directly rushing down. This guy. Chiu Yimeng stamped her feet but didn't chase after him. Yang Kai clearly didn't want her to follow him. If she followed him, it would only annoy him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai disappeared into the depths of the coiling dragon stream. Young Lady Chiu, please forgive him. My little lord's temper seems to be a bit too straightforward. Tang Yuxian chuckled lightly. She had only been in contact with Yang Kai for a few days, but she was keenly aware that Yang Kai had many good qualities that others of his age didn't possess. Because of this, Tang Yuxian was actually quite optimistic about this little lord and immediately tried to exonerate Yang Kai. It's nothing. Chiu Yimeng didn't care. Tu Feng glanced at her thoughtfully and asked casually, Young Lady Chiu and the little lord are old acquaintances? Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and slowly shook her head. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Chiu Yimeng's status and aptitude were both extraordinary. Among the younger generation of the central capital, all the young lords of the 8 great families would be proud to befriend her, but now she was actually lowering her status like this. He didn't even have the confidence to admit that he was an old acquaintance of Yang Kai. What was going on? The bitterness and unwillingness in this smile was genuine and not fake. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian naturally saw it clearly. You can also feel his coldness towards me. Chiu Yimeng didn't show any sign of embarrassment and instead said quite frankly, he and I can only be considered acquaintances, that's all. The 2 blood warriors suddenly became curious, Tu Feng quickly asking, if it's convenient, can young Lady Chiu explain? If it's not convenient, just pretend I didn't ask. Chiu Yimeng's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. His expression was calm. After a while, he said, there's nothing inconvenient about it. The last time I led a team to High Heaven Pavilion to inquire about the Demon Lord, I met him. At that time, we were still enemies. You probably know most of what happened that day. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian nodded together. High Heaven Pavilion sect master and 4 elders had fought a dozen or so immortal ascension boundary masters from the Chiu family, Bai family, and Purple Fern Valley. Not only had they escaped safely, but they had also injured several of them. It was because of that battle that the world learned that there was an above immortal ascension boundary master in High Heaven Pavilion. But what the world doesn't know is quite mysterious. Mysterious? The 2 blood warriors couldn't help feeling surprised. For Chiu Yimeng to give such an evaluation, it seemed that there were still some unknown secrets that day. An mysterious High Heaven Pavilion is a mysterious sect, and your little lord is also a mysterious person. Chiu Yimeng smiled. Before that, she had never known that there was a place in this world that could connect the north and south, separated by thousands of kilometers. She also didn't know that a man whose cultivation base was far lower than hers could make her feel helpless and suffer defeat after defeat. What's more, she didn't know that someone could capture the heart of the beguiling demon queen in just a month. Chiu Yimeng thought that she was also a top talent. If she had been born a man, she would have definitely become the next patriarch of the Chiu family. Unfortunately, she had been born a girl, which was quite a pity. However, even she didn't dare compare herself to Yang Kai. This young man's potential was terrifying. If he really grew up, his achievements would far surpass his current level. Perhaps he could even create a legend. How mysterious. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked expectantly. How mysterious, it's not convenient for me to say, but if you want to know, you can ask young Master Yang yourself. If I speak too much, he may really hold a grudge against me. Such a thankless task, how could I do it? The 2 blood warriors were suddenly stunned. Chiu Yimeng had just brought up their interest, but now she couldn't give them a satisfactory answer. This kind of uncertainty was really uncomfortable, like a cat was scratching at their hearts. If it had been anyone else who spoke like this, the 2 blood warriors would have used the Yang family's torture methods to force them to confess, but since Chiu Yimeng had said so, they couldn't do anything about it. With a serious expression, Chiu Yimeng said, although it's not convenient for me to say too much, I can tell you that absolutely, absolutely, absolutely do not underestimate your little lord. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian suddenly became dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. Qiu Yimeng had used the word absolutely 3 times in a row, and her tone was quite dignified. What did this mean? It meant that the Qiu family's first young lady was extremely confident in Yang Kai. And it was 120% confidence. Those who underestimate him will pay a heavy price. Qiu Yimeng's pretty face turned and she laughed. Tu Feng's face twitched, suddenly feeling like this was all a bit unreal. Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed, unable to understand why Qiu Yimeng would speak so confidently and without reservation. However, even if the two of them were suspicious, they knew that Qiu Yimeng would definitely not speak without thinking. With a solemn expression, they nodded, "We'll remember." Qiu Yimeng nodded slightly, seemingly casually asking, "This time, in the Yang family's inheritance war, will you blood warriors participate?" Tu Feng smiled bitterly, "We don't know, the family hasn't specifically mentioned this yet. If you participate, if I were you, I would definitely follow him," Qiu Yimeng said solemnly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't deny this, only lightly replying, "Many thanks for young Lady Qiu's guidance. If that day really comes, we will consider it carefully." Qiu Yimeng no longer said anything, knowing that even if she spoke a few words, it would be impossible to influence the minds of these two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. When the time came, they would only choose who to follow based on their own judgment, others would not be able to interfere. Saying so much now wouldn't have much of an effect. At most it would only make them look forward to Yang Kai's performance even more. At the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai stopped at the place where he had first left and looked around, not finding any trace of the old demon. The old demon must have left this place long ago. The originally towering demonic chi was now completely gone, having been completely swallowed up by him. At that time, the old demon had said that he would look for Yang Kai after he finished dealing with the situation here, but what happened later was beyond the two of their expectations. The Qiu family had brought a large number of people to attack them, while Su Yen and the others had fled 10,000 kilometers through the Void Corridor. Yang Kai had run all the way to the ash-gray cloud evil land. This was something neither he nor the old demon had anticipated. Even if the old demon wanted to find him, he didn't have a clear direction. If this was the reason why the old demon hadn't contacted him until now, it was understandable. Was he disloyal or not? Yang Kai wasn't sure. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. After a moment, his expression changed and he quickly turned his head to the side of the mountain. There was nothing special about this place, but under the probing of Yang Kai's divine sense, he was keenly aware of something unusual. Here, there was some residual demonic chi. Staring at it, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and waved it. A ripple spread out and a line of handwriting appeared on the plain mountain. The handwriting didn't look old and should have been made not long ago. Glancing at it, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. The old demon didn't seem to want to escape his control and had used some special means to leave a message here. Old servant has succeeded and is now out looking for young master. If he cannot find him, he will return here in 3 months. Leave a message. This was clearly written by the old demon. The old demon was preparing to spend 3 months out to inquire about Yang Kai and would return here in 3 months. Because he knew that no matter what, as long as Yang Kai was still alive, he would definitely come here to find him. Leaving such a handwriting was enough to prove the old demon's loyalty. Showing a happy expression, Yang Kai used his finger like a sword and carved a line of words below. Central Capital, Yang Family. There was no need to say anything more. As long as the old demon returned here, he would definitely understand everything. Laughing, Yang Kai flew up like a bolt of lightning. Back in the secluded cave, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian cast a concerned look at him. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that the way they looked at him now was different from before, a lot more dignified and serious. Has everything been taken care of? Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. What do you plan to do next? Yang Kai grinned, full of confidence. Return to the central capital and participate in the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng showed a knowing expression and happily said, "Good, I'm also going back. If you don't mind, how about we go together?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said indifferently, "Whatever." Qiu Yimeng smiled, "Then I'll borrow your light." Yang Kai was puzzled, "Borrow what light?" "You'll know tomorrow." Qiu Yimeng chuckled but didn't answer, instead saying, "Wait for me for half a day, I have to deal with some things here. I'll set off tomorrow morning." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. Qiu Yimeng also had to deal with High Heaven Pavilion's affairs, so she could naturally delay for half a day. Chapter 372. The next day, the group was ready to set out. No one from High Heaven Pavilion came to see them off. Xie Hongchen was even more aware that he no longer had the face to appear in front of Yang Kai, so he could only silently preside over the reconstruction of the sect. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai finally realized what Qiu Yimeng meant when she said she wanted to take advantage of him yesterday. The silver blood golden feather eagle soared high in the sky while Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian each rode a cloud-treading colt. Both of them stared at Yang Kai with a strange smile on their faces, seemingly looking forward to something. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly felt a little depressed. Their group only had 3 cloud-treading colts, one for each of the 2 blood warriors, one for Yang Kai, so Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had no mounts. Tang Yuxian could take one more person, but what about the other? Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both young girls, and on this long journey to the central capital, there would be some bumps along the way. No matter which one of them rode with Yang Kai, there would definitely be some inevitable collisions. Between me and Xiaoman, you can choose one yourself. Qiu Yimeng didn't seem to care, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she said with a smile. She smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of ambiguity, making anyone who saw her unable to stop themselves from fantasizing. Luo Xiaoman also realized the current situation and couldn't help blushing slightly. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Yuxian, Tu Feng, I'll ride alone." The smile on Qiu Yimeng's face quickly converged as she stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected him to refuse such a good opportunity to get closer to such a beautiful woman. On the other hand, the 2 blood warriors looked a little surprised. Tu Feng laughed, "I don't mind, but I'm afraid the 2 young ladies won't agree." Qiu Yimeng couldn't help glaring at him fiercely, causing Tu Feng to suddenly shut up and let out a hollow laugh. I have an idea." Qiu Yimeng's eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled. "What?" "You and Tu Feng can ride together, so Xiaoman and I can ride your horse." "You're dreaming." Yang Kai decisively refused. What a joke. If he were to ride the same cloud-treading colt as Tu Feng, what would that look like? Qiu Yimeng seemed to know he would say this, so her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "Then you can go with elder sister Tang." Tang Yuxian, who had been watching the fun, heard these words and her pretty face suddenly became gloomy, and she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Although Yang Kai was a young lord of the Yang family and she was a blood warrior of the Yang family, if Yang Kai really wanted to share a cloud-treading colt with her, she wouldn't refuse. He was on tenterhooks, afraid that Yang Kai would agree. But Yang Kai frowned. He suddenly felt that things were a little difficult. "This won't do, that won't do, what are you going to do?" Qiu Yimeng wasn't in a hurry and simply smiled, a trace of craftiness flashing across her eyes. Apparently, she had already considered this issue yesterday. Yang Kai was silent for a long time, but he couldn't come up with a good idea. "Hey, you're a man. Come up with an idea. Don't tell me we're just going to sit here and wait," Qiu Yimeng urged. Yang Kai grit his teeth, jumped onto his cloud-treading colt, and stretched out his hand. Qiu Yimeng smiled happily and was about to climb up when Yang Kai suddenly called out, "Luo Xiaoman, come up." The Qiu family's first young lady's expression changed on the spot as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a trace of embarrassment flashing across her eyes as she secretly wished she could cut Yang Kai into 1,000 pieces. On the other hand, Luo Xiaoman, like a frightened rabbit, hurriedly stepped back and waved her hands, "No, no, don't." She didn't know why, but from the bottom of her heart, she was afraid of Yang Kai. Go! Yang Kai said impatiently, taking back his hand and shouting to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, preparing to gallop off. Hey! Qiu Yimeng hurriedly grabbed his thigh and angrily said, How can you be so heartless? Heartless? It's not like you don't know where the central capital is. If you don't want to travel by yourself, you can just hire a carriage. Yang Kai really didn't want to be entangled with her anymore. Qiu Yimeng glared at him bitterly, but seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, after a long time she said, Xiao Man, go up. I'm scared. Luo Xiaoman cried out. What are you afraid of? He won't bite you. Qiu Yimeng didn't allow her to explain, directly grabbing Luo Xiaoman's arm and throwing her behind Yang Kai while she herself leapt onto Tang Yuxian's cloud-treading colt. Hold on tight. Yang Kai said before urging his cloud-treading colt forward like a bolt of lightning. Luo Xiaoman was at a loss as she quickly grabbed onto Yang Kai's clothes, her pretty face instantly becoming pale. The rest of the way was silent. Qiu Yimeng seemed to be very angry and didn't speak to Yang Kai during the rest of the journey, but Luo Xiaoman, after a long day of fear, slowly relaxed. The road was long and bumpy, but from time to time, Yang Kai would feel two huge softies on his back, each of which was amazingly flexible, making him somewhat glad that he had made the right decision. Luo Xiaoman, this girl, was really strong. If he had brought Qiu Yimeng with him, he likely wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a feeling. Such a discovery seemed to make the trip back to the central capital a little less boring. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also noticed the strange atmosphere in the group and didn't dare say anything, so the atmosphere along the way was quite silent. Only the sound of the wind whistling past their ears could be heard, not a single person speaking. Along the way, the entire world seemed to have learned that the Yang family was summoning its young lords, and news of the inheritance war was gradually spreading. The righteous and demonic Great War had broken out some time ago, and now the Yang family was about to launch the inheritance war. This year was destined to be a year of unrest for the entire Great Han dynasty. The inheritance war had also attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. The Yang family's inheritance war, although it was just a top family selecting the next patriarch for its own family, each time it involved a wide range of people and had unparalleled influence. Almost all the great forces in the world would participate. These great forces participated in order to allow their family's younger generation to experience the demeanor and heritage of a top family's young lord, increasing their experience and tempering themselves. On the other hand, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to establish good relations with the central capital's 8 great families. If one's vision was correct and they followed the right people, they would naturally enjoy many benefits in the future. In addition to these great forces, there were also many lone cultivators who would come to the central capital to seek opportunities to stand out. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a grand event that everyone was looking forward to. Some people took advantage of this opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate and become famous, while others were hunted down and killed. Both advantages and disadvantages coexisted. The entire inheritance war was a gamble. Gambling on one's life and future. And this war completely revolved around this generation of young masters of the Yang family. 5 days later, the group had arrived 10,000 kilometers away, but they were still some distance away from the central capital. The 3 cloud-treading colts came to a stop and Qiu Yimeng gazed into the distance, after a while saying, That's the Lu family's territory, I want to go there and borrow 2 cloud-treading colts. Saying so, she turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, Do you want to go there and rest? Yang Kai frowned and was about to refuse when Tang Yuxian suddenly said, Since you've come here, let's go, it won't take long. Yang Kai glanced at her suspiciously, not knowing why she had made such a decision for him. Tang Yuxian smiled and said, The Lu family seems to have some relationship with the Qiu family, right? Qiu Yimeng nodded, they are cousins. But of the central capital's 8 great families, which one doesn't have some kind of relationship with the outside forces? If you really think about it, the entire world is connected by blood. It's just that the Lu family and Qiu family's relationship is quite close and have often interacted with each other over the years. Tang Yuxian nodded. The Lu family is also a first-class family, so it won't be a disgrace for the little lord to visit. The meaning of her words was clear to Yang Kai in an instant. Tang Yuxian wanted him to take this opportunity to win over the Lu family and see if he could add some help to the upcoming inheritance war. Even if he couldn't win them over, at least he could get acquainted with them. Although Yang Kai now had the status of a young lord of the Yang family, in the end, he had nothing. A young lord of the Yang family without a solid foundation, no matter how strong he was nothing more than a paper tiger. After knowing her intentions, Yang Kai couldn't refuse and nodded. Good, this is their territory, but it wouldn't be polite to pay them a visit. Qiu Yimeng snorted, despising Yang Kai's hypocrisy. The Lu family wasn't a first-class family, but over the past few decades, it had been quite close to the Qiu family. After receiving the Qiu family's care and guidance, the Lu family's influence had gradually become stronger and had even produced an above-immortal ascension boundary master. This was something that had only happened in the past few years. If one really wanted to calculate, the Lu family wasn't very powerful among first-class forces. After being promoted to a first-class family, the nearby second-class and third-class forces had no choice but to bow their heads, so the Lu family naturally dominated. Lu Liang was the patriarch of the Lu family, and although his strength wasn't top-notch, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage, as a patriarch, strength wasn't the most important thing. His ability to communicate and manage affairs was the biggest reason for the Lu family's prosperity. It was also because he had not been stingy with his visits over the past few years and had contacted the Qiu family from time to time that he was able to hug the Qiu family's big tree. When the group arrived, the several guards immediately realized that the identity of these people was extraordinary and quickly stepped forward to ask them respectfully. They were the guards of the Lu family's gate, so naturally they had some insight. A monster beast like the cloud-treading colt could only be raised by first-class forces, which was enough to prove the nobility of Yang Kai's group. Qiu Yimeng reported her identity and name, and the group was immediately welcomed inside. Another guard hurriedly rushed inside, presumably to inform the Lu family's upper echelons. This was a manor full of lofts, with small bridges overflowing water, pavilions, and terraces filled with a variety of flowers and plants, giving one a refreshing feeling. These lofts weren't very tall, but they were exquisite, giving off a poetic and picturesque air. Qiu Yimeng walked at the front, Luo Xiaoman walking side by side with Yang Kai following behind and the two blood warriors at the back. As they walked, Yang Kai was also quite interested in this manner. Chapter 373. Before they had gone far though, a group of people appeared in front of them, led by the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Liang. Lu Liang was dressed in a blue robe, his figure tall and slender, with a small mustache above his mouth, giving him a refined and elegant appearance. His pair of slender eyes always exuded a wise and far-sighted light. The first impression this person gave was shrewd, but the second impression was still shrewd. He strode out from inside, a look of ecstasy on his face as he laughed heartily, quickly arriving in front of Qiu Yimeng and bowing respectfully. "Young Lady Qiu, your presence brings light to the Lu family's humble dwelling." Although he was the patriarch of the Lu family was supported by the Qiu family, and Qiu Yimeng's status in the Qiu family was not low, so when Lu Liang saw Qiu Yimeng, he didn't dare act carelessly. Moreover, it had always been Lu Liang who visited the Qiu family in the central capital. This was the first time a direct descendant of the Qiu family had come to visit his Lu family. For a moment, Lu Liang was both excited and pleasantly surprised. Qiu Yimeng smiled generously. "Uncle is too polite. I was just passing by here so decided to take a break. Have I disturbed you?" Lu Liang quickly waved his hand. "How could that be? It is my Lu family's honor to have eldest niece here. The Lu family will naturally welcome you with open arms. How could we possibly disturb you?" Qiu Yimeng calling him uncle made Lu Liang even happier, secretly thinking that all these years he had spent in the central capital had not been in vain. Now, he had finally established a solid relationship with the Qiu family. After a few words, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. The Lu family elders behind Lu Liang also smiled and stepped forward one by one to salute. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lu Liang's expression became serious as he stared at the two blood warriors before turning his eyes to Yang Kai and asking, "Eldest niece, this young lord is..." Lu Liang's eyesight was extraordinary, so he could naturally see that Yang Kai's status was not low, otherwise, there would not be two immortal ascension boundary masters following behind him. Qiu Yimeng smiled but didn't answer, simply pointing her finger to the sky. At that moment, a loud eagle cry rang out, causing everyone in the Lu family to look up. In an instant, Lu Liang understood the identity of Yang Kai. Family head Lu. Yang Kai looked indifferent as he cupped his hands in greeting. The rest of the Lu family's upper echelons were shocked and secretly sized up Yang Kai. The Yang family had wantonly summoned the scattered young lords. The cries of the silver-blood golden feather eagles resounded throughout the great Han dynasty, and the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had also been dispatched. How could the Lu family not know of such a major event? He had never thought that he would actually meet a young lord of the Yang family this time. Carefully sizing him up, he was surprised to find that this young man's eyes were calm, his expression firm, and his expression indifferent. Although he couldn't see anything special about him, he had the air of a young master from a great family. Immediately, he realized that none of the people from the Yang family were easy to deal with. Lu Liang laughed again and gestured, "Eldest niece, young Master Yang, please come in." While greeting them, he said to the people behind him, "Go and prepare the best food and wine. It is the Lu family's honor to have two distinguished guests today. We must not neglect them." Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and pulled Luo Xiaoman inside, Yang Kai also following behind. Inside the Liu family's main hall, there were all kinds of delicious delicacies, a dazzling array of rare fruits, and jugs of fine wine were served one after another by beautiful maids. The atmosphere in the hall was warm as everyone toasted each other. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both women, so it was naturally inappropriate for them to drink. Lu Liang had obviously taken this into consideration and had specially prepared the Lu family's unique fruit wine for them. The two women also drank with relish. Yang Kai's identity was different, and although he was a man, no one dared ask him to drink too much. When many of the Lu family's upper echelons came to offer him a toast, they all downed the wine in one gulp, allowing Yang Kai to do as he pleased. Tang Yuxian was treated the same as Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, all of them drinking fruit wine. Tu Feng was the only one who was drinking with a heroic spirit. He was the Yang family's blood warrior, so in front of the Lu family, his status was not low. The Lu family's upper echelons all wore excited expressions as they frequently raised their glasses to Tu Feng. Tu Feng sat motionless next to Yang Kai, and when someone came to offer him a toast, he would drink it all in one gulp, making the scene even livelier. The Lu family's upper echelons were all tyrants in this region, but in front of the Yang family's blood warrior, they were nothing, their attitude and posture extremely low. In the past, they had only heard of the blood warrior's name but had never seen one with their own eyes. Now that there were two of them, naturally they wouldn't let them off so easily. Lu Liang's social skills were not undeserved. His eloquence was top-notch, his words not stingy with praise and flattery, but there was no trace of deliberate intent behind them, making everyone feel more comfortable. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was surprised to find that Yang Kai's young lord didn't seem to have any arrogance at all. He wasn't as domineering as the rumors said he was, and his attitude was also quite amiable, causing the Lu family group to be somewhat stunned. If it weren't for Qiu Yimeng saying that Yang Kai was a young lord of the Yang family, and that the identities of the two blood warriors couldn't be faked, Lu Liang would have doubted whether this person was really a young lord of the Yang family. "Uncle, you must be tired after such a long journey. Xiaoman and I will go to rest first. Please help yourselves." After eating and drinking for a while, Qiu Yimeng felt a little bored and stood up to say, "Come." Lu Liang quickly called out, and immediately 2 pretty maidservants walked in. "Take the 2 young ladies to their rooms to rest." After the 2 maidservants led Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman away, the banquet continued. One of the Lu family's elders suddenly smiled meaningfully and said, "Patriarch, drinking like this is quite boring. Why don't you call someone to join in the fun?" Lu Liang nodded slightly and said, It seems I was negligent." Saying so, Lu Liang reached out and patted the table. Immediately after, a group of scantily clad girls who sang and danced gracefully walked in. Obviously, they had been waiting outside for Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman to leave so they could enter the fray. All of these women were enchanting like flowers, their bodies covered in gauze, their flat bellies, delicate navels, snow-white arms, and slender legs all exposed to the air. All around, gongs and drums rang out, and wind instruments began to play. These young women first bowed in all directions, and then, with the accompaniment of the music, the corners of their mouths curled up into smiles as they danced and sang. Her curvaceous figure moved around, and an alluring spring scenery was faintly discernible. It was extremely alluring. These women were constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai and the others, as if they were waiting to be plucked. All of them had coquettish looks on their faces, making them look quite alluring. Tang Yuxian couldn't help but snort lightly. Although she didn't like to see this, she understood Lu Liang's intentions and quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Tu Feng watched unscrupulously, the scar on his face seemingly becoming more and more ferocious. On the other hand, Yang Kai's face remained indifferent. Although there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes as they swept over these women, there wasn't the slightest hint of lust in his eyes. Even when these women danced in front of him and flirted with him, he didn't show much of a reaction. Seeing this, everyone sitting in the room couldn't help feeling secretly shocked. Young people, especially young men, liked beautiful women. Which one of the Lu family's elders present hadn't been young and frivolous? When they were around Yang Kai's age, they couldn't wait to take all the beautiful women in the world to their bed and slowly savor their beauty. It was only when one got older and their mentality changed that they would chase after higher goals. Lu Liang also intended to take this opportunity to inquire about Yang Kai's preferences and see if he was interested in women. However, he hadn't expected that in the face of such blatant temptation, Yang Kai would remain indifferent, not showing much interest. This Yang family young lord was somewhat unusual. In the face of temptation, being able to control his heart, such a young man's perseverance was absolutely amazing. As long as he had perseverance, he could achieve great things. In an instant, Lu Liang had some ideas in his mind and secretly nodded. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes also flashed with amazement. She had lived in the central capital all year round, so naturally she was familiar with the playful faces of these young lords. Not to mention these young girls, even some of these young lords would show a strong interest in her, causing Tang Yuxian to sometimes feel annoyed. Yang Kai's current performance undoubtedly made Tang Yuxian feel very gratified. What she didn't know was that although these women were all beautiful, Yang Kai had seen many beauties. How could they compare? Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shanqing Luo, the Hu sisters, each one of them was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Moreover, after years of practicing the joyous unification art, Yang Kai had long ago been able to ignore the temptation of beautiful women. In this world, unless Shanqing Luo personally seduced Yang Kai, it was likely that no one could make Yang Kai fall in love without him even thinking about it. These young girls who sang and danced gracefully in front of Yang Kai were just a piece of cake. After a short time, after the song and dance ended, Lu Liang smiled and waved his hand, ordering the young women to withdraw respectfully. As they withdrew, all of them stared at Yang Kai affectionately, seemingly knowing that this young man's identity was extremely noble. If they could win his favor, they would also be able to fly up into the sky and become a phoenix, no longer needing to act as a dancer in the Lu family. Lu Liang laughed and said, "These women are all children of poor families nearby. My Lu family has adopted them since they were young and cultivated them to this day. Each one of them is a flawless white jade. Usually, when honored guests arrive, we will allow them to come out and perform a dance. Young Master Yang, would you be interested in receiving one or two of them? With beautiful women accompanying you, you can be proud of yourself in the inheritance war." Yang Kai smiled slightly and slowly shook his head. Lu Liang's slender eyes flashed, only now confirming that Yang Kai wasn't pretending and really didn't have any interest in these women. If he was interested, Yang Kai would only need to gently nod and Lu Liang would definitely arrange everything. Another elder of the Lu family, Lu Changmu, took over the conversation in a timely manner and said, "Speaking of the inheritance war, this old master can't help but recall the events of nearly 20 years ago. That time, the inheritance war was extremely tragic." Another person echoed, "How many great families have been unable to recover from this setback? How many families have disappeared? Unfortunately, my Lu family's strength wasn't enough at that time and wasn't able to participate. It is truly a pity." Chapter 374. The Yang family's inheritance war was about to begin, so the young lords of the Yang family would definitely try to win over their allies in order to win. This time, when Qiu Yimeng brought Yang Kai to the Lu family, although she didn't say anything, Lu Liang also understood her intentions and knew that this was an opportunity for him. 20 years ago, the Lu family had been on the decline, struggling to make a living in this small piece of land, so naturally they had no intention of participating in the inheritance war. But now, the Lu family had grown up and was a first-class family. People walk to higher places, water flows to the ground. How could the Lu family not want to climb to the next level? They had already hugged the Qiu family. If they could build a good relationship with the Yang family, the Lu family's future would be bright. However, hugging the Yang family's thigh was not so simple. The Yang family was a family made of iron, the helm of flowing water. Every time the patriarch changed, it would cause a lot of turbulence. Lu Liang wanted to participate in this time's inheritance war, but he didn't know if Yang Kai had the qualifications and strength to compete for the position. If he recklessly tied the Lu family to Yang Kai and waited until Yang Kai was defeated in the inheritance war, the Lu family's decades of hard work would be in vain. Lu Liang had no choice but to be cautious, and the Lu family's elders also had to keep their eyes open. The consequences of standing on the wrong side were not a joke. This was related to the future of the Lu family. The topic, intentionally or unintentionally, gradually shifted to the inheritance war, everyone reminiscing about the great event 20 years ago while secretly observing Yang Kai's reaction. However, to their disappointment, Yang Kai didn't seem to be interested in these things at all, just sitting there calmly, tasting the fruits and delicacies while listening quietly. Although he didn't show much interest, he also didn't show any impatience. The Lu family didn't know what he was thinking for a while. Gradually, the topic shifted to the current situation. Currently, the Yang family's young lords had not yet surfaced, so no one knew what kind of heritage these young lords had. However, there was a genuine Yang family young lord in front of him, so Lu Liang naturally intended to inquire about Yang Kai's connections and background. Seeing that the time had come, Lu Liang was about to pretend to casually ask when he saw Yang Kai stretch and yawn. Lu Liang couldn't help but swallow the words he was about to say. "Is young lord tired?" Tang Yuxian asked softly. Yang Kai said casually, "Not bad." Lu Liang's eyes flashed as he chuckled and said, "Since young Master Yang is weary from his long journey, let's call it a day. Come, escort young Master Yang to rest." Yang Kai didn't stand on ceremony. He slowly got up and cupped his fists at the crowd. "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave first. Young Master Yang is too polite." Lu Liang smiled lightly. After all was said and done, after Yang Kai and the two blood warriors left, the Lu family members all wore strange expressions. They all thought that Yang Kai had come to the Lu family to win them over, so the Lu family had been psychologically prepared. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to have been observing Yang Kai all this time. Lu Liang even thought that if Yang Kai couldn't hold back and went straight to the point, how he could refuse without hurting his face. After all, he didn't know anything about Yang Kai right now, so naturally, it was impossible for him to rashly agree to become Yang Kai's support. But he never thought that this young master would actually not mention anything, nor did he say anything and just left like that. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. Patriarch. One of the Lu family elders frowned and said with a strange expression, "Was he really just passing by? That shouldn't be the case." Lu Liang pondered for a while before slowly shaking his head. "He must have had thoughts of winning us over." Although he acted very indifferent, I could feel it. Then why didn't he show it? The man coldly snorted. Is it because he doesn't have confidence? Many people also nodded in agreement. If it wasn't because he didn't have confidence, how could he not say anything? At the very least, he should have shown his strength and confidence, right? If that's the case, then the Lu family can't have any hope for him. Otherwise, when the time comes, we'll lose everything. Hearing this, everyone's expectations for Yang Kai were greatly reduced. Lu Liang frowned, his slender eyes flashing as he smiled slightly. Why do I feel that it's not that he doesn't have confidence, but rather that he wants to test our Lu family's taste? Everyone's expression changed. He wants to test our Lu family? Is he even qualified? Even if he was a young lord of the Yang family and could participate in the inheritance war, he was still just a young master. Why would he want to test the Lu family? Lu Liang chuckled. Have you all forgotten? In the inheritance war, not only are we choosing the Yang family's young lords, they are also choosing us. Do you really think our first-class family is so great? Shouldn't those young lords be scrambling to win us over and beg us to help them? Everyone looked at Lu Liang awkwardly and laughed. Someone quickly said, Patriarch's words sound so harsh, we didn't mean that, right? And it's just that if what Patriarch said is true, then this little brat is too arrogant, his eyes too high, right? No matter what, the Lu family was still a first-class family. They could at least provide you with some help. Whether it was manpower, materials, or any other aspect, they weren't too weak. Being able to help you was already a blessing. What was there to test? Lu Liang's expression became serious as he solemnly said, If my guess is true, then this young Master Yang is not simple. Everyone thought about it carefully and couldn't help feeling a little moved. Even a first-class aristocratic family had to consider carefully before they could become his support. This showed that he had a wide network of connections. In his eyes, the Lu family's support might be dispensable, which was why he was so indifferent and not anxious at all. If he really wanted to win over the Lu family right from the start, that would be a sign of lack of confidence. Thinking about this, Lu Liang felt more and more certain that his guess was correct. Immediately, he whispered, I don't know how many days that young master will stay in the Lu family, but in any case, when you see him again, don't mention the inheritance war, and don't show anything. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Liang nodded, I'll go find young Lady Chiu to inquire about the situation. This person was brought here by her, so he should know some details about this young master, right? Everyone nodded. Among this group of people, Lu Liang's strength may not be the highest, but his prestige was definitely the highest. It was under his leadership that the Lu family had prospered day by day. His methods and insight were obvious to all. The Lu family's backyard, inside a spacious courtyard. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and stared off in a certain direction thoughtfully. Just as he was lost in thought, Tang Yuxian suddenly spoke, Little Lord, why did you act so dull just now? Your actions may cause them to misunderstand. Don't you want to win over the Lu family to help you? Yang Kai smiled lightly. If I said I didn't want to, would you believe me? Tang Yuxian smiled wryly and slowly shook her head. If he really didn't want to, he wouldn't have come here with Chiu Yimeng. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had come here because they wanted to borrow 2 cloud-treading colts, so Yang Kai could have just returned to the central capital directly. Since he had come here, he must have a reason. Actually, I really don't want to. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly shook his head. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Tang Yuxian suddenly froze and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, seemingly wanting to peer into his heart, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, without the slightest trace of lying. Tu Feng's expression also changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. In this current situation, the more support he could win over, the more help it would be in the future. Right now, there was a great opportunity. As long as Yang Kai could show enough strength to convince the Lu family would definitely draw closer to him. But why didn't he have any ideas? I don't have any friendship with the Lu family. Even if they helped me, it would only be out of a mutually beneficial relationship. I don't like this kind of relationship. Even if they are temporarily tied together, when the time comes, it is inevitable that they will stab me in the back. What I want is an ally who will stand firmly by my side no matter how much pressure I am under, no matter how harsh the environment, no matter what kind of situation I am in. The two blood warriors both stared at Yang Kai, suddenly feeling that the little lord in front of them was a bit naive. The world was bustling with activity, coming for benefits, going for benefits, without benefits, who would be willing to share joys and sorrows with you. You don't believe there is such a person? Yang Kai grinned at the two of them. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help lightly coughing, not knowing how to answer. There will be, you just wait and see. Tang Yuxian was startled, not knowing where Yang Kai's confidence came from, but his attitude made her feel a little touched, so she smiled and said, then we'll wait and see. Tu Feng also smiled, but today, little lord's approach isn't wrong. If you show any intention of winning them over, the Lu family will only feign civility and won't really take a stand. If that's the case, it's better not to say anything at all. Yang Kai nodded. The Lu family wants to know my details, that much I can also see. Now, no matter what they say, it's just a test. Before the situation is clear, they won't be able to make a real decision. The situation was naturally unclear now, and the Yang family young lords didn't know who the Lu family young lords were or how many there were. However, if you want to befriend someone, you should take advantage of the fact that he is still weak and wait for him to become strong before throwing in your lot in with him. The effect would obviously be different. Adding flowers to a brocade was never as comforting as sending charcoal in the snow. Enough about that. I'm not interested in the Lu family, but there is one thing the Lu family has that interests me, heh. Yang Kai chuckled. What is it? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both asked curiously. I don't know. Yang Kai said, turning around and walking back into the room. The two blood warriors couldn't help feeling stunned. How could there be such a thing in this world? He was obviously interested in something but didn't know what it was. If you don't know what it is, how could you be interested? Seeing Yang Kai walk into the room to rest, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled bitterly, feeling more and more like they couldn't see through this little lord. Chapter 375. Today was Valentine's Day. I wish all the lovers in the world a happy ending. While Yang Kai was talking with the two blood warriors in another room, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, who had just finished bathing, had not yet had time to rest when a maid from the Lu family came to report. Young Lady Qiu, the patriarch asked me to ask if it is convenient for you to speak now? Qiu Yimeng shook her wet hair, her eyes flashing as she instantly understood Lu Liang's intentions. Frowning slightly, she said, let him in. The maid respectfully withdrew, and a moment later, Lu Liang walked in. Chuckling, Lu Liang said, First young lady, the Lu family is not comparable to the Qiu family. Our land is sparse, so please forgive us for any neglect. Although they were meeting in private, Lu Liang didn't dare to call her his niece. Calling her Tu was more than enough. If he kept calling her Wen or Tu, it would inevitably make people unhappy. Lu Liang was a cunning old fox, so how could he make such a low-level mistake? Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and said, Uncle Lu being so anxious to see me, I'm sure you want to inquire about Yang Kai, right? Seeing her get straight to the point, Lu Liang wasn't too surprised, his smile fading as he solemnly said, now that the world is in chaos, the situation is confusing. How should the Lu family stand in this chaotic world? I hope the first young lady can give me some pointers. Saying so, he cupped his fists respectfully. Qiu Yimeng smiled gently, sat down at the table, glanced at him faintly and asked, Are you wondering why I brought him to your Lu family, and whether this action of mine was a hint to you? First young lady is intelligent. This old man was indeed thinking so. Lu Liang frankly admitted that his Lu family had relied on the Qiu family to achieve what they had today. It could be said that the Qiu family had shown great kindness to the Lu family. Now that Qiu Yimeng had brought Yang Kai to visit the Lu family at such a sensitive time, Lu Liang naturally thought of something. Did Qiu Yimeng think highly of Yang Kai? So she wanted to help the Lu family and give them an opportunity to hitch a ride with Yang Kai. Wasn't this a sure-win deal? Did Qiu Yimeng know Yang Kai's background and connections? Was that why she did this? All kinds of speculations ran through Lu Liang's mind in just half a day. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed slightly as she whispered, "You're not wrong to think so. I know you're a smart person, but I can tell you this. Bring him here this time. I'm not hinting at anything." Lu Liang couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. "I came to the Lu family just to borrow 2 cloud-treading colts." Lu Liang was stunned for a moment as he thought about it. It turned out that Qiu Yimeng only came to the Lu family for this reason. He laughed awkwardly. "The matter of the cloud-treading colt is easy. I'll have someone prepare it tomorrow." Qiu Yimeng nodded slightly. Lu Liang opened his mouth. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Qiu Yimeng knew what he wanted to ask and said, "I don't know how strong his background is, but I won't underestimate him. He can often do some unexpected things, and can also often surprise people and make them gasp in amazement." Lu Liang couldn't help feeling moved. Qiu Yimeng's evaluation. It was really quite significant. Regardless of Yang Kai's background and connections, it wasn't difficult to infer from the words of the Qiu family's first young lady that Yang Kai's personal ability was undoubtedly very strong. Thinking of this, Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth. Her pretty face filled with anger, she snorted, "And he's a very vengeful person." Lu Liang heard the coldness in Qiu Yimeng's tone and couldn't help shrinking his neck. He didn't know what Yang Kai had done to offend her, but looking at Qiu Yimeng's expression, it seemed she had suffered a lot. He looked down and saw nothing. He didn't hear anything. He didn't see anything. It seems that he does things based on his own preferences. He's both good and evil, very difficult to deal with. If you don't want to be friends with this kind of person, I'll give you some advice. Qiu Yimeng smiled gently. "First young lady, please advise." Lu Liang said solemnly, "Absolutely do not become enemies with him." Lu Liang paused for a moment before solemnly saying, "I'll remember." "Good, that's all." Qiu Yimeng nodded slightly and no longer said anything. Knowing that she was sending him off, Lu Liang naturally didn't stay any longer, bowing respectfully before slowly withdrawing. Before leaving the room, Qiu Yimeng said again, "Right? If you really want to gamble in the inheritance war, you should seize the opportunity now. The sooner you get close to one of the young lords, the greater the benefits you'll get in the future." Lu Liang nodded in agreement, suddenly asking, "First young lady, what about you? Whose side will you stand on?" In the inheritance war, the other 7 great families of the central capital would definitely participate, so the Qiu family was naturally not an exception. Qiu Yimeng was the first young master of the Qiu family's younger generation, so perhaps this time she would be the one to lead the team. "Don't worry about me. The future and destiny of the Lu family is in your own hands. Which young lord you stand on is your own decision. Success or failure in the future, whether it's sweet or sour, it's up to you to taste." Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly. Lu Liang was slightly disappointed. He knew that Qiu Yimeng had said this because she didn't want to take responsibility for her opinion in the future. Not saying anything more, he simply bowed and left. The next day, dawn. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both walked out of the house and saw Yang Kai slowly practicing a set of seemingly ordinary martial arts techniques as the sun rose from the east. His movements were slow, but his expression was meticulous, and his movements were also quite rigorous. The little lord got up early. Tang Yuxian smiled. "It's a good thing that young people are full of energy." Tu Feng also smiled. "It's just that the martial arts the little lord is practicing don't seem to be anything special. If it were used by ordinary people to strengthen their bodies, it would be especially suitable for the elderly." Tang Yuxian couldn't help giggling as she covered her mouth. Tu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, motioning to her not to speak nonsense. Although he didn't agree with the martial arts Yang Kai was currently practicing, he was still a young lord of the Yang family. As a blood warrior, how could he gossip behind his back? If the little lord liked it, then he would just let him do it. In any case, it wasn't dangerous. Suddenly, Tu Feng's expression became solemn. Muttering in a low voice, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Tang Yuxian hurriedly asked. Look carefully. Tu Feng's expression became serious, and Tang Yuxian also stared at Yang Kai's movements. Suddenly, Tang Yuxian's pupils shrank. She found that Yang Kai's muscles were actually bouncing to the extreme and his feet were damp, obviously because his sweat had soaked the soil. Facing the rising sun, Tang Yuxian clearly saw Yang Kai's face and forehead. On the exposed skin, drops of crystal-clear sweat quickly formed and flowed together. The slow movements of his fists and feet seemed to be extremely heavy, with each step he took causing the ground to tremble slightly. This was clearly a sign that would only appear when one was under extremely strong pressure. However, what Yang Kai was displaying now was just a set of seemingly ordinary martial arts. Tang Yuxian had even commented that it was only suitable for the elderly to strengthen their bodies, so how could it have such power? After carefully observing for a while, the two blood warriors couldn't help but admit. Yang Kai seemed to be really under great pressure right now. His tensed physique seemed to contain a terrifying destructive force. However, this force seemed to be under some kind of inexplicable pressure and was being forcibly suppressed within his body, unable to be released. In other words, his physique was resisting this kind of pressure. With his body as the dividing point, he maintained a kind of balance. Where is this pressure coming from? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, both deeply shocked. Coincidentally, both of them released their divine senses and locked onto Yang Kai, closing their eyes and placing themselves in his shoes. As Yang Kai's fists and feet unfolded, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian gradually integrated their senses into Yang Kai's surroundings. With the help of his movements, both of them slowly perceived the mysteries behind them. Empathy. The feeling like the sky was suddenly collapsing suddenly descended, as if the entire sky was pressing down on their bodies. Voila. A violent sound rang out and the ground where the two blood warriors were standing suddenly caved in. Spider-like cracks spread out in all directions. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both opened their eyes at the same time, their faces filled with horror, their eyes filled with panic, their yuan qi involuntarily circulating, frantically resisting the pressure of the heavens and earth around them. How could they have imagined that the terrifying pressure they had just felt would disappear the moment they opened their eyes? Their full strength had erupted, but there was nowhere to vent it, so the surging yuan qi directly exploded inside their bodies. Two muffled groans rang out, and both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian paled as they staggered back a few steps. Both of them coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time before feeling much better. Yang Kai turned his head and couldn't help frowning. When he had just displayed his unyielding golden skeleton, although he knew that the two blood warriors were behind him and could feel that they had released their divine senses to investigate him, Yang Kai had never thought it would cause such a bad consequence. No one had ever spied on him while he was displaying his unyielding golden skeleton, let alone felt the pressure he was enduring in such a detailed manner. Unable to react in time, the two blood warriors had already been injured. Quickly withdrawing his fists and feet, Yang Kai rushed over to them and asked, "Are you all right?" Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes trembled, not paying any attention to their own injuries, instead staring at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster, their faces filled with disbelief. The pressure they had just felt was absolutely not fake. Both of them had felt it. How could it be fake? But under that kind of pressure, that kind of terrifying pressure that no human could resist, how could this little lord in front of them remain unscathed? Based on his strength and the quality of his body, he should have been crushed into dust long ago. But now, Yang Kai was completely fine while two immortal ascension boundary masters had accidentally injured him. If this matter were to spread out, wouldn't they be laughed at by the other blood warriors? For a time, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were shocked and embarrassed. Both of them now only had one question: how did the little lord survive under that kind of pressure? Chapter 376. In his daze, Yang Kai asked 3 times before Tu Feng suddenly responded, "It's just a minor injury, little lord doesn't need to worry about it." Just as he finished speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. How could this be a minor injury? Both of them had unleashed their full strength, and as a result, It had exploded inside his own body, which was tantamount to him not fainting on the spot. Do you have any healing pills? Yang Kai asked. He had some healing pills in his phantom space, but these pills were prepared by Ling Tai Su for him, so their grade wasn't too high. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were Yang family blood warriors, so they definitely carried pills refined by the Yang family with them, which were undoubtedly better than Yang Kai's. So Yang Kai didn't try to make a fool of himself. Tang Yuxian nodded, and together with Tu Feng, both pulled out a bottle from their sleeves and poured out a single brown profound grade pill. Both of their faces showed a hint of pain as they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This mysterious grade brown pill was a mysterious grade low-rank pill that all blood warriors carried with them. It was capable of healing all kinds of injuries, big or small. This kind of pill was extremely precious. Even for blood warriors, they would only carry one, so the two of them were naturally reluctant to take it at this time. However, their duty was to ensure the safety of Yang Kai. So if they didn't heal their injuries as soon as possible, it would be a disaster. So even if they felt distressed, even if they didn't want to accept it, the two of them still decisively swallowed the profound grade pill. Everything they did was to protect Yang Kai. After the two of them took the pill, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he quickly pulled them up, then stretched out his foot and wiped the ground a few times to cover up the blood stains. The next moment, Lu Liang arrived with many of the Lu family's masters. What happened? Lu Liang asked anxiously with a panicked expression. The huge commotion just now had spread out. The masters of the Liu family were naturally aware of this. When they realized that the place where the noise came from was Yang Kai's residence, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and rushed over madly. All of them were afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai. If something happened to the young master of the Yang family and the Lu family, then even if they had the backing of the Chiu family, the Lu family would still be finished. With the domineering arrogance of the Yang family, they would not hesitate to flatten this place. It was a matter of life and death for the family. How could Lu Liang not be nervous? How could he not panic? After asking this question, everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kai. Seeing that he was safe and sound, and that there were no wounds on his body, they all let out a sigh of relief. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also hid very well, both of them slightly circulating their yuan qi. Blood qi appeared on his face, making him look radiant. There was no sign of him being injured at all. It's fine. Yang Kai chuckled. This young lord just let Tu Feng and Yuxian exchange a few moves for me to take a look, but I didn't expect that it would cause such a big commotion. Exchange a few moves? Lu Liang looked stunned. Yang Kai smiled casually and said, I'm just bored. Watching masters fight can also relieve my boredom. Listening to him say this, Lu Liang and the others' expressions suddenly became strange, all of them frowning slightly. Looking at the two big pits in the ground and the surrounding cracks, Lu Liang and the others were secretly shocked by the strength of the two blood warriors. Just exchanging a few moves had caused such a big commotion. If it was really a life or death battle, how powerful would it be? Letting out a hearty laugh, Lu Liang said, It turns out that young Master Yang is so leisurely and elegant. This Lu and the others were too reckless. You continue, we'll take our leave. Take care. Yang Kai smiled gently, not waiting for Lu Liang to leave before calling out, Right, Patriarch Lu? Lu Liang's brow furrowed as he turned around and asked, What other instructions does young Master Yang have? Lu Liang's tone and demeanor seemed to have lost the dignified and cautious attitude of yesterday and instead contained a trace of impatience. Unconsciously, his attitude seemed to have changed. Yang Kai didn't care and simply said, The Lu family is a land of great talents and this place is also a place of great beauty. My two blood warriors and I would like to stay here for a few more days. I hope this won't cause you any trouble? Lu Liang was slightly surprised but didn't think much about it, just smiling and saying, Young Master Yang being a guest of the Lu family is an honor for my Lu family, there's no need to mention any trouble. Good, that's good. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Liang cupped his fists again and led the crowd away. After they left, Yang Kai turned around and stared at a loft a few dozen meters away. On the second floor, Chiu Yimeng was leaning against the armrest, a meaningful smile on her face as she stared towards Yang Kai. When their four eyes met, Qiu Yimeng raised her chin slightly, showing a hint of defiance. Beside her, Luo Xiaoman also grinned meaningfully, seemingly having discovered some great secret. Yang Kai grinned at them and led the two blood warriors into the house. Inside the room, Yang Kai didn't avoid the two blood warriors and simply changed out of his soaked clothes. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore complex expressions as they waited for Yang Kai to speak. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. After changing his clothes, Yang Kai sat down directly on a chair. The two blood warriors glanced at each other before bracing themselves and stepping forward, both of them kneeling on the ground and quickly saying, "We are guilty. Please punish us, young master." Yang Kai glanced over at them and said indifferently, "What crime?" Tu Feng's expression became awkward as he quickly said, "Because of our impulsiveness, we have delayed young master's journey." Yang Kai had told Lu Liang at the last moment that he would be staying here for a few more days, clearly wanting Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian to have a safe and stable place to heal. Whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, both of them were well aware of this, and because of this, both of them felt some gratitude in their hearts. Very few of the Yang family's young lords would be so considerate towards their subordinates. Their injuries were neither light nor heavy, but if they weren't healed in time, there may be hidden dangers. After Tu Feng finished speaking, Yang Kai didn't say anything. Tang Yuxian also said, "Because of us, young master has been looked down upon by the Lu family. We are guilty." The subtle change in Lu Liang's attitude couldn't be hidden from everyone's eyes. The reason he had such a change was because Yang Kai had said he was bored and had asked the two blood warriors to help him relieve his boredom. Who were the blood warriors? They were masters who had loyally guarded the Yang family for generations and had made countless contributions to the Yang family. They had even used their own lives to save the lives of the Yang family's direct descendants. No matter which generation, the blood warriors had left behind a rich legacy with their own blood. The prosperity of the Yang family was due to the hard work of the blood warriors. The loyalty and dedication of the blood warriors was obvious to all. Therefore, although the outside world didn't like the Yang family, they still greatly admired the blood warriors. But now, the two members of this group were actually fighting just to relieve the boredom of a young lord who had not yet returned to the family. They were as close as brothers and sisters. They didn't even quarrel on ordinary days, but now they were fighting over some trivial order. They weren't monkeys. How could they be played around with to relieve boredom? Yang Kai's debauchery were already clear. That's why Lu Liang's attitude had changed so drastically. If it weren't for Yang Kai taking responsibility for his actions, he wouldn't have been looked down upon so much. If such a thing were to spread out, perhaps the entire world would think that Yang Kai was a pile of mud that couldn't hold up a wall, which would have a great impact on his future. In an instant, the two blood warriors had thought about many things, which was why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both felt extremely guilty and uncomfortable. What else? Yang Kai looked at them with a chuckle. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, not knowing how to answer. "Get up." Yang Kai smiled. "I know, blood warriors only kneel to their master. You haven't fully recognized me yet, so there's no need for you to kneel." The two blood warriors both blushed slightly. Yang Kai's words were straightforward, but they were also reflecting their thoughts. Along the way, Yang Kai had indeed brought them a lot of surprises, and today they were even more grateful. But there was still some distance between them and submitting to him. "When the day comes, when you're willing to follow me, you can kneel again," Yang Kai said flatly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stood up awkwardly. Tu Feng hesitated for a moment before hesitating, but now the Lu family is definitely no longer optimistic about little Lord. I said, "I don't have any ideas about them. Whether they think highly of me or not has nothing to do with me. Looking down on me is their own fault for having eyes but failing to see." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his expression becoming cold as he said, "As for the two of you, don't try to spy on me again." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions changed slightly as they recalled the pressure they had just felt and couldn't help feeling a little scared. The two of them knew that spying on him a moment ago had made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable, so they quickly nodded. What a joke. If the two of them had continued to feel that terrifying pressure, they would have been crushed into meat paste. They really couldn't understand how Yang Kai had managed to withstand it. You two focus on healing your wounds for the next few days. When you're all healed, you can set off for the central capital. Tang Yuxian responded in a daze. After this incident, Lu Liang didn't seem to care much about Yang Kai anymore. The Lu family's elders all agreed that this Yang family young lord wasn't enough to accomplish great things. Even with Lu Liang's shrewdness and wisdom, he was still deceived by Yang Kai's disguise. With a crisp cry, the golden feather eagle descended from the sky and landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, using its hook-like beak to affectionately stroke Yang Kai's hair. The golden feather eagle didn't suffer any hardships during its time with Yang Kai. Before returning to the Lu family, it went out to hunt for food on its own. Once it arrived at the Lu family, its meals were even more sumptuous, with all kinds of fresh meat being provided, saving it the trouble of hunting. However, this guy only ate live prey, so every time it ate, the scene was a bit bloody. Yang Kai stared at the golden feather eagle, dipped a drop of myriad drug liquid into his hand, and fed it to the golden feather eagle. These days, Yang Kai would feed it a drop of myriad drug liquid every day, and after a period of time, the golden feather eagle seemed to have grown stronger. However, Yang Kai still had some ideas about this golden feather eagle. He wanted to know if it could evolve to the sixth order, and if so, when would it evolve? Chapter 377. In the entire Yang family, it seemed that only one golden feather eagle had successfully evolved to the sixth order, and that golden feather eagle was the leader of all the eagles. In order to make that golden feather eagle evolve, the Yang family had spent a lot of financial and material resources, and finally, through sheer luck, they had succeeded. Since then, the Yang family's golden feather eagle had never evolved to the sixth order again. As time passed, the cost was not proportional to the harvest, so the Yang family no longer had any ideas for the golden feather eagle's evolution. In any case, the strength of the Yang family didn't depend on the golden feather eagle. The biggest role of these eagles was to investigate the enemy and find their descendants. Whether it was the fifth order or the sixth order, for the Yang family, it really didn't make much of a difference. But for Yang Kai, it was different. If the golden feather eagle in front of him could evolve to the sixth order, the role it could play would also skyrocket. At that time, even if it faced an immortal ascension boundary master, it would be able to fight back. In this situation, besides the two blood warriors Yang Kai needed to subdue, he could only rely on this golden feather eagle. In the inheritance war, any little bit of help could affect success or failure. The myriad drug liquid, Yang Kai himself had been taking it every day. If taken over a long period of time, it could allow one to be reborn, so it would definitely be helpful to the golden feather eagle. After so many days, the golden feather eagle had become completely dependent on Yang Kai. This wasn't just because of the beast slave seal, but also because of its high intelligence. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked the golden feather eagle. The sound of something shattering rang out and a ripple spread out from the golden feather eagle's body. This ripple spread out and disappeared. It was the sound of the beast slave seal being undone by Yang Kai. Without the beast slave seal, the golden feather eagle first tilted its head and looked at Yang Kai, its bright eyes seeming somewhat puzzled, but it didn't show any signs of rejection, instead continuing to comb Yang Kai's hair. "Heh heh." Yang Kai chuckled. This period of time had been imperceptible. It was enough to make the golden feather eagle obey Yang Kai's orders even without the beast slave seal. The monster beast was really easy to deal with. Just give it a dozen days of myriad drug liquid, and it would become completely loyal. It was loyal, and it would not reveal the secret of Yang Kai. "It's time to eat." A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked in a certain direction. With a shake of his hand, he released the golden feather eagles. Spreading its wings, the golden feather eagle flew up and grabbed a porcupine from the blood cage that the Lu family had prepared for it. Then, it soared into the sky. The porcupine wasn't small, and the golden feather eagle didn't seem to be able to hold it firmly. When it was in the air, it loosened its grip, and a sound of huffing and puffing could be heard. The porcupine fell from the sky. After a long while, a splashing sound was heard from the other side. It seemed like there was the sound of blood splattering. The golden feather eagle circled in the air and rushed towards the fresh blood. Yang Kai slowly stood up. After tidying up his appearance, he strode out of the courtyard towards the house where the golden feather eagle had landed. Lu family main hall. Lu Liang was discussing an important matter with several of the Lu family's elders when a servant rushed in. Lu Liang's expression froze. Lu Liang was stunned. "What's the matter?" The servant hurriedly knelt to the ground and said in a panic, "Patriarch, something bad has happened. Elder C's house has been stained with blood." What? Lu Liang stood up from his chair. The other Lu family elders also wore shocked expressions. It seemed that something terrible had happened. What happened? Without any delay, Lu Liang hurriedly walked down from the head of the table. While rushing out, he casually picked up the servant and asked in a hurry. He couldn't help feeling nervous. "Elder C. Lucy." The Lu family had only one above immortal ascension boundary master, a character who stood at the peak of this world. It was precisely because of his existence that the Lu family was able to become a first-class family. It could be said that Lu C's survival was directly related to the status of the Lu family. Under normal circumstances, Lu C would not leave the Lu family residence, instead choosing to sit here and act as a deterrent. Moreover, because Lu C had encountered some problems when breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary a few years ago, it was not convenient for him to leave the Lu family residence. Usually, he would retreat into his own courtyard. That area was also a restricted area of the Lu family. No one was allowed to approach it. Even Lu Liang, the patriarch, unless it was a matter of life or death, he didn't dare disturb him. But now, Lu C's house had been stained with blood. How could the Lu family elders not worry? It was also this servant's fault for not explaining clearly. When everyone heard the word blood, they all thought that Lu C had encountered some kind of problem during his cultivation, causing him to be injured. After the servant reported what he had seen, Lu Liang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. In their hearts, Lu Liang was both angry and amused, silently cursing the servant for being so flustered that he couldn't even speak properly. However, the fact that a porcupine had fallen into Lu C's courtyard was still a big deal. If it disturbed Elder C's retreat, it wouldn't be a joke. According to the servant, it was because the Yang family's golden feather eagle didn't hold on to the porcupine properly while it was eating and accidentally let it fall into Lu C's courtyard. Looking at the scene from a distance, he saw a bloody scene. The servant didn't dare to rush in and disturb Elder C, so he had run over to ask for instructions. "There's nothing for you to do." After Lu Liang heard this, he released the servant but didn't stop walking, still leading everyone towards Lu C's residence, a look of displeasure on his face. Most of the other Lu family elders also wore similar expressions. Looking around, none of them found any trace of Yang Kai or the two blood warriors. Someone whispered, "Patriarch, that Yang family young lord is too useless. He couldn't even keep an eye on that eagle and actually disturbed Elder C. And we need to hurry up and make them leave. But he was brought here by young Lady Chiu. If he doesn't leave, what can we do? Why would young Lady Chiu accompany such a useless young lord?" When everyone mentioned Yang Kai, they all slowly shook their heads, obviously thinking that this young lord wasn't anything special. With his status as a direct descendant of the Yang family, if he really participated in the inheritance war, it was likely he would quickly fall. "Shut up, all of you," Lu Liang calmly shouted. Although he wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai, he wasn't someone the Lu family could criticize behind his back. If he or the blood warriors were to hear this, it would only bring disaster upon themselves. Hearing Lu Liang's shout, the Lu family elders no longer dared to gossip. A short time later, everyone arrived at the Lu family's quietest and most remote courtyard. As they approached, everyone's brow furrowed as they stared blankly at the scene before them. Because the door to this courtyard was actually wide open. Lu C's courtyard door had always been closed, no one had ever dared to open it. But now, it was actually open. What kind of situation was this? Lu Liang held his breath and cautiously poked his head inside, his face pale with anger as he nearly fainted. A large pool of blood and bits of flesh was now present in the originally tranquil and untainted courtyard. The tragic appearance of the porcupine was faintly discernible. This porcupine must have fallen from a high place, sputtering a large amount of radioactive blood as it fell to the ground, dying without even making a sound. The Yang family's golden feather eagle stood to the side, feasting on the fresh meat. The Yang family young lord, on the other hand, was like a country bumpkin, squatting on the ground with his arms crossed, watching the golden feather eagle eat with great interest. There was even a faint smile on his face. Lu Liang rolled his eyes. He was so angry that his 7 orifices were smoking. Facing Elder C, no matter who it was, the Lu family had to be extremely cautious. No one dared to cross the gate of this courtyard. But this Yang family young lord, not only had he walked in like there was no one around, he had even stopped to admire his family's monster beast, not even treating himself as an outsider. At this moment, Lu Liang inexplicably felt a sense of humiliation. It was as if a treasure he had been treading on thin ice had been driven straight in and taken away. In short, his mood was incomparably strange. Patriarch. The Lu family members were also stunned, not knowing what to do. Waiting like this wasn't a good idea, so Lu Liang thought about it with a gloomy face before bracing himself and walking in. When the Lu family members saw their patriarch enter, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. They had never entered Elder C's courtyard before. This time, it was all thanks to Yang Kai's blessing. Walking straight to Yang Kai's side, Lu Liang took a deep breath, leaned over, cupped his fists, and called out softly, "Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang." Yang Kai seemed to notice that someone had arrived and quickly turned his head, unable to help feeling surprised for a moment before squatting on the ground and returning the courtesy. "Patriarch Lu." The flesh on Lu Liang's face twitched slightly, but he was too lazy to care about this matter of etiquette. Just as he was about to explain the situation, Yang Kai raised a finger to his lips and solemnly made a shu sound. Lu Liang was slightly surprised and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled silently and pointed to the front. "Don't speak, you'll disturb the eagle's meal." Lu Liang was almost confused. "Eagle, what time is it to be an eagle? This is the retreat of my Lu family's patriarch. Even if you are a Yang family young lord, even if you are the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle, you can't compare to Lu Si. Disturbing the eagle's meal? This patriarch was worried that you would disturb Elder C by doing nothing here. No matter how steady and wise Lu Liang was, at this moment, he couldn't help but want to curse. Quickly taking a few deep breaths, he squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and whispered, "Young Master Yang, this is not the place to talk. Can we speak elsewhere?" Yang Kai nodded. "If you have anything to say it later. Let it eat its fill first." Lu Liang's body trembled and he staggered slightly. At this moment he really wanted to vomit blood. He even felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with a soldier. Lu Liang's eloquence, which he had always been proud of, did not play a role at this moment. Facing a blockhead like Yang Kai, Lu Liang felt like his tongue was tied. Young Master Yang, what I mean is, can we talk outside first?" Chapter 378. Lu Liang really had no other choice. He simply couldn't understand Yang Kai. Although he was the patriarch of the Lu family, Yang Kai's status wasn't low either. Even if Lu Liang was annoyed, he couldn't vent his anger on the spot, so he could only speak gently, hoping that this young Master Yang would understand the meaning of his words. Unfortunately, this young Master Yang didn't seem to understand at all. He seemed to have a single bone in his head, and even though the meaning of Lu Liang's words was so obvious, he still couldn't help asking, "Why do you want to go somewhere else?" The blue veins on Lu Liang's forehead throbbed slightly. Suppressing the anger and depression in his heart, he said with a dignified expression, "I won't hide it from young Master Yang. This place is the retreat of one of my Lu family's masters. No one usually comes to disturb them, so if we speak like this, I'm afraid it will disturb them. If that happens, Master?" Kai Yang hurriedly stood up, his voice suddenly becoming louder, like a clap of thunder. The faces of the Lu family members suddenly became extremely ugly. This guy, is he doing this on purpose? Yang Kai didn't seem to know anything about this, looking around with great interest before turning to Lu Liang with a smile and asking, "How high?" "Young Master Yang." Lu Liang's face became gloomy as he snorted. He had really reached the limit of his patience. "Please conduct yourself with dignity." It wasn't easy to force Lu Liang to say such words. If this place wasn't Lu Ci's retreat, Lu Liang wouldn't have taken the risk of offending Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before letting out a chuckle. His smile was calm. There was no other meaning to it, just a slight surprise. He really didn't expect that this place was an important part of the Lu family. He knew that there must be a master living here, otherwise, it would have been impossible to make the golden feather eagle drop the porcupine and take the opportunity to run here. But even though he knew there was a master here, Yang Kai didn't know until Lu Liang and the others hurriedly appeared. He was afraid he had touched a nerve that the Lu family couldn't touch. But now that things had reached this point, he had no choice but to play the fool to avoid embarrassing both sides. Yang Kai wasn't someone who didn't know when to back down. As soon as Lu Liang and the others appeared, he realized that something was wrong. Now that Lu Liang showed such an expression, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Naturally, he could determine who was cultivating in seclusion here. The Lu family's only above immortal ascension boundary master. Otherwise, Lu Liang wouldn't be so nervous and cautious. Interesting. The thing that he was interested in was actually in the house of such an expert. This was going to be difficult. Frowning, Yang Kai was considering whether or not he should just let it go when the door of a nearby house suddenly opened. A creaking sound was heard. Lu Liang and the others all trembled, their faces solemn as they quickly turned to face the door and saluted. "That little friend. Come in and talk." An aged voice came from inside the house. The voice was ordinary, and one couldn't tell whether it was happy, angry, sad, or joyful. However, it shocked the group of people outside. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he chuckled. He didn't stand on ceremony and walked over. Lu Liang eagerly watched, a look of envy on his face as he slowly followed. Arriving at the front of the house, Yang Kai paused and glanced back at Lu Liang. Gesturing, he said, "Patriarch Lu, please go first." Lu Liang smiled bitterly and waved his hand again and again. "I don't dare, Elder C only called for you, so you can go first." As he said this, he led his men to spread out outside the door and stood there straight, with a meticulous expression on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and knew that he wasn't being polite. Nodding slightly, he stepped into the house. The house was simple and crude, there wasn't even a bed inside, only a table and chairs. On the table was a purple clay teapot, and other than that, there was nothing else. But as soon as Yang Kai entered the house, his eyes lit up as he stared greedily at the thing under the old man's butt. His eyes were unscrupulous, without the slightest concealment. The old man in the room was obviously the strongest person in the Lu family, Lu Ci. Lu Ci's figure looked a little thin, and his hair and beard were all white. His temperament was somewhat similar to Ling Tai-Su's, but not as indifferent as Ling Tai-Su. However, overall, Lu Ci still had the unique demeanor of a powerful master. This was the second above immortal ascension boundary master Yang Kai had seen so far. When one reached the above immortal ascension boundary, they seemed to give off a feeling of transcendence. This feeling was indescribable and mysterious. Any above immortal ascension boundary master was a master who stood at the peak of the world. At this moment, Lu Ci was sitting cross-legged on a huge piece of jade. This jade was golden in color and had a brilliant light flowing across its surface, like a fish swimming happily in water. This piece of jade seemed to be a naturally formed bed, large enough to accommodate a single person. Lu Ci sat on top of it, his aura seemingly endless. The energy in this jade was extremely restrained, so even though Yang Kai was standing a few meters away from it, he couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation. However, the Yang origin seal on Yang Kai's chest pulsed. The Yang origin seal could only sense the existence of Yang attribute treasures. With this thing, Yang Kai could accurately search for Yang attribute precious treasures. From the moment he entered the Lu family, Yang Kai had already noticed the existence of this large piece of jade. That was why he had told Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian that the Lu family had something that interested him. However, in the end he only knew that this was a Yang attribute treasure, but he didn't know what it was. Now that he looked at it, it really lived up to his expectations. Such a large piece of natural jade, if he absorbed all of it into his dantian, he might be able to directly break through to the next realm. The dantian didn't have much Yang liquid left after he had squandered it in the evil cavern. If he ran out of Yang liquid, Yang Kai didn't know if the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton would erupt and affect his body. On top of that, if he ran out of Yang liquid, he wouldn't be able to use any of the methods he could use. So during this time, what Yang Kai wanted to do most was to replenish his Yang liquid. However, Yang attribute precious treasures were difficult to find, even if he returned to the Yang family. The Yang family wouldn't be able to provide him with any help. A young lord who wanted to participate in the inheritance war had to rely on his own accumulation of talents and materials. Now that he had encountered such a great opportunity, how could he easily let it go? However, he had never expected that the treasure he coveted would actually be the bed of an above immortal ascension boundary master. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, wondering what kind of conditions he should offer. How could he make him willingly give up this treasure? Moreover, this was still an empty promise, so the more difficult it became. For a time, Yang Kai also hesitated in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a calm expression, still staring straight at the precious treasure under the other's butt. Lu Si had been staring at Yang Kai since he entered the room. At first, his expression was indifferent, like an ancient well without any ripples, but after a moment, he couldn't help laughing. Little friend's intentions are so obvious, you really came prepared. Yang Kai finally withdrew his greedy gaze and grinned meaningfully. I've made a fool of myself. In front of an above immortal ascension boundary master, Yang Kai was certain all of his tricks had long been seen through. Yang Kai wasn't going to quibble about anything. Saying so, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of Lu Si. Outside, the Lu family's elders all perked up their ears, holding their breaths, wanting to hear what the two were talking about inside the room. The Yang family's young lord. Truly extraordinary. Lu Si nodded slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing across his face. Truly from a great family, this kind of temperament and calmness is not something the Lu family can cultivate. Yang Kai grinned. Senior is too kind, the Lu family is actually not bad. Lu Si smiled. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master. Unless it was a young lord from one of the central capital's 8 great families, anyone else who saw him would be somewhat cautious, but this young man in front of him didn't seem to care at all. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes were fixed on his but not putting him in his eyes at all. If this young man hadn't seen the world, if he hadn't come from a great family, how could he be so calm? Did you come here for this? Lu Si got straight to the point, pointing to his lower body. Yes. Yang Kai admitted frankly, it wasn't premeditated, it was just a temporary idea, heh. Why do you need it? I need it and I urgently need it. Yang Kai said solemnly. This old master understands. Lu Si nodded slightly, suddenly smiling, although I understand, I can't give it to you. I understand that, Li Yundong said. Yang Kai didn't look disappointed, apparently having already expected this, sitting up straight and saying, that's why I want to discuss some conditions with Senior. Lu Si looked at him playfully and said, even if you are a young lord of the Yang family, this old master doesn't want to, let alone discuss conditions with you, so you are destined to be disappointed. Yang Kai shook his head. Senior's words are too arbitrary. Everything in this world, as long as it is a treasure, it has a price that Senior is willing to part with, it's just a matter of whether or not I can afford it. Lu Si still shook his head firmly. The Lu family people outside all perked up their ears to listen, but after listening for a while, all of them wore strange expressions. Although the conversation between the old man and young man in the room was clearly heard, the more they listened, the more confused they became. Why did it feel like this Yang family young lord was eyeing some kind of treasure? Was it premeditated? Or was it just a moment ago? Was he willing to part with it at a price? Was he trying to buy it or rob it? The Lu family people all looked at each other, their heads filled with confusion. Inside the room, Lu Si chuckled, "Young Master Yang doesn't need to waste his energy. I didn't call you in to talk about this." Of course Senior didn't want to talk about this, I understand that clearly. Yang Kai nodded slightly and grinned, "But I have taken a fancy to this jade bed of yours." Lu Si didn't say anything, but Lu Liang, who was outside the room, heard this sentence and his expression suddenly changed. Angrily interjecting, he shouted, "Young Master Yang, Elder Si's Yang crystal jade bed is the most important thing to my Lu family. No one is allowed to have any ideas about it." Today, he had been repeatedly angered by Yang Kai, but Lu Liang had been forced to swallow his anger. But now that he heard that this Yang Kai was actually interested in the Yang crystal jade bed, Lu Liang couldn't bear it any longer and immediately shouted, his tone quite direct and straightforward, as if he would fall out with Yang Kai if he dared act this way again. Chapter 379. Lu Liang's tone was extremely tough, but when Yang Kai heard it, his expression didn't change. Lu Si took note of his reaction and nodded secretly, understanding that this Yang family young lord wasn't an unreasonable person. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai casually said, "Since Patriarch Lu says so, let's not talk about this Yang crystal jade bed for now." Outside the room, Lu Liang snorted lightly, his expression becoming slightly sullen. "As long as you don't have any ideas about our family's Yang crystal jade bed, anything can be discussed. Elder Si, if you don't mind, how about we talk about you?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Lu Si calmly. Even though he had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, Lu Si couldn't help feeling slightly stunned, pointing his finger to his nose and asking, "Talk about this old master?" Yang Kai nodded calmly. "Young Master Yang, please speak freely. This old master is all ears," Lu Si chuckled, showing a look of interest. A young man actually dared to speak so calmly in front of him and even shamelessly wanted to talk about him. This was quite interesting. Since breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary, it had been a long time since anyone dared to act so casually in front of him. For a moment, Lu Si couldn't help feeling curious, wondering what Yang Kai would say and what kind of nonsense he would spout. "Then this junior won't offend you." Yang Kai said so, but his expression didn't show the slightest trace of modesty, instead casually saying, "Elder Si has now reached the above immortal ascension boundary, the pinnacle of this world's martial Tao. Unless one of those above immortal ascension boundary masters comes to challenge you, it can be said that there are few who can match you in this world." Lu Si smiled lightly. "What kind of realm is the above immortal ascension boundary?" "I don't know, but I do know that once one's strength reaches this level, it is difficult to rely on external forces. Whether it is pills or secret scriptures, I'm afraid none of them can help Elder Si's strength advance any further. If you want to improve your strength, it seems that you can only rely on your own comprehension of the martial Tao to break through the shackles of heaven and earth." Lu Si's expression finally became dignified as he stared at Yang Kai with some surprise. He didn't know how this young man knew this. Yang Kai observed his expression and smiled confidently, "But from the beginning to the end, I have never seen anything like this before. Elder Si, you've been sitting on this jade bed and haven't moved an inch. Furthermore, he has been sitting on it for many years." "Yes." Lu Si nodded. "There are only two reasons why you're doing this. One is because you want to use this jade bed to cultivate and strengthen yourself. But as I said earlier, when one's strength reaches your level, it's already impossible to borrow any external force, so this reason can be eliminated." "Young Master Yang is being too presumptuous," Lu Si chuckled. "With this old man's current strength, I am indeed unable to borrow any external forces to strengthen myself. However, I can completely rely on this jade bed to consolidate my cultivation." No, Elder Si, you don't practice a yang attribute cultivation method, so sitting here has nothing to do with cultivation," Yang Kai said firmly. Lu Si couldn't help but feel moved. Looking at him suspiciously, Lu Si asked, "How do you know I don't practice a Yang attribute secret art?" At his level of strength, if he didn't release his Yuan Qi, even a peak immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to see through him, so how could Yang Kai be so sure? Yang Kai grinned but didn't explain. Lu Si was stunned and no longer denied it. Instead, he said, "Young Master Yang is right, sitting here has nothing to do with cultivation." Yang Kai straightened his body and smiled. "Then there is only one explanation. The reason why Elder C has been sitting up there all this time is to heal your wounds, or something related to healing." Lu Si's eyes narrowed slightly. Outside the house, the Lu family members all held their breaths, none of them daring to breathe, a chill running through their hearts, secretly marveling at Kai Yang's sinister vision. Lu Si was the foundation of the Lu family's first-class family status, but his chronic illness was the Lu family's biggest secret. If this secret were to spread, it would likely cause a storm. Without mentioning anything else, a nearby first-class family would likely launch a large-scale attack. Seemingly unaware of the dangerous light in Lu Si's eyes, Yang Kai continued to speak with a calm expression. "Elder C, although you have restrained your aura to the extreme, there is still a faint sense of weakness. Moreover, when your Yuan Qi flows through your body, it isn't continuous and there are occasional pauses. If I'm not mistaken, Elder C's meridians are somewhat blocked, right?" Lu Si's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, his expression calm, but in his heart a monstrous wave was set off. The young man in front of him was indeed only a Yuan Qi 7th stage master. But his vision was far more accurate than most immortal ascension boundary masters. His opinion and speculations were not much different from Lu Si's current physical condition. Lu Si's expression gradually became strange while the rest of the Lu family members outside also wore looks of horror. It was as if an incredible secret had been discovered by this young man. Yang Kai, on the other hand, chuckled and calmly said, "If anyone else dared to say such a thing in front of Elder C, they would probably end up as corpses on the spot." Lu Si nodded. "For the peace of the Lu family, the death of a few people isn't a big deal. But I'm different, right? The Lu family wouldn't dare kill me." Yang Kai continued, a look of disdain on his face. Lu Si laughed while Lu Liang and the others also helplessly shook their heads. "Now that I know the Lu family's biggest secret, what does Elder C think you should use to block my mouth?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Lu Si's expression became strange. For the first time, he felt somewhat restrained in front of this young man. Yang Kai's background and identity really gave Lu Si a headache. "If young Master Yang has any request, please state it, but this Yang crystal jade bed is absolutely not something I can part with." Lu Si was filled with regret. He had long known that this little brat was up to no good and had even called him in out of curiosity, but now it seemed he had lifted a stone only to smash his own foot. What an unlucky year! Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Since Lu Si had said so, he also understood the importance of this Yang crystal jade bed to him. This large piece of jade was at least a mysterious grade heaven and earth treasure. The Yang Yuan Qi it contained was pure and rich. Lu Si was using this gentle Yang Yuan Qi to resolve the blockages in his meridians. If Yang Kai really took it away, Lu Si's life would likely be cut short and the Lu family wouldn't give up. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai looked up and said, "Elder C, is there no other way to resolve this situation?" If he could prevent Lu Si from using the Yang crystal jade bed to clear his meridians, then he might be able to ask him to part with this treasure. If there was no other way, Yang Kai could only give up. "There is." To Yang Kai's surprise, Lu Si actually nodded. "Oh, what is it?" Yang Kai suddenly saw a glimmer of hope and asked anxiously, "I need a mysterious grade pill." Lu Si glanced over at Yang Kai with a smile. "If you can help this old master find this mysterious pill, this old master will give you this Yang crystal jade bed for free." Lu Si spoke so casually, but Yang Kai also knew that this was definitely not an ordinary pill. A mysterious grade pill? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Yes, and it's a mysterious grade mid-rank pill." Lu Si added. Yang Kai's face was filled with helplessness. A mysterious grade mid-rank pill. The number of people in this world who could refine this kind of pill could be counted on one's fingers. Not to mention the success rate, even the materials required were difficult to find. Which mysterious grade mid-rank pill was not worth at least 1,000,000 silvers? However, such a mysterious grade pill was not impossible to refine. As far as Yang Kai knew, there were two people who could do so: Xiao Fusheng and Xiaoning Chang. Xiao Fusheng was the world's top alchemist and could refine a mysterious grade high-rank pill. Xiaoning Chang was able to refine a mysterious grade low-rank pill, so after such a long time, her strength must have grown, so refining a mysterious grade mid-rank pill shouldn't be difficult for her. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's hesitation, Lu Si smiled and said, "This old master will take a step back. This old master will help you gather the necessary alchemy materials. If you can find someone to help this old master refine this mysterious grade pill, this Yang crystal jade bed will be yours." Really? Yang Kai's face lit up. Lu Si couldn't help but be startled, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart, wondering why this little brat seemed so excited. Not only did he not feel like this was a problem, but he also seemed eager to try. Could it be that he knew some alchemy grandmaster? However, Lu Si was still an above immortal ascension boundary master, so naturally he couldn't take back his words, so he nodded and said, "Really?" "Ha!" Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Then that's easy, Elder Si. I'm afraid your Yang crystal jade bed will have to change its name." Seeing him so confident, Lu Si finally showed some interest and couldn't wait to ask, "Does young Master Yang have a way?" Yes, naturally I do." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Lu Si couldn't help breathing heavily. For the past few years, because of the problems with his meridians, he had been trapped in this Yang crystal jade bed, rarely able to go out. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master and was respected by many, but only he knew his own suffering. He was simply a poor man trapped in this room. If he could really obtain this mysterious grade pill, Lu Si would be able to escape. Compared to his freedom, this Yang crystal jade bed, no matter how precious it was nothing. Swallowing hard, Lu Si suppressed the trembling in his voice and asked, "Does young Master Yang know some powerful master?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and nodded. "I once spent some time on Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak." Lu Si's expression changed slightly while the other Lu family members outside were also somewhat stunned. After a long time, Lu Si asked, "Hidden Cloud Peak? Xiao Fusheng?" N. Lu Si's expression suddenly became strange as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai and frowned. "Young Master Yang isn't joking, right?" "Naturally, I'm not joking." Lu Si's expression became more and more strange, and after a long time slowly shook his head. "It's not that this old master doesn't trust young Master Yang, it's just that Grandmaster Xiao seems to only have one disciple, and that one is a woman. What's more, this old master personally went to Hidden Cloud Peak 2 months ago but did not see you there." Chapter 380. 2 months ago? Yang Kai frowned. 2 months ago I was still in the ash-gray cloud evil land, so naturally you wouldn't have been able to see me. I only stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for 2 or 3 months before leaving. Pausing for a moment, he asked suspiciously, "Since Elder Si went to Hidden Cloud Peak, why didn't you ask Grandmaster to help you with alchemy?" Lu Si smiled bitterly. At that time, Medicine King's Valley had many things to do, and Grandmaster Xiao was also in a difficult situation. According to his disciple, he seemed to be researching something. This old master was fortunate enough to visit Hidden Cloud Peak, but he didn't even get to see Grandmaster's face. Speaking of this, Lu Si's face didn't show the slightest embarrassment, only helplessness. This was Xiao Fusheng. Even though his strength wasn't very strong, and even though Medicine King's Valley was just a second-class sect, even if a master like Lu Si had gone there, Xiao Fusheng could still see him. However, Lu Si didn't dare to have the slightest complaint and still respectfully referred to Xiao Fusheng as Grandmaster. "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled strangely and said, "What if I can ask Grandmaster to help you refine that mysterious grade pill? Will the words I just said count?" Lu Si stared at him inexplicably before slowly shaking his head. How could a character like Grandmaster listen to you? Outside, Lu Liang also interjected, Young Master Yang, there are some big words that can't be said casually. Yang Kai looked at Lu Si faintly and also shook his head. Big words or not, you'll know once you try. Although I haven't been on Hidden Cloud Peak for long, I can still ask Grandmaster to help me refine a mysterious grade pill. Lu Si was stunned for a moment before he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Outside, Lu Liang and the others were also horrified. They all knew Xiao Fuxing's name and were even more clear about his current status. The Lu family's first master had been refused entrance, so how could Yang Kai ask Grandmaster Xiao to refine a mysterious grade pill for him? That was a profound level middle grade pill, not a pill without any grade. Even if it was Grandmaster Xiao who refined it, it would take a lot of time and effort. If you miss this village, there won't be another opportunity. Elder Si should consider this carefully. Yang Kai looked at Lu Si with a smile. Lu Si's expression was uncertain. Obviously, he was also very conflicted, not knowing whether to believe Yang Kai or not. Logically speaking, there was no need for the Yang family's young lord to deceive him, but he was just a young man. It was normal for young people to like boasting and putting on airs. After frowning for a long time, Lu Si suddenly said, It's not that this old master does not trust young Master Yang. Since you dare to say so, it seems that his relationship with Grandmaster Xiao isn't shallow. Yang Kai didn't deny it, his expression indifferent. Since young Master Yang has also spent some time on Hidden Cloud Peak, this old master will take the liberty of asking a few questions. Lu Si obviously wanted to verify whether Yang Kai was telling the truth. Just ask away, Elder Si. Lu Si saw that Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic and nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment before asking, Grandmaster Xiao has a disciple, has young Master Yang ever met her? Yang Kai laughed in spite of himself. Did Elder Si not inquire about that disciple's surname? She seems to be called Dong Qinyan. She is the Dong family's young lady. The Dong family and Yang family have a marriage alliance. Dong Qinyan is my cousin. Lu Si was stunned for a moment. Only now did he recall this matter. He exclaimed, So that person was young Master Yang. Yang Kai asked curiously, When this old master went to Hidden Cloud Peak, I heard that Grandmaster Xiao had set up a test half a year ago. In order to accept disciples, a man and a woman successfully passed. The woman was Dong Qinyan, and the man was said to be the Dong family's young lady's guard. Now it seems that he wasn't a guard at all. It was clearly you, young Master Yang. Yes. Yang Kai didn't deny it and nodded, but Grandmaster Xiao and I are not master and disciple. When the Lu family elders heard this, all of them couldn't help feeling shocked. None of them had expected that there would be such a connection between Yang Kai and Xiao Fuxing. Having passed Xiao Fuxing's test, he was now Xiao Fuxing's disciple. With such an alchemy grandmaster backing him, even if he failed in the Yang family's inheritance war, it wouldn't be a big problem. His future would always be bright. Lu Liang's eyes flashed, seemingly thinking that he should re-examine Yang Kai. At this moment, Lu Si was 80% convinced, but he still asked one last question. This old master lived in Hidden Cloud Peak for a few days and was fortunate enough to see what Grandmaster Xiao was researching from young Lady Dong. May I ask young Master Yang, what was Grandmaster Xiao researching? Yang Kai leisurely replied, a spirit array. Something that could make Xiao Fuxing so anxious was definitely related to alchemy. It should be the alchemy spirit array that Yang Kai had asked Xia Ningchong to pass to Grandmaster Xiao when he left Hidden Cloud Peak. Lu Si's heart shook as he finally determined that the relationship between Yang Kai and Xiao Fuxing was indeed extraordinary, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to know this information. It should be such a spirit array, Yang Kai said as he casually drew a spirit array on the ground. Lu Si quickly held his breath and stared at it intently. This spirit array was mysterious and complex, making it difficult to understand. Even though Lu Si had seen it once before, he could only recall a small part of its contents and couldn't recall the whole picture. However, Yang Kai at this moment seemed to be able to draw a complete spirit array at will. Apparently, he was already very familiar with it. That's it. Lu Si nodded repeatedly. This was the second time he had seen it, but he still couldn't understand it. Closing his eyes and trying to recall, he still couldn't recall much. After finishing his drawing, Yang Kai wiped away the spirit array and turned to look at Lu Si. At this moment, this old master from the Lu family finally didn't dare to underestimate Yang Kai, knowing that the young man in front of him was the one who would obtain the mysterious grade core. Looking nervous and expectant, Lu Si even cautiously asked, "Young Master Yang, about that mysterious grade core, give me a pen and paper, I can write a letter right now." "Quickly bring me a pen and paper." Lu Si quickly shouted towards the outside, a touch of red appearing on his old face. Outside the room, everyone's mood was fluctuating, so when they heard Lu Si's shout, they couldn't help but shudder. Lu Liang quickly ordered one of his subordinates, "Go quickly." The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master also didn't dare to delay, his body transforming into a blue light and disappearing from the spot. After only 10 breaths of time, he returned, holding a pen and ink in his hand, respectfully walked in, placed it in front of Yang Kai, and then respectfully withdrew. "Young Master Yang, please." Lu Si personally spread out the paper, dipped the pen in ink, and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled, picked up the pen, and began writing. Lu Si eagerly stared at him, unwilling to miss a single word. Yang Kai's letter was written very plainly, and the content was exactly as Lu Si had expected, requesting Grandmaster Xiao to refine a pill for him. After finishing, Yang Kai directly handed the letter over. Lu Si's Yuan Qi quickly dried the handwriting, carefully folded it, and placed it into his pocket, carefully patting his chest and letting out a long sigh of relief. If he went this time, he was afraid he wouldn't be rejected like last time. "Young Master Yang, please don't embarrass yourself." After finishing this, Lu Si awkwardly cupped his fists. "It's fine. I asked young Master Yang to stay in the Lu family for a few more days. This old master will go to Hidden Cloud Peak. If the pill is successfully refined, this old master will definitely deliver this jade bed to you." Lu Si sincerely said. Yang Kai frowned. "That won't do, I want this jade bed now, I still have to return to the central capital." Lu Si immediately showed an embarrassed look. "But this is a mysterious grade mid-rank pill, even if Grandmaster Xiao personally takes action, he may not be able to refine it. If the refinement fails, this old master will need this jade bed." What he said was also the truth. Although Xiao Fu Sheng could refine mysterious grade top-rank pills, when it came to alchemy, no one dared to make any guarantees. Perhaps Grandmaster Xiao would be in a bad state and fail to refine a pill. If that really happened, the jade bed would be gone, and Lu Si would have no place to cry to. "Well, if you help me bring something to Grandmaster Xiao, I can guarantee that the pill will be refined." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before shouting outside, "Who has a piece of jade that can't be used?" Everyone outside the room glanced at each other before fixing their eyes on a piece of white jade hanging from Lu Liang's waist. Lu Liang subconsciously covered the jade pendant and glared at the crowd. "What are you doing?" "This is this old master's token of love. I've worn it for many years." "Bring it in," Lu Si shouted, immediately silencing Lu Liang. Walking in, Lu Liang took off the jade pendant from his waist, bowed, and handed it to Yang Kai with a flattering smile, asking, "Young Master Yang, what do you want this old master's jade for?" Yang Kai grinned, reached out and took the jade pendant, then pushed his Yuan Qi and slammed it into the jade. Lu Liang's heart suddenly went cold. Under his anxious gaze, the palm hit the jade pendant but didn't damage it in the slightest, only some Yuan Qi seemed to have drilled into it. Watching with rapt attention, both Lu Si and Lu Liang were amazed. The more they watched, the more surprised they felt. How could the two of them not see that Yang Kai was manipulating Yuan Qi to create some traces in the jade pendant? Simply put, he was using this method to send a message, conveying some information that couldn't be expressed in words. But while it was easy to say, it was difficult to do. This required a very subtle and precise manipulation of Yuan Qi to achieve this. The output of Yuan Qi couldn't be too little, but it also couldn't be too much. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew his palm and handed the jade pendant to Lu Si. "If you give this to Grandmaster, I guarantee you a successful refinement." His tone was quite confident. Lu Si solemnly received it. Yang Kai grinned again and said, "However, the information in this jade can only be spied on once before it disappears, so Elder Si must be careful on the way." Lu Si was stunned, immediately shaking his head and smiling wryly. He knew that the information he left in the jade was extremely important and he didn't want him to know about it, so he used this method. Not minding, Lu Si nodded. Lu Liang also eagerly said from the side, "Elder Si, this is a token of love between me and my wife many years ago. You must bring it back." Lu Si glared at him, causing Lu Liang to let out a hollow laugh and quickly retreat. Can this old master ask, what is the message in this jade pendant? Lu Si couldn't help but be curious. It's the same spirit array, but it's different from the previous one. If you bring it to Grandmaster, he'll know what it is. Yang Kai smiled gently. When he left Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai had only glimpsed a single spirit array from the true alchemic way, so he had no choice but to leave it behind. Chapter 381. He vaguely remembered that the spirit array he had left behind had a chance to increase the grade of a pill refinement. But now Yang Kai had also gained insight into many of the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Now, he had given Lu Si a new spirit array that could increase the success rate of alchemy, and its grade was much higher than the previous one, which was why he was so confident. With Xiao Fu Sheng's alchemy skills, coupled with this spirit array, there was no chance of failure. "Are you sure it'll succeed? You won't fail?" Lu Si asked worriedly. "Absolutely." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "Just in case." "There's no just in case." Lu Si smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and stood up, smiling as he said to Lu Si, "Elder Si, there's no time to lose. I think you should hurry to Hidden Cloud Peak." Right. Lu Si was reminded by him and also felt his heart burn with excitement. The alchemy materials had already been prepared. Although these materials were not easy to find, the Lu family's capital was not weak. For Lu Si, they would naturally do their best. Lu Si was very decisive. He stood up and took out some jade boxes from his room. These jade boxes contained the medicinal ingredients that he had collected. After wrapping them up, Lu Si turned around and saw that Yang Kai had already picked up the yang crystal jade bed he had been sitting on and placed it on his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. "Elder Si, it was a pleasure to cooperate." Yang Kai chuckled and without any trace of politeness, strode out carrying the jade bed. Lu Si opened his mouth but swallowed the words he was about to say. He could only hope that what Yang Kai said was true. Lu Liang and the others who had been waiting with their heads down suddenly looked up and saw Yang Kai's domineering figure, causing their jaws to drop to the ground. This, the yang crystal jade bed that Elder Si had used to save his life had been carried away by someone else? Looking behind Yang Kai, Elder Si saw a helpless look on his face as he followed behind him. The Lu family members were all horrified. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Yang Kai chuckled and called out to the crowd. Then he strode out with his head held high. He looked exactly like a robber who had just returned from a fruitful journey. The masters of the Lu family. They could only watch helplessly. After taking a few steps, he felt someone pulling him back. Turning around, he saw Lu Si looking at him with a worried expression. He stammered, wanting to say something, but hesitated. What happened? Yang Kai suddenly became impatient. For the sake of a yang crystal jade bed, he had been entangled with Lu Si for so long. "Young Master Yang, this old master will ask one last time, can you really succeed?" He was clearly still a little worried. When he said this, he stared at the jade bed on Yang Kai's shoulder, as if he was holding on to his first love, unwilling to let go. "If you don't have the guts to bet, then I'll bet with you. Then return the letter to me. I don't want to do such a thankless task." Yang Kai was displeased and coldly snorted. Lu Si's head started to hurt. After struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth. "This old man believes you." "That's right." Yang Kai snorted. "Let go." Lu Si awkwardly retracted his hand, glancing at the jade bed with great reluctance before reluctantly turning his eyes away. Yang Kai strode away. Waiting for his back to disappear, the Lu family group became extremely worried. Lu Liang quickly stepped forward. Elder C. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Then what do you think we should do? An opportunity has been placed in front of me. Do you think I should just let it slip through my fingers? Lu Si was also quite depressed and sighed. So be it life or death, it all comes down to this. This old master will leave for a few days. Saying so, he leapt up into the air and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. After Lu Si disappeared, Lu Liang's face became gloomy as he thought for a long time before quickly calling out, "You guys, personally monitor that young Master Yang and see what he'll do in the next few days. Don't expose yourself." The several masters nodded solemnly. Lu family backyard. Yang Kai returned valiantly, and as soon as he entered, he saw Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman sitting in the courtyard, bored out of their minds, accompanied by Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. After seeing Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng was stunned and stared at the young crystal jade bed he had brought back. "Little Lord." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also quickly came up. After a few days of healing, the two of them had almost completely healed, and from the outside, there was no sign of injury at all. "Where did you get such a big piece of jade?" Qiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling. "The Lu family's treasure." Yang Kai responded casually, walking over to the stone table in the courtyard and setting down the jade bed. "It's beautiful." Luo Xiaoman didn't know what was good for her and stepped forward to touch the jade bed. "It's quite warm, it looks like we can sleep on it." Qiu Yimeng's expression suddenly became dignified. Just now, she had thought that Yang Kai had just taken a big piece of jade from the Lu family, but now that she had taken a closer look, it was clear that this was a kind of precious treasure that contained a great deal of energy. If it was used in artifact refining, it would definitely be of great use. Her delicate jade fingers gently stroked the young crystal jade bed, and the more she examined it, the more her expression became strange. This treasure doesn't seem to be of a low grade. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were also observing it, and as they did so, their expressions slowly changed. Such a big piece of jade was rare even in the Yang family. Only the heavens knew how much money the Lu family had spent to obtain it. "This is a mysterious grade mid-rank Yang jade?" After a long time, Tu Feng's expression changed as he confirmed this. Hearing his words, everyone jumped in fright, their faces filled with shock. Mysterious grade mid-rank. This kind of treasure was already extraordinarily high. In this world, of all the precious treasures, mysterious grade high rank was the best, and there was only a small gap between mid-rank and high rank. What was even rarer was that this large piece of Yang jade seemed to be naturally formed, slowly exuding a warm aura, making it ideal for sitting on a bed. Even if one didn't cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, if one sat on it for many years, they would still obtain many benefits. "Is it really mysterious grade mid-rank?" Qiu Yimeng looked at Tu Feng in amazement. Although her eyesight wasn't bad, compared to an immortal ascension boundary master, she was still somewhat lacking. "It's mysterious grade mid-rank." Tang Yuxian also confirmed, and after saying so, a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she stared straight at Yang Kai. "Little Lord, are you really from the Lu family?" "Of course." Qiu Yimeng frowned and muttered, "I remember that the Lu families above Immortal Ascension boundary Lu Si encountered some problems when breaking through, causing his meridians to be blocked. At that time, my Qiu family's grand elder told him that it was best to use Yang Jade to warm his bed so that the gentle Yang Yuan Qi could clear his meridians. Otherwise, after a long time, not only would his strength decline, even his life would be in danger. Is this Lu Si's jade bed?" Thinking of this possibility, Qiu Yimeng's heart trembled. Yang Kai looked at her with a little surprise and said, "You know quite a lot." "Really?" Qiu Yimeng immediately covered her mouth, unable to believe it. This time, even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were shocked. Lu Si, they naturally knew about him. As one of the few above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, he had long been famous throughout the world. However, No one could understand what kind of heaven-defying method Yang Kai had used to force Lu Si to hand over the jade bed that was comparable to his own life. Could it be that Yang Kai had killed Lu Si? Little Lord. Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai strangely and asked, "What kind of price did you pay? How did you get this from Lu Si?" Qiu Yimeng and Tu Feng also looked at him curiously. Without even mentioning the immeasurable value of this jade bed, coupled with its special use for Lu Si, if Yang Kai hadn't paid a huge price, how could he have brought it back safely? I helped him with a small favor, so he gave it to me. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't say much. Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed, seemingly contemplating something. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian obviously didn't believe Yang Kai's story and were both quite surprised. I'll ask Lu Liang myself. Qiu Yimeng saw that he didn't want to say anything more and snorted proudly. With the relationship between the Qiu family and the Lu family, if she asked Lu Liang, she would naturally know the truth. Do as you wish. Yang Kai shrugged indifferently. In any case, it wasn't something that couldn't be exposed, so he suddenly said with a look of expectation, "We'll stay here for a few days before leaving. Qiu Yimeng, if you can't wait, you can return to the central capital first." "I'll wait for you." Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Yang Kai then carried the Yang crystal jade bed back to his room and entered retreat. So secretive. Qiu Yimeng snorted lightly, flicking her sleeves and leading Luo Xiaoman out, apparently really preparing to ask Lu Liang. "Young Lady Qiu, when you find out, let us know." Tu Feng grinned meaningfully. Qiu Yimeng nodded casually. After Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman left, Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng exchanged a wry smile. "I found that the longer I stayed with the little lord, the more I couldn't see through him," Tu Feng whispered. Tang Yuxian also nodded in agreement. "It seems that every once in a while, he'll bring us some kind of surprise." When they first found Yang Kai, in front of the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters, Yang Kai had killed him without batting an eyelid. His domineering demeanor had made Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian feel quite satisfied, and he had even framed them, forcing them and the Nan family young lord to cut off their own fingers, and then subduing the golden feather eagle. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, they learned that Yang Kai and the Demon Lord were actually from the same source. Inside High Heaven Pavilion, Qiu Yimeng had strongly praised Yang Kai, which had made them feel even more shocked. Here, when they had seen him cultivate, the two of them had been injured while he had remained completely unscathed. Now, he had actually effortlessly taken a priceless piece of precious jade from an above immortal ascension boundary master. One after another, which one of these things didn't amaze them? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian silently calculated that from the time they had found Yang Kai until now, it had only been a month. In such a short period of time, he had intentionally or unintentionally displayed unparalleled strength. Unknowingly, the two blood warriors no longer dared to underestimate him. Not to mention the little lord's background, just his personality alone was extraordinary. Chapter 382. Inside the room, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on the Yang crystal jade bed, madly circulating his true Yang secret art. Unlike Lu Si, who was sitting on top of the bed and only guiding a little bit of Yang Qi into his meridians, Yang Kai was now madly devouring the Yang crystal jade bed's energy. His entire body seemed to have become a bottomless pit as all the acupuncture points on his body began to emit an unparalleled suction force. Streams of golden energy, visible to the naked eye, were being drawn out from the Yang crystal jade bed, flowing into Yang Kai's acupuncture points like silk threads, drilling into his meridians and gathering in his dantian. Yang Kai felt a comfortable feeling that he had never felt before. Worthy of a mysterious grade mid-rank jade treasure, Yang Kai could clearly feel how pure and strong the Yang Qi that was pouring into his body was. It seemed that this Yang Qi was stimulating his meridians, constantly tempering the subtle impurities within them, making the Yang Qi even purer and more spotless. Soon, his meridians were saturated and swollen, and with a light dripping sound, a new drop of Yang liquid was formed and immersed in the dantian's meridians. Yang Kai's swollen meridians suddenly became empty, and the speed at which he was devouring the yang qi once again became faster. The yang crystal jade bed's energy quickly became Yang Kai's capital. Drop after drop of yang liquid was formed in the Dantian's meridians and the yang crystal jade bed's meridians. The yang crystal jade bed's meridians were also decreasing at a very subtle speed. During this process, Yang Kai's physique and internal organs seemed to have undergone an indescribable baptism. 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. There were now at least 200 drops of yang liquid stored in the Dantian's meridians. When Yang Kai came out of the evil cavern, there were only 20 drops of yang liquid left, but now, this number had crazily increased by 10 times. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy contained in this large yang crystal jade bed was. The current yang liquid was very different from the original yang liquid. Yang Kai's yuan qi was very pure. The energy contained in a single drop of yang liquid was many times greater than before, so even if there were only 200 drops, it was still a fortune that could not be ignored. It was enough to support Yang Kai's extravagance for a long time. The entire yang crystal jade bed had almost disappeared. Lu Si would never have imagined that the yang crystal jade bed, which the Lu family had spent a huge amount of money and manpower to obtain, would disappear from the world in less than 2 days after Yang Kai had sold it. Only a palm-sized piece was left. Yang Kai squeezed this small piece of yang crystal jade in his hand, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Yang Kai found that even when he circulated his true yang secret art, he still couldn't absorb the energy from this piece of yang crystal jade. It seemed that there was some kind of magical power inside it that was resisting the suction force coming from his body. If he really hardened his heart and absorbed it, Yang Kai was confident he could absorb all of its energy, but after discovering such a strange phenomenon, he also wanted to figure out what was going on. The palm-sized piece of jade was still golden yellow, and its color was even more profound than the outer layer of yang crystal jade. It was much more solid and thick, and there was a faint aura that flowed through it. Looking at it curiously for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't see anything special about it. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai released his divine sense to explore it. However, his divine sense was unable to penetrate the jade. It was as if his divine sense had fallen into darkness, unable to detect anything unusual about this piece of jade at all. Both his yuan qi and divine sense were completely ineffective, so this piece of jade really seemed like an ordinary yang crystal jade. However, Yang Kai still felt that there was something strange about it, so he helplessly shouted towards the door, "Tu Feng, Yu Xian." The door opened, and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian entered together. "What is little lord's order?" Tu Feng asked in a deep voice. Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai for a moment. She found that after not seeing him for 2 days, this little lord seemed to have become stronger again. Originally, he had just broken through to the Yuan Qi Boundary 7th stage, but now he seemed to have made a great leap forward, as if he was riding on a hot spring breeze. Strange. Tang Yuxian secretly shook her head. After only 2 days of retreat, how could he have become so strong? Moreover, where had that yang crystal jade bed gone? Tang Yuxian couldn't find any trace of the jade bed in the room. Yang Kai casually tossed the piece of jade in his hand to Tu Feng and said, "Take a look and see if there's anything special about it." Tu Feng caught it and his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he quickly suppressed it and frowned, grabbing the piece of jade and releasing his divine sense. After examining it for a while, he shook his head and said, "My attainments in divine sense aren't as good as Yu Xian's, so I can't see anything special about it. Let her take a look." Yang Kai glanced over at Tang Yuxian with some surprise, seemingly not having thought that her attainments in divine sense were actually higher than Tu Feng's. When one reached the immortal ascension boundary, not only did they have to cultivate their physical strength, but they also had to cultivate their soul. Some people had their own unique understandings of divine sense and soul skills, so they were naturally stronger than other immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Tang Yuxian was undoubtedly such a person. Yang Kai nodded and Tu Feng tossed the piece of jade to Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian smiled gently, took the piece of jade, closed her beautiful eyes, and poured her divine sense into it. Gradually, The look on Tang Yuxian's charming face became slightly dignified, as if she really had discovered something, and the divine sense she poured into the piece of jade gradually became stronger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly looked forward to it. After a moment, Tang Yuxian took back her divine sense and gently exhaled, opening her beautiful eyes, a trace of excitement flashing across them. "Little lord, this is a piece of precious jade that has given birth to a true spirit." "A true spirit?" Yang Kai and Tu Feng were both shocked. "A true spirit?" Tang Yuxian nodded firmly, "And according to my perception, it has been a long time since it was formed and has already begun to develop sentience, which is why it was able to deceive your divine sense detection." "A true spirit with sentience?" Tu Feng exclaimed, "That means it's been around for at least a few thousand years." Yang Kai gave Tu Feng a wink. Tu Feng froze for a moment before suddenly remembering something. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Tu Feng's expression became cold as he let out a heavy snort, his expression becoming ugly. He felt that there were actually several immortal Ascension Boundary Masters hiding their auras around this room. All of them were monitoring the situation here. These people were obviously masters from the Lu family. It wasn't that Tu Feng's divine sense wasn't as good as these masters, it was just that these masters were using special artifacts. If it weren't for the look in Yang Kai's eyes just now, Tu Feng wouldn't have been able to detect them. He probably wouldn't have thought to investigate carefully. Secretly surprised, Tu Feng didn't know if Yang Kai was just being cautious or had already noticed. After knowing that there were people monitoring them from outside, Tu Feng didn't dare to speak too loudly. Yang Kai beckoned to the two of them. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly sat down cross-legged across from Yang Kai. The three of them leaned their heads together and whispered to each other. "I've heard before about jade true spirits. It is said that ancient jade treasures have a certain chance of giving birth to true spirits. Is this the case with this one?" Yang Kai lowered his voice and asked. Tang Yuxian nodded and said softly, It's just that the probability of a jade true spirit forming is very small. Out of 10,000 pieces of jade treasures, there may not even be one." As she spoke, her expression became slightly excited, but once a jade true spirit forms, its value immediately rises several dozen times. Tu Feng also nodded firmly, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. Suddenly he asked, "What's the use of a jade true spirit?" The two blood warriors glanced at each other and suddenly felt a sense of pride. After following Yang Kai for so long, he had always amazed them, but now it seemed that in the end, he was still just a young man. He didn't know any of the secrets and rumors that the two of them knew. "It turns out that we are still useful," Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought to themselves. Without hesitation, Tang Yuxian quickly explained, "The formation of a jade true spirit is extremely difficult. It must be formed in a very large-scale jade mine. If my guess is correct, the Lu family's Yang crystal jade bed should have been mined from a large Yang crystal jade mine. The grade of the Yang crystal jade mine in the periphery may not be high, so the Yang crystal jade bed is the core product of this jade mine. And this small piece should be the centermost part of the Yang crystal jade bed, right?" At this time, Tang Yuxian could naturally guess the origin of this piece of jade. Tang Yuxian smiled. They think that the Yang crystal jade bed is the essence of the jade mine, but in fact, this piece of jade is the essence of the essence. The energy and value it contains is likely even higher than that of the jade mine. Yang Kai suddenly became excited. "A true spirit is the best artifact spirit ever born." Tang Yuxian's eyes became blurred, her voice filled with undisguised admiration. "If you can refine it into an artifact, when that artifact is completed, its grade will definitely increase greatly. It can be said that if this thing is refined by an artifact refining grandmaster, it may even result in a spirit grade artifact." Spirit grade, that was just a legend. Xiao Fu Sheng had pursued this all his life, only to refine a single spirit grade pill. Similarly, the highest grade of artifact so far was only mysterious grade top rank, which was extremely rare. No spirit-grade artifact had ever appeared in this world. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious force that suppressed this world, making mysterious grade top-rank artifacts the limit. If we give it some more time and allow it to develop sentience, it will be able to play a huge role. It will be able to fly into the sky and escape into the ground. It is omnipotent, so subduing it will be a huge help. Tu Feng added. How long will you give it? Yang Kai asked. Tang Yuxian chuckled. At least a few hundred years, maybe even more. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. After a few hundred years, only the heavens knew whether he would be dead or alive. The growth of a true spirit is very slow. After all, it isn't made of flesh and blood, but once it fully matures, I'm afraid there will be no opponent in this world. So powerful. Yang Kai sucked in a deep breath. It's that powerful. Tang Yuxian nodded solemnly. In addition to artifact refining, if you can safely absorb and refine a true spirit, it will be of great help to a person. It may bring you some unexpected changes and allow you to gain more heaven-defying means. Listening to her, Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Tang Yuxian saw the change in his expression and quickly waved her hand to warn him, Little Lord, you must not have any ideas about it right now. The energy contained in this small piece of jade is beyond your imagination. If you really try to absorb it into your body, I'm afraid it will only lead to disaster. Chapter 383. And I understand. Yang Kai saw her speak so seriously and couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart, thinking that it was fortunate he hadn't rashly absorbed it just now. After explaining the pros and cons, Tang Yuxian handed the small piece of jade back to Yang Kai and said, Little Lord, please take care of this. Don't let others know about it, otherwise it will attract the covetous eyes of masters. Yang Kai nodded. With the black book space, it was very convenient to hide things. Tu Feng grinned, silently and strangely laughing. It looks like the Lu family has suffered a big loss this time. No matter what price Yang Kai had paid in exchange for Lu Si's Yang crystal jade bed, it now seemed that Yang Kai had gained a huge advantage. Tang Yuxian also smiled tenderly. They probably didn't expect there to be a true spirit inside. The true spirit had already begun to develop sentience and was capable of deceiving the divine senses of most masters. Previously, it had been hiding in the Yang crystal jade bed, but Lu Si had not been aware of it, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to give it to Yang Kai. The Lu family is a bit short-sighted, even daring to monitor the movements of the little lord. Such people aren't worth winning over. Tu Feng snorted. My and Yuxian's injuries have already healed. When do you want to leave, little lord? Let's leave tomorrow. Yang Kai didn't intend to stay in the Lu family for long, but a few days ago he had to wait for the two blood warriors to heal, and now he had to absorb the energy inside the Yang jade, so he had no choice but to delay his journey. After being away from home for so many years, he couldn't wait to go back and see his parents. Good, then I'll inform young Lady Chiu. She seemed to have said she wanted to come with us. Tang Yuxian nodded. The news that Yang Kai wanted to leave the Lu family quickly spread. Lu Liang and the other blood warriors all felt a little relieved. They didn't know why, but every day Yang Kai was here, they felt uncomfortable, as if they were afraid the other Yang family young lords would learn that their Lu family had contact with Yang Kai. That night, Lu Liang held a banquet and invited Yang Kai, Chiu Yimeng and the others. At the banquet, everyone only talked about the wind and snow. Regarding the Yang family's inheritance war and the future situation of the central capital, he remained silent. Chiu Yimeng looked on coldly, knowing that the Lu family was completely not optimistic about Yang Kai's chances, but she didn't say anything. Just like last time, he ate a little and left early. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was eating heartily and did not mention anything about roping in the Lu family. Drinking wine, eating meat, tasting fruits and other delicacies, this kind of inaction made Lu Liang and the others feel relieved. He was really afraid that at the last moment he would mention something. If that happened, Lu Liang wouldn't know how to answer. The wine was the same, but it was different from the reception for Yang Kai and the others a few days ago. The attitude of the Liu family members had subtly changed. After drinking, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, the Liu family's elders, led by Lu Liang, bid farewell to Yang Kai and Chiu Yimeng at the main entrance. Lu Liang looked at Yang Kai sincerely and said, Young Master Yang, This trip to the central capital will be fraught with danger. The inheritance war must not be taken lightly. Yang Kai nodded faintly. Lu Liang smiled and said, "It's rare for young Master Yang to come to the Lu family. This Lu has nothing to offer, so I can only offer you some silver as a token of my sincerity. I hope young Master Yang does not dislike it." Saying so, he smiled and motioned to the person next to him. The man hurriedly stepped forward and presented a box of banknotes with both hands. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's faces sank. Both of them were somewhat unhappy. With a cold expression, they stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his instructions. Yang Kai didn't care at all and just smiled. Since Patriarch Lu is so kind, this young master will accept. Tu Feng accepted. Tu Feng nodded gently and took the box of banknotes. The Lu family wishes young Master Yang victory in the inheritance war. Lu Liang gently cupped his fists and said some polite words. Yang Kai laughed. "Then I'll take advantage of Patriarch Lu's auspicious words. Farewell." Saying so, he mounted his cloud-treading colt and left. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both snorted and followed closely behind Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman also rode atop the cloud-treading colts the Lu family had prepared for them. After a few steps, Qiu Yimeng paused and whispered, "Lu Liang, this time I'm afraid you've miscalculated." Lu Liang's expression changed slightly and was about to speak, but Qiu Yimeng had already mounted her cloud-treading colt and shot off into the distance. Behind him, the faces of the Lu family group were not very good. Miscalculated? Lu Liang frowned as he pondered over Qiu Yimeng's final words. Her meaning was obvious. She was blaming Lu Liang for underestimating Yang Kai. But, even if you are the first young lady of the Qiu family, in the end, you are still just a young woman. In terms of vision and strategy, how can you compare with this old master? Although Lu Liang felt a little uncomfortable, he didn't take Qiu Yimeng's words to heart. Time will prove whether this old master has miscalculated or not. As the 5 cloud-treading colts moved forward, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman slowly caught up from behind. After leaving the Lu family, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore gloomy expressions, both of them feeling somewhat sorry for Yang Kai. When he finally left, Lu Liang seemed to be sincere and generous, but in fact, everyone present understood what he was thinking. If the Lu family really intended to make friends with Yang Kai, at the last moment, it would have been impossible for them to only offer some money. What was the inheritance war about? It was a competition of the various young lords' connections and means. To be specific, it was a competition of talents and materials. If the Lu family really wanted to participate in the inheritance war, they would have to stand on Yang Kai's side. At the very least, they would have to offer some talents, precious treasures, divine armaments, secret books, and so on. What was the point of just giving a few silvers? In this world, sometimes, even if you had money, you wouldn't necessarily be able to buy anything, especially good things. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had only been with Yang Kai for a short time, but they could see that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his cultivation was profound. Both of them were confident in Yang Kai's future. The Lu family treating Yang Kai so disrespectfully, it would be strange for the 2 blood warriors to feel comfortable. It was just that they couldn't understand why the Lu family didn't intend to stand on Yang Kai's side. Why would they give him a few silvers in the end? This undoubtedly gave people the feeling that even though I want to be on good terms with you, I won't bet my family on you. It's like I'm a two-faced person. Only Yang Kai knew that Lu Liang had only given him some silvers because he knew Xiao Fu Sheng. If it weren't for Xiao Fu Sheng, Lu Liang probably wouldn't have given him anything at the last moment. Seemingly aware of the dissatisfaction in the 2 blood warriors' hearts, Tu Feng didn't hesitate. Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of holding back?" Tu Feng curled his lips and said angrily, "Then I'll say it. Young Lady Qiu, just pretend you didn't hear anything." "Then, go ahead. I also want to hear it. Little Lord." Tu Feng raised his voice and shouted, "I took a look. Lu Liang gave me exactly 3 million taels of silver. Isn't he too stingy? How much do you want?" Yang Kai glanced back at him and couldn't help laughing. His Lu family is a first-class family. What's the point of giving him only 3 million silvers? If you want to buy a few bottles of pills, that money is gone. If you want to buy a few good artifacts, that money is also gone. At the very least, you should give him 10 million silvers. That's more in line with the Lu family's status. And he's too stingy. Tang Yuxian also nodded. 3 million silvers is already a lot. Yang Kai smiled. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. This young lord doesn't have a single coin on him right now, so these 3 million silvers will be of great use to me. This amount of money looks like a lot, but when it comes to the inheritance war, it's basically useless. Tu Feng said indignantly. Lu Liang clearly knows this, yet he still dares to do such a thing. If it weren't for his Lu family having some relationship with young Lady Qiu's family, I would have beaten him up and stuffed those silver bills into his mouth. Qiu Yimeng shook her head and smiled bitterly. Lu Liang really was too cautious this time. But it doesn't seem to be entirely his fault. It's your little lord's acting that's too much. What do you mean? How is it the little lord's fault? Tang Yuxian was stunned. You can ask him yourself. He knows in his heart how he behaved these past few days in the Lu family. Qiu Yimeng said, urging her cloud-treading colt to catch up with Yang Kai, turning her head to look at him. You little brat, do you know what kind of situation you're in right now? Why are you still so careless, letting the Lu family slip away from you? Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before retracting his gaze. I'm talking to you. Qiu Yimeng suddenly said bitterly, you're not only letting go of an ally, you're also making yourself an enemy. Don't you understand? Now that you've come and gone, the gap between us is too big. Ally? Yang Kai sneered. Those who only want to have a mutually beneficial relationship with me aren't qualified to be my ally. But how can there be no mutually beneficial alliance now? Aren't you a bit too naive? I'm too lazy to argue with you. I don't need others to judge what I do. Qiu Yimeng choked on her words and angrily shouted, just you wait, when this young lady goes back this time, I'll join forces with the other Yang family young lords and crush your arrogance. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both shocked and quickly said, Young Lady Qiu, you can't just say that. Yang Kai sneered, you can try, but when the time comes, don't blame me for erasing your Qiu family from the central capital. Qiu Yimeng stared blankly at Yang Kai, as if she hadn't expected him to say such vicious words. Even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were stunned, feeling that Yang Kai's boasting was indeed a bit too arrogant, and it was also quite hurtful. Just as they were about to open their mouths and say a few good words for Yang Kai to comfort Qiu Yimeng quickly recovered and not only didn't seem to care, she even smiled towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes flashing brilliantly as she asked, Yang Kai, tell me honestly, besides that dragon lady, how many connections do you have? How many forces can you win over? Yang Kai's words were so arrogant that Qiu Yimeng immediately realized something, which was why she was so interested. Glancing over at her, Yang Kai sneered and said indifferently, None, I'm just a lone wolf. I'd be a pig to believe you. Qiu Yimeng sneered. Chapter 384. The Mist River ran from east to west, like a long dragon, splitting the earth into two halves. On the river, which was more than 1,000 meters wide, there was a turbulent current that surged fiercely. Yang Kai's group of 5 arrived at the edge of the Mist River and couldn't help stopping as they looked at the turbulent waters. We're almost there. After crossing the Mist River and crossing Feng Province, we'll reach the central capital. Tu Feng seemed to be afraid that Yang Kai had been away from home for so many years and had forgotten the way home, so he said, with the cloud-treading colt strength, it'll take at most 3 days. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Little lord, you rest here, I'll go find a boat to cross the river. Tu Feng grinned meaningfully, releasing his divine sense for a moment before turning around and flying off in a certain direction. This group of people were all at least Yuan Qi boundary, so even though the Mist River was more than 1,000 meters wide, it couldn't stop them from flying. However, while people could fly, cloud-treading colts couldn't, so they still had to find a ferry to transport these monster beast horses. Not long after, a medium-sized ship sailed towards them with Tu Feng standing on the bow and shouting at the crowd. Tang Yuxian grinned, leading her and Tu Feng's mounts and saying, "Let's go." The 4 people and 5 monster beasts arrived at the shore and were about to board the boat when the boatman suddenly frowned and turned to Tu Feng. "This hero, why didn't you tell this old man that you have 5 horses?" When Luo Xiaoman heard this, she couldn't help giggling. Cloud-treading colts were indeed very similar to horses, but although the two were similar, in the end, they were not the same species. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see this. Naturally, it was understandable. Qiu Yimeng and Tang Yuxian also couldn't help laughing. Tu Feng asked, "What's wrong with having horses? Don't tell me you don't need horses?" "That's not it." The boatman was a little old man in his 50s and shook his head. "It's just that these horses need to be paid to cross the river." Tu Feng immediately rolled his eyes. "Just pay, it's not like we'll be short of you." Hearing this, the boatman was ecstatic. "Since you say so, then hurry up and get on board." The group of people slowly shook their heads. Everyone's status was not low, and they all had cultivations. An ordinary old man was ferrying people around to make a living. Although he seemed to be a little unscrupulous, he didn't intend to argue with him. The ship was not big, but it was big enough to carry 5 people and 5 monster beasts at a time. Following the familiar movements of the boatman, the ship sailed briskly toward the center of the river. Standing on the deck of the boat, Tang Yuxian smiled and said, "I've never been on a boat before. It's so shaky. If I hadn't been on one often, I'm afraid I would have easily fainted." Tu Feng nodded. "Indeed, it's not easy to make a living on the riverside." Although Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman didn't say anything, they both showed expressions of approval. The two of them seemed to have never been on a boat before, so they were naturally quite interested in this journey. Rocking back and forth with the boat, they couldn't help but point to the turbulent river. "If a river is so fierce, what is the sea like?" Tu Feng asked, somewhat digressing from the topic. Although he was strong and knowledgeable, he had never seen the sea before. Naturally, he couldn't say anything about it, so he simply turned to the boatman and asked, "Old man, have you ever been to the sea?" The boatman smiled and shook his head. This old man has spent his entire life on the banks of the Lan River. Where would he find the time to go to the sea? However, although I've never been there before. However, I heard that the ships on the sea are all incomparably huge. It seems that all of them are several hundred zhang long. The waves on the sea are ferocious, but the ships are stable on them. Even if you pour a cup of water and put it on the table, it won't spill a single drop. Is that true? Tu Feng asked with a smile, apparently not believing it. How could it not be true? Just think about it, those big ships are so big, even if the waves are fierce, they can't be shaken. The 2 blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, suddenly showed interested looks. Although they knew that the boatman's words couldn't be taken seriously, since they had nothing else to do, they decided to listen to him to pass the time. Seeing everyone's interest, the boatman didn't show any signs of fear and actually began talking non-stop. Yang Kai smiled silently to the side, his expression indifferent. Of all the people present, only he had been to the sea and had almost never returned. Regarding the boatman's exaggeration, Yang Kai didn't bother to point it out. After talking for a while, the boat arrived at the center of the Lan River. Yang Kai's mind was wandering when suddenly he felt something was off, and he couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he stared straight at the boatman. The boatman was still talking about the sea when Yang Kai suddenly said, "Old man, the way you paddle seems to be a bit wrong." Everyone on the boat was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai. The boatman laughed and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by that?" Kai Yang smiled faintly. "People who paddle all year round will find the rhythm of the paddle in their breathing, especially in this kind of torrential river, because if you can't find the rhythm, you'll only have to pay twice as much physical strength as others. Old man, since you've lived by this water all your life, don't tell me you don't understand this?" Hearing this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions suddenly became dignified as they stared vigilantly at the boatman. The boatman's eyes seemed to flash with a trace of surprise and panic, but he quickly calmed down and said, "What little brother says makes sense, but this old man has been paddling like this all his life, so I'm afraid I've become accustomed to it." Another day I'll try your method and see if it doesn't save me a bit of effort. Yang Kai continued to smile. You used this method to paddle across half the river, yet your expression didn't change at all, and, since you live by this river, you should eat river fish for food, right? There's no smell of fish on this boat. Ha ha ha. His voice gradually became cold as his eyes slowly narrowed. Old man, you're not an ordinary person. Before his words had even fallen, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both rushed towards the boatman. At that moment, the silver blood-golden feather eagle hovering in the sky suddenly let out a sharp cry, a clear warning tone in its voice. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's beautiful faces also paled as they quickly pushed their strength. Asterisk walala. Asterisk suddenly, several water columns appeared on the surface of the river. Each water column had a person hiding in it. A huge suction force suddenly appeared from below, and the big boat that was sailing on the river suddenly seemed to have fallen into a swamp, unable to move forward or backward, quickly sinking. Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were just about to fly up when a huge pressure suddenly appeared above their heads. Suddenly attacked, all three of them began to fall. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared, and in a flash, the entire boat was swallowed up along with the people on board. The 5 cloud-treading colts were also sucked into this whirlpool and disappeared. The moment he fell into the water, Yang Kai felt an unparalleled burst of power around him. Obviously, the 2 blood warriors had begun fighting with the boatman. Faintly discernible silhouettes swam like fishes from all around, rapidly approaching this side. Yang Kai hurriedly glanced around. What he saw caused his expression to darken. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were fighting 3 people underwater. All 3 of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and none of them were mediocre. One was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, one was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, and one was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. Even though the 2 blood warriors were powerful, they couldn't escape in a short time. The closest enemy was less than 10 meters away from Yang Kai, and Yang Kai could clearly see him grinning at him from under the water. Waving both of his hands, a blue light shot out from his palms and shot towards Yang Kai. With a wave of his hand, Kai Yang sent out a fist strike. The fist strike he sent out was like a giant golden seal, meeting the blue light head-on. With a muffled bang, the blue light dimmed significantly, but it was still not completely blocked. In a hurry, Yang Kai could only twist his body to avoid this attack and quickly float to the surface of the water. Quickly glancing around, Yang Kai saw that Qiu Yi and Meng Nu were not far from him, but their situation was undoubtedly safer than his own because of the people underwater. Besides the 3 masters who were entangled with Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, almost all of them were converging on him. They're all here for me. Yang Kai instantly understood, but there was no time to think about all this. A moment later, he broke the surface of the water and leapt into the air, but before he could fly away, a figure appeared below. It was the same person who had just attacked Yang Kai. At this moment, this man stared coldly at Yang Kai, a somewhat indifferent look on his face as he waved his hand and sent out a ray of light towards Yang Kai. At the critical moment, the golden feather eagle actually leapt out and flapped its wings, sending out countless golden beams of light. As the golden light flashed in front of him, the man let out a strange cry and dove back into the water. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai turned around and quickly flew towards the shore. Asterisk hua hua hua. Asterisk with a burst of sound, 6 or 7 figures floated midair, glancing around before chasing after Yang Kai. Among them, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were also present, but the 2 of them obviously wanted to help Yang Kai. Stop them! A middle-aged man who was leading the group ordered. Don't kill them! Immediately, 2 people responded and left the group, grinning as they rushed towards Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. Qiu Yimeng's pretty face became cold as she whispered to Luo Xiaoman, I'm afraid they're here to deal with Yang Kai. Don't hold back, they won't dare kill you. Luo Xiaoman nodded firmly, her wet clothes further accentuating her seductive figure. Asterisk hua. Asterisk another series of splashing sounds rang out as the 2 blood warriors and the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters emerged from the water. Tu Feng's entire body was wrapped in a brown light as he fiercely attacked, completely disregarding whether he would be injured or not. Tang Yuxian also pushed her Yuan Qi, her graceful body flashing as she unleashed a variety of martial skills, her pretty face filled with anxiety. Who are you? You dare attack the central capital's Yang family? Tu Feng roared, sending out a wave of qi. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.